Honourable Senators, the President.
God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing, and that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Come, thy will be done in our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, for thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory. I are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect of all Australia's Indigenous. Clark?
Mr. President, I table Dr.
During the sittings of the Senate.
Lodged proposals as shown at item 4 of today's order of business.
And I call the clerk.
Bill 2022 and a related bill, resumption.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Because it acknowledges that we need our climate on a safe footing. New coal and gas, putting more pollution into the atmosphere, dangerous runaway climate change. Today, we see an expansion on the table before the Environment Minister. Today, if you are serious about reducing pollution, if you are serious about climate change, if you're serious about this coal mine application. President, the problem we as they stand don't even like the expansion of the largest coal mine will be the largest coal mine opened behind the Paris Agreement. It will make it harder for us to and the deathly bushfires. It will make it hard to know that their future will be. We need to fix our environment laws. Are assessed climate trigger in our environment law is an important step forward to acknowledging to cut pollution. This bill won't deliver the action, so the government now must step up, accept that not the way of the future. We need an investment in renewable of the next generation. Tackling climate change if you keep gas. Our global understands this. The UN, terrible countries understand this. If you keep making the situation worse, the development of, and I know it is a struggle. I know they've got members don't see it like this, but it requires pragmatism, requires leadership, always politics. And here, the Environment Minister herself. The difference of the coal mine at Mount Pleasant and to the people of Australia that you are and stopping climate change.
Senator Green.
Thank you. I want to contribute to the debate on this bill in my rise to speak on this bill in my role as Special Envoy for the bill is important for the protection of on this bill as a senator who has a very special relationship. Today, during this debate, we will hear views from some, those opposite, will say supported, and others will say that this bill doesn't do enough. Well, both sides of that debate want to continue the climate. I am proud to end to the climate wars today. Delay and infighting from the former Liberal. We have a Labor government action on climate change. Bill, because the truth is, if you would support this climate change, the most to gain by this bill being passed, and they have climate wars. Now, I concede they convoys rolling into their towns, but they also don't support and tells them that nothing needs to change. In regional Australia. This bill will create new industry, and this bill will reduce in cleaner and cheaper energy by signalling to do. This bill will the opportunities that the action on climate change by business and industry, because it sets the path are on the front line of climate change and have coherent climate policy for years that live on and live off the land support this bill. This bill acknowledges that our first the first Australians impacted welcome this step. Custodians of the land and the sea country of climate change to their homelands. I know that that is uncomfortable for those opposite to understand. And those First Nations communities. And finally, this bill takes the necessary steps economic assets in regional and as Special Envoy for the Great Barrier Reef, especially important to me and the community. Reef contributes more than 6.4 and supports around 64,000. The reef is resilient. The reef is being managed very well. It is a wonderful place to visit and attracts tourism from around the world. As those reports indicate, to it and the jobs that it relies on climate change. Climate change continues to be the greatest threat to the economic powerhouse that is the Great Barrier. Clear on this. The Liberal National Government dangerously threatened terms and reputation of the Great Barrier Reef by failing to take action on climate change. Danger listing. That type of we've heard the message and we are delivering today because we know that this vital how our nation stands on the that comes from this bill. It is time to end the climate wars, and it's time to support this bill. Now, in regard to be clear about what this delay on climate and chaos on renewable industry, energy investors and the wider 2030 target of 43% for net zero by 2050. And our targets are a flaw to ensuring Australia reaps the economic benefits already underway in the rest of 2030 and 2050 net zero targets because it is best practice to do so. This and accountability in government action on climate change and confirms the important role of independent expert advice. Report annually to Parliament on Australia's progress towards meeting our targets set in the bill, and this will keep the government accountable to reduce emissions. Put their head in the sand or wish to do so. Transparency and accountability measures in this bill to be upfront with the Australian public about where we stand. This report will include to this climate change policy and the effect the rest of this parliament the way forward. It's an opportunity for the parliament to come together and chart a new path. How we jobs in the process. We're doing this practically to ensure stability and certainty for Australians and Australian business. By acting on climate change, we can create new jobs, and we intend to. We can enter a new era of Australians right here. Our future energy needs, batteries, wind turbines, new technology, these are things that we should make. It should be made in regional. They will be able to build their lives I'm proud to be the Special Envoy for the Great Barrier Reef. Enough to understand, I can tell her that my daughter's backyard is the Great Barrier Reef. It's full of life and it is beautiful because and say enough is enough. This government was one that ensured she and the Great Barrier Reef in this place who have been part of this constructive process. Because for our government, this legislation is so important. Legislation we introduce. We mean business. We will be the government better. We will be the government that delivers action on climate change. The former government continued. Tell regional Australians that nothing they want to see jobs, cleaner the Great Barrier Reef. So I implore senators to support this bill today.
Mr Deputy President, this bill is totally out of step with the rest of the world. It will do nothing to help the global living cost pressures for Australians. It will cost us jobs in this country, and it will continue the total scam. I want to start today with a conversation that I had recently with a mayor in Western Queensland, the mayor of the great country town of Cunnamulla in Western Queensland. There at the moment, thanks to the scam that is carbon trading, 40% have been destocked, cattle are taken credits. Does nothing for the planet, nothing for the money. The investment banks come up from Sydney and buy the properties. They can go retire if they like on the coast. They get paid, but it's cafe owners, it's the hotel owners. When you get rid of all that cattle around Cunnamulla, there are no fencing contractors at the end of their muster to have a drink, and all of that business is lost from Cunnamulla. And what happens with this? What do we Cunnamulla? The mayor was telling me you go down a road there at the moment, there's 12 pastoral properties on this road, big properties, big road. The 12 now with cattle on it. This is the front lines of the climate battle that doesn't get reported on down here. And the victims of this that are told your way of life, your lifestyle is no more, and it doesn't do anything for the environment. It doesn't do anything. You know what happens? Pests come in, pigs come in. Faster, because there's no one left to manage it. These investment they don't come and take out the pigs. They don't come and manage the weeds. You know what they're doing? They're collecting their checks on the carbon credits. They're clipping that a lot of bonuses off this legislation. You've always got to look when things go through this place and we debate this thing. Got to ask that question in the Latin phrase, who benefits from this legislation? It's not going to be the environment. It's not going to be the Great Barrier Reef. Great Barrier Reef is doing fine. Coral was at a record level. It is going credits and carbon trading schemes. That's why the banks all support it. That's why the banks love this. They're all in favour of all this, because it's another line of business to extend the butler's pantry in the kitchen. That's why they want this legislation. It doesn't do anything for the environment. And we're out of step. Hear these conversations about how the world is here in this building, the world is waiting on bated breath for our parliament to of a European winter. Does anyone? The German Greens Party, the coal-fired power stations this year, 21. They're in government. The Greens Party in Germany are in government. Type party. There, Mr. Habeck is a Greens Party politician. He has been responsible for reopening 21. They're opening more coal-fired power stations in Germany than we have. That's right. I'll take the Executive Centre. He's trying to provide energy to his people. That's what he's prioritising. Just as the new Prime Minister in the United Kingdom the ban on fracking in the UK. That's happening in the UK. If you turn on the news at the moment, that's what's happening in the world. If you turn on the news at the moment, expand its coal mining by 300 million tonnes a year. India are looking at boosting their coal mining by 400 million tonnes a year in this country. And their coal mining by more. Why are they doing that? Because they're worried about where the energy of the world is coming from. They're worried about the fact that they can't afford their net zero agenda driven by a Swedish teenager. We are taking advice on our strike to want a day off school. I wanted a days off school when I was a kid, but I don't think I should have ever been put in charge of the energy policy. That's what we're doing, and the consequences are there for all to see. Because I think it's a little bit strange that we should seek to fundamentally transform the way we make about it. And I'm the radical. I'm the extremist in this debate. So let's just take a temperature check of in Australia in without the technologies around. We don't have a lot of the technologies that people want. This green for Sri Lanka, that's as you can already see in Sri Lanka, in Europe, they are struggling to feed and warm their own people. Proper advice about how things are. They do not understand how the world works, really. They don't understand how food is grown, how in the world. They just flick a switch and things happen. So the flicker switch generation who think you just push a button, food arrives in an Uber, you set your thermostat and everything's fine. They have no idea how coal is mined, how places. And that's why we're ending up in the situation we are in. Now, on this piece of legislation, the funny thing about this is it can be damaging for particular bit of legislation doesn't do all that much, at least in its primary form, its primary bill we're debating here. All this legislation does for all the planet and the oceans are breathing again, all this rubbish. This nationally determined commitment to Paris is this, in this bill. It's a very short bill. It just says, okay, 43% is now our target, as is now. They don't need this bill, and the government has admitted this, the Climate Change Minister, Chris Bowen, has admitted, they don't need agreement targets. So what are we doing? People are struggling to pay their bills in this country, interest rates are going up, and we're wasting all of this time. We need to do this. We could be doing other things with our time here for the Australian people. The Labor government could still enshrine those Paris targets without this. This locks in the Paris targets then for any future government, or if the Australian people dare vote for a government in the future, lock us in. They're trying to deny future Australia. The Paris Agreement doesn't have any penalties. Like none of this actually binds. If a future Australian government does not meet, nothing, nothing happens. There is no penalties. You do not get kicked out of any kind of club, and we can see that because the rest of the coal plants, Asia's opening up coal mines. Everyone has and is ignoring these climate agreements. We met the Kyoto Agreement. And I think New Zealand, only one other country. No other country did. Imposing these costs on our people, denying our country job opportunities, and the rest of the world is having a big laugh. I mean, Xi Jinping Glasgow conference, neither did Vladimir Putin. I think both of them, they would just have too busy laughing. They couldn't. I mean, they wouldn't have been able to hold a straight face at Glasgow. Happy to commit economic suicide to make it harder, as I say, to feed and clothe them. Hey, does anybody in this place that because China's committed to net zero emissions by 2060, they're going to somehow meet that? I mean, be that you'd believe a Chinese communist dictator at his face value. I mean, they might say that's all the evidence we see. Now, there is some parts of this legislation that I do want to highlight that are risky. Most of it is completely. The government is also enshrining the climate objectives and net zero emissions objectives into a bunch of agencies, into a bunch of Northern Australian Infrastructure Facility like Export Finance Australia. And this could have a big consequence because it will deny job and other opportunities to. And more importantly, what I worry about here is it's going to weaponise our courts. It's going to weaponise our judicial system. We thought was rather innocuous going through this place becomes a huge, huge weapon in the hands enshrined in this place. We've seen has not been able to expand because of climate legislation in the United Kingdom, something that I don't think any or many that the legislation they propose is now putting caps on the number of people arriving in London. It's hard to get into the place now because of that climate legislation. We've seen union nitrogen targets have led to this absurd rule in the Netherlands where farmers have got to reduce in the Netherlands, and those of us that do flick on the news, as I say, not many people seem to watch the news in this place, but those of us who do flick on the news can see that there is of a new farmers' party that has been formed against this unilateral shutting down. An amazing thing, but that's the context. And it brings me back to where I started. The victims, the victims of the people who shower after work rather than before work, they're the ones that are going to cop it with this legislation, right? Before work, thanks to my colleagues, thank me for that. But if you're a farmer, if you're working in a steel mill, after work, right, because you'll be smelly and dirty and you've been working outside. Maybe you'll shower before, but you'll have to shower after work. That are going to cop it from our naive and not thought through changes to the way Western countries. And then those people will typically be the ones in Ukraine, because there is a straight line. Is adopted, and the extra strength and leverage has been given to Vladimir Putin to invade Ukraine. Absolutely happened. Pressure Europe to take a risky decision to invade another country because he's not scared of their gas. They have totally removed their own independence and sovereignty and have become vulnerable to aggression. Because news to the Greens and their naive followers in the Australian Labor Party, there are people that wish to do us harm in this world. Western and free and democratic nations prosper and grow, and we are playing into their hands our economic strength, our industry, our capability to grow and manufacture the things that an industrial economy needs. I'm against these radical changes is because I do not trust their relations with other countries, and while ever they to export our jobs of our economy to a country that we cannot trust. We cannot trust. China is not. People can't even travel there from this country. But they are the world's largest emitter of carbon by far, and growing. Rely on them for cheap goods, subsidised materials, and we're doing nothing about it. This legislation only entrenches that trend. It only makes it a state we are sleepwalking into. We should oppose it because we should be putting this country first, we should be making our own energy again, and we have a great job and a good future.
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Senator David Pocock.
I'd like to start by thanking Senator Canavan. I really appreciate how much generations in terms of workforce. It's going to be a really important part of this in the transition. If we get this right. A decade of uncertainty, of inaction, of delay, to actually allow that transition to happen will allow us to actually look after regional areas. I'd like to touch on a few of the things that, most of it which I disagree with, but that's the beauty of this place. Cost of living crisis around the country. The economics of climate action are still maybe going off old figures. This continues to change, and we're now in thousands of dollars a year if we get this right. We've seen it done with rooftop solar. In the world, many people across the country are benefiting from this. We can do the same thing for savings, not just a one-off, discount or fuel excise cut, but thousands. Another Europe buy a lot of gas from Russia. We don't buy any gas from Russia. Gas because members of both major parties have allowed gas companies prices for our own gas. That's a real failure of legislation, and I think it really speaks have at a time where they're making up to 500% more profit to our regions doesn't seem to be on the table. The last thing, Van's concerns about the judicial system and litigation. Against Santos about trying to access some of Australia's dirtiest gas from their homelands. Taking Santos to court about their proposed Pilliga project, and the former government was taken to court for the duty of care to actually protect young people in their futures. And this is really what climate action is about, to get us on the right track. It's clear human influence on the climate system is now an established warming the planet. And the results are disastrous. Just turn on the news. More intense floods, warming and rising space. It will affect all the people and places we know and love. Demanding action. Action from each other, action from corporate Australia, and action from government. Have adopted climate laws that give a framework for climate action. Some Australian states and territories have done. The ACT, who I proudly represent, passed a Climate Act in 2010. Victoria passed a similar act with broader functions. As with so many aspects of climate change policy, after a decade of inaction, the Commonwealth. There are more than 80 pieces of legislation relating to energy and various elements of climate policy. An effective framework. A more complete and ambitious climate law would provide this framework. Adaptation. This bill has none of those. What it does have and do is perform two key functions. And net zero by 2050. And secondly, it provides an accountability framework for climate policy. 43% by 2030 is not enough. Scientists like former chief scientist David Karoly are unequivocal. According to Professor Karoly, the reduction target is too weak to represent Australia's fair share of global emissions reductions needed to meet the Paris Agreement target of 1.5 degrees. I'd like to thank the many eminent Canberrans who have been pushing for action. Professor Mark Howden, Professor Will Steffen, Professor Nerily Abram, Professor Colin Butler, obligation to act on climate change. As a wealthy country, doing the bare minimum should be going harder and leading the world. We stand to lose so much from inaction. Many of our beaches, heat-sensitive species like the greater glider, and an uninterrupted. Yet we stand to gain so much from bold climate action. Livable future and an economy for the future. We can protect and conserve so much. Unfortunately, the new Labor government has been explicit that 43% is as high. More ambition. Climate scientists would like to see more ambition. I think millions of Australians would like to see 12 months ago. This target will provide certainty to encourage transition to renewable energy. This is a development the community supports after a more and move from the what to the how. Perfect should not be the enemy of the good. I support the legislated targets. Outside of the targets, I call on the government to support my amendments to mechanisms within this bill. The bill has 3 primary accountability and transparency mechanisms. First, second, publicly available advice from the Climate Change Authority on that statement. Advice from the Climate Change Authority on updated emissions reduction targets. Do just that. Accountability and transparency on climate action is so important. We don't have a cap and trade system. We have a set of overlapping and complex all this or to dress up as action, as we've seen in the past. Without accountability, the impact and effectiveness of policies. Without transparency, we are putting our climate beside that window. While we both the lower house and the Senate, another government minister is spruiking the opening of 46 fossil fuel subsidies remain, at the same time that we're seeing fossil fuel subsidies. At the same time, we're hearing that the cost of actually helping everyday Australians is. We've seen climate wrecking projects stay in the pipeline. Thousands of carbon credits with questionable integrity continue. Attitude of just trust us, we'll get there is not good enough, and Australians are demanding better. Impact federal budget measures will have on our emissions reduction targets. We should know how much of the targets are to be achieved by different developments in climate science are influencing climate policies and targets. If science is not being followed, science is referred to just once in this bill. We should know whether Australia's emissions reduction targets represent our fair share of the reductions needed, and if they we don't have to look far to see our Pacific Island neighbours they risk losing, but also leadership from their neighbours. Australia has a moral obligation to act. Relatively speaking, an extraordinarily wealthy country, and with that comes a responsibility to lead, to actually step it up. So while this is an important symbolic sort of getting back to the table, this bill, it's a first step. There's so much more to be done. Because a target without integrity is just a number. It's not in action for some of the ridiculous arguments that we've used We have to act decisively. I support with my colleagues here in not only ending the climate wars, but of winning them, of going from an embarrassing up to international summits to talk about climate action and spruiks, gas companies, countries who have hardly contributed at all to climate change and are paying a massive price. In Pakistan, you see some of the famines happen. Not only human life, but ecosystems around the world with unchecked climate change. And act decisively, we can be part of actually building a better future together. Concerns raised by Senator Canavan about action from the international community. It's clear that development here in Australia, not only building economy for the future, unlocking energy savings for households, having a also then being part of exporting that intellectual property, exporting those ideas around the world as everyone has, like it or not, the speed at which it happens is up to us. What an incredible opportunity to be part of. To know the scope of this issue, this problem, and one of the last to act.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. It's been a long 9 years in energy. Failing to stabilise our energy market, lower energy prices. What Australia really needed was an energy target. The National Party wouldn't let the Liberal Party, but we were left bereft of both. Let chaos reign in energy policy or mechanism. Election, Australians were rightly tired of sideshows and slogans from the former. The people of Australia were heard loud and clear. They threw out of represent their communities when it came to energy and climate change policy. On climate policy, our country's mission has always been to renewable future is a move away from the old adage denial, a move away from almost total reliance on fossil fuels. As floods, cyclones, deadly acts of nature which have power to break families and hurdle to leap over, but it is in fact Australia's biggest economic with both hands. We are to this occasion time and time again to overcome adversity. In kind. We are one country, regardless of where you live, and climate change not only damage our natural environment, but can displace individuals and families. Shortages push prices up, and we have witnessed this in supermarkets across the country. Innovate and we collaborate for the positive change, and that is how the Albanese 47th Parliament. We know Australians are amongst some of the best innovators in the world. Colleagues invented the modern, efficient solar panel as we know it. That is Australian way. Vision. That is what we must celebrate, and when we celebrate innovation and invest, it is supporting ARENA and the CEFC and the CSIRO. And the Albanese Labor government is committed to progress on all fronts. And learn from global initiatives in the private and public sectors. Provides for rural Australia in particular. Our country has the space and skills to make energy cleaner and cheaper. With the correct opportunities, they can make energy and export energy well into the future. Firmus Tasmania, who are leaders in the energy and storage. Chris Bowen and the Labor team announced $70 million in funding to supporting local jobs and renewable energy. Labor also announced $5 million co-locate with solar farms to replace diesel Tasmania. The first stage of the project is set to include hydrogen production and up to 30 trucks and buses. Over time, Line could also build at least 5 hydrogen refuelling stations across and downstream jobs, 135 direct jobs and 80 downstream. Hard with our Minister Bowen and Prime Minister Albanese to secure. Today it was reported in the Examiner that Countrywide Hydrogen has signed an agreement with to hydrogen opportunities together in Tasmania. We once again see Tasmania lead. The Australian people deserve so much more than a government that has tried to abolish the renewable energy. This morning by Senator Canavan, and this is why in the first weeks of this country by 43% by 2030. This is what courage and leadership looks like, and a more promising future. The Australian government has been left behind, leading the way on renewable energy future. The business follow. This will allow business to invest in new technology, and they can for renewables due to decarbonisation is now unstoppable. Government this bill will achieve. This bill will put Australia on track for a net zero by 2050. No ifs and buts. Plan which we took to the election and will deliver 604 renewables by 2030. And while legislation is not essential to deliver power, determinate contribution in law as best practice. This bill will Denmark and Spain that have legislated net zero targets by 2050. Importantly, the bill government action on climate change and confirm the important role of independent reviews of the operations of the bill will ensure legislation remains fit for purpose as the international proceeds towards net zero. The bill will also ensure our commitments below 2 degrees Celsius, above pre-industrial levels, and pursuing of pre-industrial levels are reflected in the objects of the opportunities in renewable energy and renewable jobs are boundless. Harness the energy production of the sun, water and wind. I know too well renewables. It is possible. Our energy mix in Australia must change and the time for a 43% target. That is what the Australian people voted for. On with our Better Future plan, and we will deliver for the Australian people. I vote in support of the future.
Thank you, Senator Polley. Senator Van.
Thank you. Without doubt, the transition to net zero is inevitable. However, this bill, the world is moving towards producing carbon neutral energy, and this is a good thing. The globe, and I would say ideally sooner rather than later. However, given the Paris Accord, back our NDC for 2030, even if anyone actually wanted to. And the government today is a redundant piece of legislation. On top of that, the target of 43% today is not achieved. And the government have not shown us how this will be achieved. Lowering emissions is not just a slogan, but a massive integrated effort. Now, this Labor government would like to say they are ambitious with their emissions reduction target of 40%. To lock Australia into this commitment. Personally, I am more be. However, I am not blind to reality, unlike those opposite. The Paris Accord allows us to update our targets when we know we can take. Yes, I too believe that renewables are present, but it does no good to small business. If all we have is a plan to increase renewable energy in the future, now, let us not forget that when Labor first Prime Minister stated, and I quote, "Labor's plan to create jobs he pitched to the Australian people not one but two targets, backed by the opposition in Australia's history since Federation. Prime Minister Albanese said from the current level by $275 for households by 2020. And now we've seen the government already 110 days. 110 days or thereabouts. In fact, those opposite have been so fearful that they don't even utter those numbers anymore. Because while those opposite sat in opposition, without giving a single thought about energy supply. However, without also talking about supply of reliable energy. These two factors as published by the International Energy Agency, the world is experiencing the first large part, this is because of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and I'll have more to say on that later today. However, there are and always will be unexpected outcomes and events. And that we can only be prepared for the future by ensuring we are protected. Secure, reliable supply of energy. Russia will only end in tragedy. And the country Germany $43 billion US transitioning its electricity system. And as we have heard in our Environment and Communications hearings into this bill, to the target of producing energy below 300 grams of carbon dioxide per has Europe's most expensive retail power and cannot function without imported Russian plants due to the shortages of gas due to the Ukrainian war. And what is more, however, it should not be a surprise that when faced with the complete, even the Greens in Germany seem to make some sense. Mind you, the German Greens have JP Morgan's 2022 annual energy paper that reduce production of fossil fuels under the assumption that renewables can quickly replace them face as Europe currently shows us. If the energy transition is to succeed, before we have a replacement for it. Lower rate of growth and a decline in competitiveness of export. Now, I'd like firming does not know what they are talking about. And if they start talking about we've heard those in Labor and the Greens say that the solution to firming is storage to address our emissions reduction, and are unlikely to be before ever be available is uncertain. However, Australia is a key producer of critical manufacturing of batteries, processing those minerals, manufacturing of batteries. The Labor Party are correct when they state that renewable energy is the cheapest form of energy. But energy paper stated, putting more renewable energy on the grid will not cost of generation, not just the actual cost of a power. Supported. As AEMO's 2022 Integrated Systems Plan, including pumped hydro and gas-fired generation, to firm renewables that are coming. Have batteries on the grid to firm the power supply as it is. And Labor's policy to fund 400 communities is simply inadequate and does not constitute a virtual power plant or VPP. Use an average of 22 kilowatts between sunset and sunrise each night in winter. For only 23 households. This is the equivalent of assuming the 22 kilowatt nightly load, it would take over 80,000 even if the 400 proposed batteries were all built in Victoria. Nighttime demand. On the other hand, Snowy 2.0 has a capacity of 350 million. Melbourne's nightly demand for over a week. Labor suggests that they can source excuse me, $1,000 per kilowatt hour. The Snowy 2 million megawatt hours comes out to only 12.9 cents. There are currently viable firming technologies such as hydro and gas as we and CSS. Furthermore, a clean and reliable 30 countries and produces electricity with very, very low carbon emissions. Energy, the slowest and most expensive form of alternate energy, is simply wrong. Quoting costs for large third-gen nuclear power plants, which have a high variability in cost, being built in other countries. So we could look to that as the alternative, not that technologies such as wind and solar are lower when the cost of wind and solar are lower when transmission lines, storage backup or other firming methods. Evidence of that was given to the committee and shows that the cost of the renewable system is about 80% higher than 65 to 70% of its electricity generated from nuclear. Their carbon footprint is less than 50% to produce energy below 300 grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour. If energy transition is like the Snowy Corporation is with 2.0, until the end of its natural life, or fix the ones that are broken. Blue and green hydrogen. The ACCC gas inquiry as per the AEMO GSU, significant additional volumes of gas will reducing power bills if they do not specifically support the additional production of gas. Support is hurting Australians already, with the report highlighting that users are now receiving offers As I said at the start of my speech, I want to see the world transition and move to net zero. Finding out by rushing in with your arms wide open and your eyes closed and higher power prices. The government must start talking about even more, as this bill will. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Van. Senator Rice.
Thank you. In July 2014, that the Abbott government scrapped the price on carbon and began the long through until the election in May this year. It has been such a long 8 years. First speech was to speak to the bill that scrapped the price. Increasing climate variability, increasing rainfall variability, increasing of our oceans and the melting of glaciers and the ice caps. Particularly the cost of bushfires, their increased frequency and severity, and their increased spread across the country and across. Think of the likely loss of life that will occur and the personal losses, the personal. Saturday bushfires of February 2009 cost the community more than $4 billion. Yes, think about that in the context of our Black Summer fires that we experienced. Alone was $5 billion. And the estimate of the cost to restore the bushland, which was for 30 years. And I talked in that speech about the impact on people. Her father is despairing. He does not have any superannuation. His whole wealth is based on his vineyard. Year, when the quality of his grape crop crashes because of extreme summer heat, or when it occurred before. She's advising him to sell up now before it's worth absolutely nothing. Climate change. 8 years on, I wonder how this young woman and her father are getting on. Relieved I am to be speaking to a bill to set a target to reduce our carbon pollution and to have crisis seriously. You will note, however, I am still talking in the future tense, and I'm only just a beginning. It is just a first step. I mean, let me quote a scientific analysis of what a BC lead author Bill Hare from Climate Analytics. The ALP's 2030 target of a 43% global warming. Under this level of warming, if sustained, the Great Barrier Reef would in Australia and elsewhere. At a global level, the most extreme heat the highest maximum temperatures about 1.7 degrees hotter. In recent decades could occur about every 3 years and would be seen a safe climate. Surely we can do better than to count the death of the great we are being devastated by the impacts of 1.1 degrees of warming. With over a third of their country underwater by an intense monsoon and melting. Brisbane and northern New South Wales, where the reality of needing to rehome people massive wildfires across Europe and North America following record heat in recent months. First Nations lands and peoples suffering from increased temperatures, degradation and destruction of culture. Timber and clean running water, which provide a basis for First Nations peoples to one mega fire year in Australian records in 1939. Since 2000, 1 million hectares of land's been burnt, including ancient Gondwanan rainforests in Tasmania. This is with 1.1 degree of heating. Labor policy, what is in this bill, mining, the burning and the export of coal and gas has us headed for duty of care to people and nature suffering and under threat from economy. I said my agenda for my time here is clear. I turned the corner and legislated to begin the shift to a zero carbon to set pollution reduction targets based on science. Reduction and energy conservation, to start closing coal-fired power stations. For the damage they are doing. Obviously, the climate denialism of the Abbott Turnbull agenda. The big progress, obviously, despite the government, has just been how much of it of renewable energy production in Australia is only just kicking off. It is massive. And more closures are on the cards. We need a plan, though, and a commitment for and communities don't get shafted in the process. But the rest of the agenda that I set out, fail again. We have not yet turned the corner. I cannot yet have pollution reduction targets based on science. No, as the science says 2030, if we are going to keep below 1.5 degrees of warming, and even faster. We haven't got a safe climate now. There is no carbon budget left. We need to be reducing our Fossil fuel subsidies, still continuing. Billions of dollars that could be subsidising the mining and the use of coal, gas and oil. And making the big polluters pay? Nope. And of course, the big, lumbering, polluting elephant in the room, the new currently before the minister at the moment, the Beetaloo Basin the 114 new proposed coal and gas projects. An immediate no to these new projects on taking office, or so that the damage these projects are going to do to our global climate are at least in my first speech 8 years ago that I have championed ever since in this place. That is getting timber and wood chips from plantations, not native forests. Now is the time to do this. The Senate committee that inquired into this bill in no way be considered renewable. In fact, burning native forest wood for energy. So I'm pleased that the Senate committee recommended reviewing the renewable energy status of wood from native forest. Labor rejected classifying the burning of wood from native forest as renewable energy in 2011 and 2015. As a critical part of protecting our forests. And if they needed any further prompting as to the importance of climate, they should have a read of what the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change found in their 6th assessment report. Improved management and restoration of forests and other ecosystems have the largest potential to reduce safeguarding biodiversity and ecosystems is fundamental to climate-resilient development. They need to be protected because of the role that they play in soaking and storing up carbon. They need First Nations people for their totems and songlines, and for water, for wildlife, and for their beauty. For fake renewable energy under scam systems that undermine. It's a beginning, but so much more needs to be done. And I urge the government playing our part in tackling the climate crisis.
Thank you, Senator Rice.
I am so delighted to be in the chamber rising to speak in support of this bill. Energy policy. Finally, this chamber has an opportunity to start the action to address the crisis of climate change. At the May election, the Australian climate change, and our government promised we would take it. We would do the create jobs, improve leader on climate action instead of an embarrassment. After a decade of denials, of delays, of chaos on renewable business, industry, energy investors and our wider community the certainty this bill puts Australia on track to meet net zero by 2050. Cap on our aspiration, and together we can deliver better across our economy. Benefits of the energy transformation before us. This bill is simple yet powerful. The other side squib and squander the opportunities of renewable energies, we have this opportunity to act now. It is Australia and the world. We have been in a climate crisis. With each passing year, we see its reports consistent increases to temperatures in Australia, exacerbated by climate change, will lead to more regular climate change also exacerbates extreme weather events in Australia, causing more frequent and severe natural disasters. Finding that bushfires and flooding, which have decimated our country over recent years, will worsen. Now, the people in my home state of South Australia know the dangers of these worsening disasters. 2019 and 2020, we watched parts of our state burn. The loss of lives, lost in those fires, not just in our state, but right across the country. Heartbreaking for everyone in our country. And we know for our threatens the water supply, which is so vital to our future. We are living through In my first speech to the Senate, I spoke about the importance of placing intergenerational children a better world than the one that we inherited. And I spoke about how this is one of the ways we do. Our Parliament's failure are failing our younger Australians. Because although Australians are already feeling the impact of disproportionately, to be paying the costs, higher costs and for longer. And our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren with a catastrophe. Environmental, the opportunities as well, which come from acting on climate change, the economic opportunities. Do that, we portray these young South Australians, these young Australians, the generations to come, and how a future we know, which is competing at a global scale, where other countries are economies to deal with this challenge, to reap the rewards of the opportunities presented in these new industries of our young people. And of course, we cannot ignore the vulnerable populations gravely, this hardship gravely and disproportionately to other places, which is ever connected. This is economic policy, and thank God it is a policy after a decade of wasting opportunities, of failing to provide failing to do the things, the bare minimum things we know we need to do give us an opportunity, this parliament an opportunity, to end these stupid of a global community taking action, to take the action which our business community expects. We are committed to ending these wars, and the other side accept the mandate to put that rubbish of the past decade behind us. Responsible to the young people in our community, to be responsible to our environment and industry and businesses, our communities, the security, the policy certainty that provides some leadership from the federal government, which has been so lacking over the last decade and which is after a decade of failing our nation on climate, supporting this bill in this chamber, to take this moment to put the embarrassment of the years that we're grown-ups, that we get the catastrophe before us, that we will take action together, that we heard calling for, because they're smart, they see what's before us. To do better by them, and it's our opportunity to correct one of the fundamental ways absolutely commend this bill to the chamber.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Look, I'm going to come to you, Senator McDonald, because there's no other. The others are missing in action.
I'm delighted to rise to speak on this climate emissions poorly considered legislative positions that have been taken in recent times. We all understand that we're on a pathway for emissions reductions under the previous government. An impact that this legislation will have on the very right across Australia, the impact on investment and others. And I rise to fly the flag for power use, thanks to this rushed and ill-considered push for legally enforceable. Minister Bowen has already made the point that that legislation was not required. The new government went to the UN and made the new emissions target, and yet the door on greater activist legislation that are critical to the development and investment in this nation. Legislation of going about governance, setting high targets and then penalising before. The nervousness I have for royalties and tax income, the money that pays for us to have high mining companies in well-paid, purposeful, meaningful jobs. Reductions within too short a time frame. I've been speaking to resource particularly following AEMO's report last week that South Australia will be looking at further blackouts. over the next 2 years, that we already know we do not have suitable lines that's required to bring online more renewable power. But of course we also know that we don't have the capacity to mine the critical minerals and the that are required to build solar panels and wind farms within the time frame that this legislation is outlining. We actually can't do it. Mining and resources companies who have to make the decision about investments, multi-billion-dollar investments, they are now looking at Queensland in particular, but Australia more broadly, and saying, is this the place that we can trust to invest our mark over that? We compete in the world. The Fraser Institute confidence survey that is done every slipped from 12th to 18th for investment has seen the understated state slip from 3rd to 19th. These are appalling. Western Australia, I'm pleased to say, still sits at are looking at that, the slowness of approvals, the subject adequate supply of power to run their projects. We know that they are now having to run the rule compare it to places like Canada, which has invested in pump, doesn't have the emissions reductions in line with some considering investing in Canada, in South Africa. These are all places that investment dollars in Australia do just the introduction of royalties, those people who are employed by mining companies and engineers. It's the chefs in the camps. It's than the average wage in this country, and they won't be replaced by any other industry that we're considering. They give them careers, well-paid careers, but in innovation we can then export around the world, whether it's environmental scientists or whether it's engineers. Australia we should be proud of that. We can to ensure that those investment dollars come the tax income. We think about big companies, industry leaders who invest in this nation, explorers, the drillers, and when you consider every on Australian-based businesses who carry out the rail line, whether it's building roads, the tyres, these are all spent on Australian, pay their own tax, employ their own employees. The fact that this ill thought through and rushed legislation is going I think is terrifying, and we should do well what it is that we are proposing. The dissenting report that was tabled, we sincerely looked at this idea of the legislation. We would like a well-resourced and focused group to as it would be at least 5 yearly, and it needs to particularly activities happen. it needs to understand what is generation. We have not talked at all about to allow renewable projects to be hooked up to the mining, and yet we're not seeing new copper projects. Ambassador several weeks ago, Minerals Week, where he gave a speech mining of confidence that in Australia, not just in coal, but also these are all critical investment decisions. To build some of these projects ourselves. We rely on for investment dollars, and I am not next year, not even in 3 years' time, but Australia 2040 and the Australia. We hear a lot about that emissions reduction is the most critical thing we can do. To use innovation and the very smart people working in this country to slowly we are driving out investment dollars. We are driving out, smashing the regional parts of our gone by, where we didn't enjoy the highest. I mean, we are blessed in this country that we have even with our limited and workforce at the moment, we still have something that we can be incredibly proud of. We do it in a way standards, both environmentally, but also a dirty word for companies to be able to make money to make this country. Where are our trucks going to get a return on their investment? In Australia, Queensland, into northern, the resources and the companies that are people want to engage. They want a future. They want to work in an industry where environmental outcomes are important. They want to go away for the weekends. They want to be able to afford to train themselves to have a better lifestyle than the one we've had today. That this rush to legislation, this rush for the world as a whole. We have some of the highest standards of and thermal in the world. And we would push those offshore to companies same standards we have, that don't have the highest grade minerals we have. So whilst Australia might have reduced, the world won't have. Sure, that we seek to pursue as a nation. This country that are good for our young people, that enable secure and confident about whether or not to buy food, having, and I'm concerned that the lost. They're being lost in a really lovely in a cleaner, well-managed planet and nation. We do have to seriously understand we compete every day as a nation for the high quality of life that we have come to enjoy, resources and agriculture in this land. This legislation see this come to an end, and there is no alternative to mine security for both Australia and our near neighbours. The government would, at the bare minimum, consider the impact on our nation and that it would do it regularly. A pause to be set, as we're seeing in Germany, in Europe, where they are discovering that the impact jobs to increased electricity in our society who are least able to get around the city seats pay their way out of the impact of increased costs that the resources sector and mining and agricultural sector provide. This is our responsibility. We don't legislate against them.
Senator McDonald.
Acting Deputy Chair, I rise today to speak in action. I was elected with a crystal to get action on climate change, and it's the reason. South Australians are already feeling the devastating. In the summer of 2019-20, we experienced the Black Summer. They destroyed 196 homes, including firefighters, and these are our families, our friends and our loved ones. Damaged 17 national parks and close killed and 40 to 50,000. Every year we're experiencing worsening heat waves, forecast to increase in intensity as the health of South Australians, particularly those who are most vulnerable. In our country, it impacts our farmers, food production and our world-class wine industry. Enjoy our beautiful coast, but rising sea levels are forecast an international crisis around climate change that affects and many other countries, but not felt equally by everyone. Worst impacts on those who are most shocks caused in part by climate change, inflation, most vulnerable first and worst. People. South Australian young people or lack of action that we choose to take here. Decisions we make need to be first and foremost considering our state. I joined the School Strike for Climate Action not so long ago. They were calling for three things: to move as quickly, certainly by 2030, and to fund a just to work and live in our community. The scientists, the engineers, to the impact of rising temperatures, of changing patterns, transport systems, and to make the changes that we know. As I said in my first speech, I ran for 2018 IPCC report and listening to the scientists. Future generations in the eye and say I did everything I could. Before the federal election, a clear majority on climate action was a most important factor. A clear majority indicated climate action, and we saw these results across our state, regions, in the polls and on the street, to reach net zero emissions and to make coal-fired power stations, which only add is possible. Our state has led the way with a renewable energy where we switched off the last coal-fired power station. Our electricity is now generated by renewables. Second, 80 days. We know the solutions on climate change. We've implement them, and South Australians are clear. The science is clear. We must stop opening new coal fields. We must put the future of our kids before fuel profiteers, mostly determined to wring their last fortunes out of its extraction. Fossil fuel money from politics and rooting out corruption. It represents a first step. It's not than this bill allows, but the ratchet mechanism secured by the We've already reached 1 degree of warming. South Australia and the world are already experiencing and life. If we want to make a tangible difference, followed by strong action. Gas projects. We need to legislate a climate trigger to ensure intensive projects do not blow Australia's carbon budget. We need to increase our national targets to in our transition. For the implementation of a transition authority to of the jobs that are emerging in this new and growing. Cannot claim to take climate action coal and gas. It just does not stack up. To a low-carbon economy has to. South Australians elected me because they want to see real action. It's time for Labor to catch up. It's time to get it.
Senator Pocock. Senator Brown.
President, I rise today to speak on the climate which sum up the past decade. And I want to highlight the story of the driver from Ballarat, the late Peter Gaylor. Bus driver took up a fair to find time to be a volunteer firefighter. Fire trucks. Peter was also Transport Workers Union, and who I know miss him dearly. Under the to take 4 weeks of paid leave to volunteer during the Black out protecting lives and residences, bushland and nature. His skills as a qualified heavy vehicle driver protected the team of firefighters who were with him. Faced head-on were incidented. Lives were lost, species were put on the was released into the atmosphere. It is indisputable but that to climate change. The consequences for workplaces and safer roads for all road users and devastating weather events in recent years. Announcements are unanimous. Human in our atmosphere. The changes have led to paints a stark picture of Australia's vulnerability to the destruction of levels. Importantly, with it a wealth of has led to countless Tasmanian jobs. The announcement made by the Prime Minister of an TAFE places will provide us to tackle a warming planet and a changing climate. A report by the Business Council of Australia suggests that addressing climate as much as 890 2070. The immediate opportunities for Australians the government will invest $20 billion to update our electricity grid to support more renewables coming. The impact climate change is having on vulnerable communities already experience fewer resources to cope with the effects of climate change. The purpose of is simply to ensure are recorded not only in international agreements but Commonwealth legislation, demonstrating commitment. That is what this bill will. The bill will place obligations. The amendment bill will insert the consideration of a into 14 pieces of federal cover Commonwealth departments, entities and contributing to national emissions reduction targets in legislation will ensure that not only can Commonwealth departments, entities and reduction targets, but they can be a springboard for any future targets. Policy on the run is prerogative of this every step of the way. Back to the table by requiring independent review, independent advice from the climate change reductions, targets and to both formally respond in decision making. Change. Governments can no longer be directly accountable to the Parliament, have to explain the results of their actions with references to independent expert advice. This is we saw our public service Parliament is committed to revitalising our. The legislation that we have before us is good. It's good for the country, good for the economy. We know young people are taking action alongside them. The climate change bill feels momentous. It's important when we talk about young people because they have been on the front line. I know myself with two young children, 21 and 17, to ensure that we get to this day, that this day has found. And it's time history. And I say that to this legislation. The reports, the advice, the science, the report, all sectors of our society. From young people, this necessary work before it is too late. All of those people still on the wrong side of history. That's taking action on climate change is not good for our country, is not good. It's not good for our young people. They're wrong. And it's not just the government. It's Australian community, unions, scientific community, young with you. And I give up this fight that you have conducted before and put the economy first, put our young people first, to support what is going to be a momentous day. And this piece of legislation goes through as being a there's going to be proper transparency, and proper accountability. That's what this bill seeks. Legislation to ensure is accountable to not only the Australian community but to the Australian over this last decade. And as I've said, it's important to take time to consider the young people of Australia, because they have been doing a lot of the debate and the discussion and engaging with politicians, talking to one another, talking to their parents, talking to their co-workers. They have at the forefront of the campaign for this day of climate change. Going to be on the front line of innovation and action that we know young people are already taking action in their everyday lives. Finally, a government who will take action alongside them. Do not ignore them. Come. Debates that you failed ideas that you continue to not doing this country any good. As I said, I'm so proud of a government who is finally taking climate change seriously. A collective sigh of relief that the Labor Party were elected as government, but the Labor Party of climate change. I commend, Mr. Deputy President, this bill.
Thank you. It has been almost a decade since we have had meaningful federal climate. Now, in that time, we have lived through fires, we have lived through floods, we have endured and unimaginable scale, all of our own making. We must now urgently take action on climate change. The action that we take. The 10 thirsty years we have endured in the parched wasteland of climate policy, desperately thrust into these the best that the Albanese government can offer the community, the industry experts, the activists, those championing renewable energy, hoping for urgent action to address the climate crisis. The best the Albanese government 3% emissions reduction targets that would be delivered too late to matter. Has been passed through the House does not, by any imagination, or the science, go far enough to address the unravelling climate crisis that our community faces. equivalent of pushing the food round your plate to create the illusion. I know precisely so far well short of the targets that we know are needed. It is not because there is any doubt around the veracity of these targets, because they would destroy the economy or cause the power industry or any of the other litany of factors to muddy the rising waters, the reality around us. It is plainly paymasters, their corporate overlords have said so. The Albanese government last month opened up 50,000 new square kilometres of ocean to gas and oil exploration. 50,000 kilometres. And yet in making the case, the Albanese government looks the community in the eye. It looks the climate strikers in so many other organisations. Looks them in the eye and says that this is action, while in the next breath coal and gas projects. It would be funny if it wasn't so cruel. The persistence of the fiction of Australian clean coal, this great that has captured Australian politics for so long, because it is so convenient to the donor parties that accept donations from the fossil fuel industry. It is why this support of the Scarborough Gas Project, of the opening up of the development of the supporting new fossil fuel projects, as long as they stack up. It's like endorsing asbestos as long as it doesn't cause mesothelioma. Of mosquitoes as it is an absolute insult to the intelligence of the Australian public when suggesting it is acting on climate change while at the same time proposing to open up the Scarborough gas field. Now, last week, the Senate committee inquiry report on this bill revealed to the public have well long known that new coal and gas developments are fundamentally inconsistent with the world's two leading authorities on the issue, the International Energy Agency and the UN's single one of these projects stacks up if the object is to act that the bill as passed by the House and delivered to us in this Senate categorically enough. Convenient it might be for members of this place to delude themselves that the Greens' amendments that we will bring into this chamber, a minimum that we need to meaningfully mitigate catastrophic climate change. Means, and say it with me folks, a moratorium on proposing amendments to the emission reduction target of at least 2030. It means that net zero needs to be not by 2050. Reaching negative emissions thereafter. Now, these sets of amendments are not the ceiling. This is not the astronomical height of human ambition of the Apollo program. This is the bare minimum. This is, for the young people of this country, the opportunity to have, for their generation, the ability in a community that is not constantly battling Red Cross just yesterday. And they were talking to me about the auxiliary component to Australia's disaster relief program. And you know, they were designed for a period of time when the Red Cross's disaster relief lasted. Disaster as constant natural disaster has followed continual natural disaster. Maybe some of the coal-powered ghouls in this place that by the Greens to this legislation as a half-baked lefty fantasy. I can see it now. The National Party, the Liberal Party, and I'm sure in some right-wing sections of the Labour. But let us make no mistake, 75% emissions reduction by 2030. Global scientific consensus. Global is no debate. This is what is needed for our species. We have no business taking seats in this place. Calling for. It is the Greens who agitated for what became the Clean Energy Act of 2011, which succeeded before the coalition government repealed them in 2014. And now, once again, it is the Greens who will seek in this country. By supporting this bill, as put to us in the House, particularly in this chamber. The Greens have shown our of just bloody getting on with it, of clearing a path for all of us. The Australian public sent us a clear message at the May election. Mandate. This is our solemn sworn duty. This is our opportunity.
Thank you very much. I rise to speak to the Climate Change Bill 2022. Australia's surrender note. If you're about to be sacrificed to a false god, you should go kicking and screaming. Would have us go meekly to slaughter and thank the witch doctor holding the knife. This Labor government is not acting in Australia's best interest. No indication of how this will be achieved or how much it will cost. Labor promises a jobs bonanza in industries that do not exist and emissions. And with this legislation, Labor promises to make even larger cuts to emissions. Guarantees from Labor's climate change. The death of Australian manufacturing and innovation. Chronic high emissions standards and even greater rises in the cost of living and doing business. If you don't believe me, just ask the Europeans. Gas emissions. Australia's total annual emissions are just shy of RO stated this is ours emissions is just over 1% are approaching 12 billion tonnes. That's billion. To 30%. China's emissions are projected to continue to increase for another decade. Negate any reneges on its commitments, impose trade sanctions, or tell them how they're destroying. What are you going to say or do? Labor wants Australians to live in tremendous pain. Billions of taxpayers' dollars building wind farms and putting solar panels on household roofs. And businesses in the order of 300% or more. At the same time, has faced shortage of energy with worse to come, especially given the global greenhouse gas emissions continue to rise, not fall. Farms and solar panels. You need 800 tonnes of concrete for burning up to 40. Coal is used to make the steel and other metals in these turbines. Actually, it's about in North Queensland, they're clearing thousands of hectares of rainforest. Who's screaming about that one? Are these your environmental credentials? Give me a break. 20 years before they need replacing. Solar panels don't even last half as long. Look, when they're broken up by a hailstorm or something, they leach toxic metals and chemicals into the soil. In terms going to be disposed of? Landfill? They do in America. Plan for this. Where are the I'm not against renewables, but this unnecessary rush is crippling us. Heat on a level playing field instead of subsidising them at enormous cost. Of low-emission coal, gas, hydro, wind, solar and nuclear. Ensure reliable supply. Consider the plans to increase the cost to promote more uptake of electric vehicles. How will this do? All the energy needed to power these EV fleet when we are already facing energy shortage. Government subsidise the enormous cost of replacing the batteries in these fire-prone vehicles. And increased costs must be borne by taxpayers and everyday consumers already struggling. All of this will be imposed by elected people in this building who are not struggling. Security that imposed by people with little scientific acumen. Climate change. We should be listening to the credible scientists, those who this will hand uncounted billions of dollars to foreign-owned multinational and feasting on Australian taxpayers. This is the bright future Labor and a few of the Libs are thrown in there as well, like Senator Birmingham or Senator Bragg, or getting richer and the poor getting poorer, reducing our standard of living and making us a third world country. It's doomed. That is modelling which has been proven completely inaccurate. The IPCC say, remember how we were told Australia even we've had a Labor Party get up and say, well, the seas are rising. Well, everyone wanting to sell their homes from the shoreline. No, they're not. I'm sure there's some prominent by the seaside. Why aren't they leaving? Why aren't they selling their property? By countless people are saying the world's coming to an end. Really? Has it happened? Remember how we were told we'd experience more frequent storms and bushfires. Well, we've heard that. Disasters were more frequent. You know, we don't relate to anything in this country before late 1890s at that time, but we don't go back that far. Our schools, our decisions must be based on the true proof. It isn't. We don't control the weather and we don't control changes to the Earth's axial tilt and orbit, solar cycles, volcanoes, far greater influence on what we do. It will never change our planet's natural occurrences that as it's abundantly clear Labor and the Greens are deliberately ignoring the valuable lessons being delivered right energy. European nations are now scrambling to fire up coal power stations. They've learned they can't rely on these intermittent technologies and that they in Germany, householders are now turning to firewood for energy to heat their homes. in Poland. In Britain, people are dying for lack of energy to heat their homes because it is the same disaster for Australia. Those Australians seeking to impose this disaster on our country to Al Gore, to believing the world is coming to an end. If you accept this unproven rubbish, then this legislated disaster is a harsh but necessary lesson to follow the facts and the science rather than worship. Senator Malcolm Roberts has actually on many occasions with regards to this, and yet no one will take him up on it. And we have to make our decisions based on what we research and what we understand. Not those that do the in organisations and getting paid, very well paid now, for the positions that they hold. And this is only the floor of emissions targets in the country. This is going to have an impact on the cost of living. The cost of living to Australians now is killing them. They can't manage. People can't put food. Families are living in their cars. This is only going to add cost to it. As I said in my speech, in Europe and other countries around the world who have pushed this far path. Can't we see the impact it's going to have on our people? A bloody BS as far as I'm concerned. Actually, some of the science I've been when you're going to actually increase jobs, where are the jobs coming from? Solar panels, you're clearing prime ag. Where is putting a wind turbine? Where is the jobs being created? I know industries and manufacturing overseas. On. You talk about the coal. How is digging up coal, which we should it? We're getting the dollars for it. So you've got a problem with exporting to China or India or any other. We have a blanket over our country that cutting back our emissions is going to save us. It doesn't work. Coal mines then. I'm against it because it doesn't make sense to me. We have the coal, we have the resources, we have everything here, and you just want to shut it down. Africa, you have countries there, 70% don't have electricity. They're cooking in their home. Have electricity. They don't have fridges to keep their food in or the medications. They are in poverty. Headed. So this is a stupid bloody policy that I and One Nation will never support. Forward with renewables and other resources of energy that will build our country, not destroy.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak on the Climate Change Bill 2022. Climate change. It provides the certainty and confidence needed to drive the transition to net zero by the urgency of the task before us. But now more than ever before, there is no time to be lost. Lives. As Special Envoy for Disaster Recovery, I've been meeting Now, we know that because of climate change, natural hazards will become more frequent and all too often the outcome of these natural hazards is a human task and listen to the communities affected. This doesn't always have to be involve cleaning up the days, weeks and months afterwards. It also means working alongside mitigation. In the 6 weeks since being appointed to the Special Envoy role, Queensland, the Hunter Valley in New South Wales, Western Sydney and the Northern in the Bega Valley, I met locals including Zena Armstrong. Zena and others by the 2019-20 Black Summer bushfires. Roads, bridges, their lives, and 3,000 hectares were wiped out. 300,000 hectares. And yet Cobargo is slowly pulling itself back together. Now, Zena told me, and she said, before disaster hits. By social capital, she means a community's capacity to face circumstances that has arrived. A capacity derived from community cohesion and ability to adapt. Zena also went on to say, there is also the challenge of legitimising unexpected leadership needs that arise. Last week I was in Ballina, Lismore. I visited Cabbage Tree Island and an Aboriginal community in Ballina, which was local Aboriginal Land Council, gave me a tour of the island, which until the event its residents have been relocated for safety reasons to nearby. Mr Binge said, "We're the biggest landholders in the Ballina Shire area, but people would be knocking down our doors to deal with us." I hear your plea, Chris. Climate change and therefore disaster recovery is an area with national interest, not political. $30 million return to business recovery grant. It was a perfect example of the announced the program. I was joined not only by the state member for Lismore, Janelle Saffin, a good friend of mine, Stephen Krieg. Steve is both an independent councillor and a business owner in the CBD. Lord's grant, saying it would take a great deal of pressure of businesses like this struggling to get. It must be a bipartisan affair. That does not say improvements can't be made on previous approaches. The vast majority of disaster funding going to immediate recovery rather than mitigation. Sciences show us that for every $1 spent on mitigation, $6 is saved annually, according to a 2021 Deloitte report. The same report 60 disasters will cost the economy $94 billion per year. We need to do more, not just to respond when disasters hit. Us to spend $200 million each year to change how individuals, communities, strength. The Disaster Ready Fund will replace the former government's four projects that in the lead up to the February-March floods. Or release a cent in recovery funding. Instead, it earned the government more than show for it. Now, during my recent visit to Cobargo and Cornwall, how the previous emergency response fund did not adequately focus on community needs describes, and I quote, withdrawal of supports which never realised their full potential. In Bega last week I met with Arthur Roris, the Secretary of the South Coast Labor Council. Arthur which directly addresses the important role of community in withstanding disaster. CEO of the Bega local Aboriginal Land Council. Leanne told me of the important she said, remain nimble, which enables them to respond to the ever-changing needs of the community. It does not work. Now, our focus on investments in mitigation projects will help reduce addressing vulnerability and the root causes of disasters of climate change mount. Repairing damaged and destroyed never be enough to protect everyone or to ensure Australia's prosperity. Efforts and actions are key to building communities and our response.
We've now reached Senator Ciccone.
Thank you very much. Tuesday last week was National Forestry Day, and as most people the communities that this industry support right across Australia, and particularly I think it's a great time to be talking about forestry in the as well as the Jobs and Skills Summit from last week. Or ASH, as it is commonly known, in Gippsland last month, accompanied by the member for Gippsland, Darren Chester. ASH is Australia's their impressive facility several times now, and it was great to return with my the Nationals MP, Darren Chester. Labor took a bold vision to the election. A better future by bringing the country together. We know we need to invest in skills that you can support not just yourself but also your family. It sets an example for the kinds of businesses that we want to encourage. company employs apprentices. It trains people right on the site. Ash have started on the shop floor. More opportunities for their workers, more opportunities for the local community. Investments made in advanced manufacturing processes, and it was great to meet a long-standing employee of Ash. They've also have the manufacturing division, that is, work very constructively with management and with they work together to professionally address any issues on site. I know that protecting and growing the industry is in the interests of the workers and providing funding for projects undertaken by groups like the local sporting club. Cooperation and community engagement are exactly the kinds of practice and skills summit. And these are the principles that the Albanese government believes must see this spirit of cooperation at individual businesses like Ash and at a macro level to tackle the big challenges that we are facing as a country. And of course, climate change. Without talking about the significant contribution in Victoria store around 8.4 million tonnes of carbon dioxide manufacture products and buildings. Timber really more infuriating when supposedly environmentally minded activists attack this industry. On climate change. Last year in this chamber, I spoke about a paper that was zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. What it means for the Australian taking action to pursue net zero, our forestry industry would all is key to our low emissions future. So not only are timber workers and herding industry that supports regional communities, so when Minister Watt, Darren Chester and myself were being shown around Ash in Hayfield, must be built on. A business providing good jobs, training and career collaborative with the union movement, and also business that through its activities is playing an important role in tackling. Ash is not only the only forestry related business that I've had the pleasure of visiting recently. In Box Hill, down the road from my electorate office. Sorbent has a really sophisticated and, sorry, not just meat, but also get an understanding of how we produce and hand towels, which I'm sure all Australians were in desperate need any of us in this place ever expected toilet paper to be such an important ensure that toilet paper was all over the front pages and social media. Sustainable supply chain in this country. I enjoyed hearing from the Sorbent team about how they manage the flow of stock to supermarkets and other retailers, and how I thank Denise Campbell-Burns, the National President of the CFMEU Manufacturing Division, for setting the members and workers who were there and who have kept this mill going for many, many years. Actually, Deputy President, producing goods that Australians use every single day. And I think sometimes these sort of jobs get lost in parliaments, the media or academia. We sometimes think of these long-term secure jobs as we should all aim to build for the future. There's no reason that well-paid, secure jobs with long-term careers. Ash and Sorbent are already showing us that these jobs can and should exist in a modern Australia, working together to create secure jobs. I'm proud to be part jobs created in Australia look like these jobs. We'll achieve this by resisting the politics of division. Put businesses and unions against each other, big business against small business. Our approach was on display last week at the Jobs and Skills Summit. We have big challenges and big opportunities so that we can all work together. Governments, business, unions, civil societies. And I'm encouraged by whether it's at businesses like Ash or Sorbent, at the 100 local jobs and skills summits help main event last week. And I want to thank again Minister Watt for visiting Gippsland, to Darren Chester, as well as the CFMEU Manufacturing Division and the Sorbent Company for organising that visit.
Senator McGrath.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. It is important Queensland, and in particular praise the Brisbane City Council for in particular. I want to recognise the great work over the last 3 years under government bodies across Australia. The Brisbane City Council is Australia's largest council, serving a population of over. It goes without saying that the successful administration of this grassroots local government does not come without constituency of this size. As such, much praise is due for Team Schrinner's work in putting Brisbane's reputation as Australia's most livable city. If we take a moment to reflect upon the ratepayers and small businesses during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Brisbane City Council's commitment to their constituents during and unfaltering. Rates were frozen for council residents and CBD businesses, providing much-needed support to win the International Olympic 2032 Olympic Games. The Brisbane City Council got to work immediately, engaging all levels of delivery of the world's largest sporting event, an event that a former Lord Mayor of Brisbane, Graham to argue for many years, saying it was Brisbane's time to hold the Olympic Games. We have city-shaped bridges and the transformation of Victoria Park, which are underway thanks to the forward thinking of Team Schrinner in recognising in reading Brisbane for the Games, but also for the future. In particular, the Council's commitment to city in the delivery of the new Brisbane Metro. The Brisbane City Council is providing the turn-up-and-go metro that Brisbane and safer. Gone are the days of inefficient and unreliable public transport, with great progress being made to link to the suburbs. Team Schrinner must be commended for its functional execution of city in Australia. Not only that, but the Brisbane City Council is also actively trees have been planted along the residential footpaths as part of the Greener Suburbs project, while bringing people together. Managed over 9,500 hectares of natural conservation areas, whilst facilitating a cleaner, greener Brisbane. However, it cannot be forgotten that all of this has been delivered despite the devastating flooding which affected Brisbane residents. The sheer volume of rain experienced had a devastating impact across the city. It affected across 177 suburbs, grounding city cats and ferries and damaging roads, both during and after the floods. Single-handedly provided more than $4.5 million in rates relief for affected residents and greater than $1.5 million. This was alongside the cleaning of 170 kilometres worth of bikeways and the filling in of more than 7. James Mackay's satellite landfill initiative to streamline the waste clearing process, and Councillor Sarah Hutton's recharge. Murphy's transport reforms, all fantastic examples of Brisbane City Councillors getting creative to deliver for their and the vision that Team Schrinner offers Brisbane residents. It is clear that the Brisbane City Council have made an impressive commitment to the lifestyle of all Brisbane residents. At all levels of government, especially they need to make their life easier. But there remains one obvious handbrake on progress in Queensland, and that is called shiny, shimmering, red carpet hugging Premier Anastasia Palaszczuk. From billionaires and celebrities on a glitzy yacht off Hamilton Island, to integrity and health crisis, the private office of the Integrity Commissioner and stole the laptop and had it wiped. We all wonder what was on the laptop. Queenslanders have clearly had enough of Palaszczuk and the rotten Labor Party in our state. More concerned with how things look rather than how things are. Avoid media scrutiny. How many? Well, she now has a meeting. Senator Scarr, I'll answer your question. Or no Prime Minister in Australia has ever had before. She has cross-government 250 taxpayer-funded staff who we've got low unemployment in Queensland thanks to the government employing everybody in the team. She has more than any particular newsroom in Queensland. So she's very good at making sure that her image is out there, but she's not very good at delivering for Queenslanders. Now, if you look across Queensland, Queenslanders have to wait over 7 hours over the recommended time in emergency wards. That's 7 hours. Are dying in ambulances outside hospitals because the ambulances are being rammed. Queensland today. This is not some third world country where they don't have operating hospitals. This is the Premier who said during the height of COVID, said that, Queensland hospitals are for Queenslanders. And politics. Now, 40% of ambulances are ramped, but the Premier, she's got the side of highways because regional maternity wards are being closed. Hospital beds just to meet demand. Now, cutting health spending in real terms and rubbing shoulders with are cooked. Their vision for Queensland is cooked. Their service cooked because it's Queenslanders who are paying the price of this. At first nights, on glitzy yachts, at the Logies. She is the Premier overnight in hospital because she doesn't want to see that the sick state that Queensland waiting for elective surgery. That has doubled by more than. Got a waiting list for a waiting list. There's 230,000 people on the perfect one day, sick the next day, under this malignant and ensure that Queenslanders have the health system that they deserve. And I'll doing in Queensland, and guess what? It's not good.
President, well, Takina Tarkine in the northwest is stolen land. It was never ceded by Aboriginal people and it still belongs in the world. It's a place of peaceful rivers, of place of the most striking rocky coastlines and sweeping beaches. Swells that sweep in from the Southern Ocean. Around our globe before it strikes those the ancient supercontinent of Gondwanaland and the carbon sink. It contains a massive and those forests, the mountains, the coastlines, the rivers of Takina of the exploitation that they are facing at the moment. the Tasmania Wilderness World Heritage Area. We should be making it a national park. Under whose stewardship it existed for many, many tens of thousands of years. There is a company, MMG, Chinese state, plan to destroy nearly 300 hectares of this precious place. Threatened species-rich rainforest in order to build Rosebery. Now they've made an application to now, as we sit here today, rests with the relatively new Minister is now the 7th consecutive Environment Minister to ignore the holds outstanding heritage values and the Australian Heritage Council's recommendation list. That's what the minister should be doing. Listing this Heritage Council and nominating it for inclusion. MMG's application for a toxic has an alternative solution for its tailings, and that in recent times, thanks to a massive citizen science project, the Bob Brown an endangered species, a listed endangered species, on the very included breeding calls and chattering calls, which indicates, of course, that juvenile now it's not just the masked owl, a magnificent and striking that are going to have their homes destroyed by this proposed tailings dam. We've the Tasmanian devil, all resident in this area. Failed in their duty to protect Takina Tarkine, failed in their duty World Heritage Area, in for the conservation of nature, having twice requested that the nomination be. I say, do the right thing, protect Takina Tarkine of the globe, do it for people alive now and people who as you possibly can. And as part of that, please reject that is an unacceptable imposition on one of the most beautiful in the world. Now, it's not a coincidence that as the fight to protect nature and climate gets more and more to protect big corporations from ordinary people who are fighting back. Down in my home state of Tasmania, to defend nature, who are fighting for real climate action by putting their bodies on the line and We've seen in Tasmania and other states government anti-protest laws. It's a pattern we're seeing repeated around out of the citizen rebellion, which is growing by they haven't got jails big enough for us all. That's what run by psychopathic CEOs and senior managers who are of this late-stage disaster capitalist system that we are living under. And then they've got their agents in major parties, the agents of those psychopaths who come in here and do their bit. And these are the real climate wars I'm talking about, not Mr Albanese's confected climate wars. Brave, heroic people who were standing up against those defend nature, to defend our climate and to call for real climate. We in the Greens know which side of the fight we're on. I invite other folks in on. Some of us are prepared to stand up and take the fight directly to their agents in this place, those people who institutionalised bribes and at such size around this building. At the behest of their Liberal and Labor governments are trying to bankrupt people and put them in prison when the only thing they've done is stand up for a sustainable future for their children and their grandchildren. No amount of anti-democratic, draconian legislation is going to protect. The people of Australia want nature protected. They want real climate action. Safe, inhabitable climate for themselves and for their children.
Senator
Criticisms of the Morrison government was that they never took accountability for their mistakes. Now, this new Labor government is committed that our bargaining system, with which both parties have contributed towards, does not work. Introduced by Labor in the 1990s, is no longer fit for purpose. To end the right for workers to that system laid the groundwork for subsequent coalition governments to launch opened the door for the Howard government's work choices legislation and some of the most extreme Labor sought to repair that damage done by work choices through the Fair Work Act and a provision for multi-employer bargaining in low-paid industries. But that provision employer bargaining option for low-paid industries. And worse still, the Act has the 9 years of the in Australia's history. It was a lost decade for the Australian middle class. We've had of living for the Australian middle class has gone backwards. This further backwards. We're elected on a mandate to ensure that we get real if we do not fix our industrial relations system. It's that simple. None of that is getting through to workers. Fundamentally, that means Australia. If you don't have power to bargain, all you have left is the Oliver Twist approach. Employer and say, please sir, can I have some more? And even by dodgy employers who want to squeeze every last penny out of their workforce. Firstly, we need to undo the mistakes of the last few decades and cut multi-employer bargaining in industries where low pay is entrenched as part of doing business. Thousands of workers are taking strike action to fight for a fair go. I'm talking about industries like aged time or casual contracts. Unless workers in these industries can bargain collectively, work. Ray Collins, an aged care organiser at the Health Workers Union, the business model to operate when you're using a casualised workforce is to keep everybody hungry. Their employers hire their entire workforces on part-time contracts where each worker is only guaranteed a 30-hour week, but they're only guaranteed 3 hours. So if anyone complains about having care for residents, the employer can take almost all their hours away. With 1 hour's notice, they lose their hours. Aged care workers leave, where they can't speak up about any problems, because at the drop of a hat, an aged care nurse told the Job Security Inquiry, and I quote, "When my mother went through because if I'm not available to pick up a shift, they don't offer you the anything about this because they do not have a real voice or real bargaining power. And have been underpaid and strongly unionised. The lack of worker voice is driving a race to the bottom. Now look at aviation. It used to be where you're a pilot or a flight attendant or a ground handler at Qantas, you were the cream of. You were highly trained and highly experienced. You took pride in your work, and because you were the best of the best. That was the spirit of Australia, but not anymore. Our industrial it has failed to give them proper voice and proper power. And Alan Qantas has set up shell companies to hire workers on lower paying conditions workforce onto these shell companies. Or worse still, he moved them to external labour hire. And the federal court said, and on Four Corners on Monday night, we saw brave and current former Qantas employees speak out who was a flight attendant at Qantas for 16 years. And to quote Matthew, "I was with a Qantas group of I worked for wholly owned subsidiaries or labour hire firms, but I never actually employed under 4 different contracts." So we had our wholly owned in your 2 Australian subsidiaries. And each time they slowly air part of the airline. And Alan Joyce can do this because Qantas workers plane being hired by 5 different companies, but they can't even bargain together. You have BHP company as well. They call it BHP Operations Services. Now, BHP told the job only 29% of workers on their mine sites are actually employed by BHP. Only a shell company or external labour hire firms. And they are paid an average a 24% pay cut for these workers because they do not because BHP is not technically their employer. And if you want to fix because Qantas, BHP and so many others are making a mock if you look at the ABS statistics that has just come through, and you'll see that the disconnect with what's a fair labour return. Real unit labour costs previous government, while the labour share of income has fallen to a new record low and the data released today. The system over the last decade. There is an opportunity for us all Australians and the Australian middle class can get their fair share of the
Senator Van.
Deputy President, an illegal invasion has upended Europe and the globe through food shortages. Effects are reverberating around the world, yet only a handful of countries are assuming this heinous breach of international law. As a major exporter for we will likely see an increasingly more volatile This will affect our security more directly, as many of our closest neighbours are heavily not only the high prices, but by the lack of supply. Economic conditions and food shortages has had on that nation's stability. Not just to Kiev for a photo op, but into the theatre of operations in Donbass. To see Bushmasters are being used by the Ukrainian troops. I was able to gain an immense amount of first seeing the war unfold before my eyes, which is why it's an absolute travesty that this government in Ukraine. Some of you will know that our embassy on my morning jog, the first morning I was in Kiev, to see a Canadian many, if not most, other countries have returned their embassies to back from Warsaw to Kiev, along with the defence attaché to learn from this war. And in this increasingly everything possible to learn as much as possible about how this war is being fought. Have sent in a somewhat large defence contingent located in country but also so that they can learn as much as possible and incorporate that knowledge into future Donbass theatre of operations, was the importance of combined arms fight. And despite what many analysts are saying, combined arms is working incredibly effectively. People in country learning firsthand from the events on the ground. One of the is more like an infantry fighting vehicle than a protected mobility vehicle, which was what they were built. Even though this is something that they were not made for. Yet in the meantime, this government is sitting on its Phase 3B project, a project which would put our troops in much safer. Let us not forget that if Russia stops fighting, the war will support, the Ukraine ends as a country. And other countries, particular European countries, whose part of the world this war is. Ukraine. From Australia, this should include more Bushmasters, the brigade. I met with the commanding officer of the 80th Brigade. The Russians try and break the battle lines. But as we should be sending Hawkeyes, another protected mobility vehicle. We should be sending 777 howitzers, as well as the high technology weapons such as the Defentex drones that we've sent in there. Other countries should be sending air defence materiel as well. Particularly tanks, especially tanks like the German Leopard tanks, of which there are thousands of. More artillery. Yes, helmets are helpful, but it won't help. We look to in the future to complete defence deals with. The war in Ukraine has highlighted for ways to help one of their closest neighbours in this fight. If we who won't protect their neighbours, let alone a country on the other side of the globe. Also start looking at providing them with more humanitarian aid. The word that everyone's using to protect their people who are being damaged by the war, their homes destroyed. Winter. Ukrainian winters get down to -10 quite often, and the was. With temperatures like that, provisions such as material or replacement shelter like flat pack housing, warm clothes, coal and gas shipments are desperately needed in the coming winter. They're dedicated to defeating the army of Putin's murderous regime. To hotel workers were all saying to me how, and all of them were disappointed that they hadn't been called up by that point in time. Ukrainian people. So I call on this government to learn all it can from this war, so it's not just another talk fest, and start arming our defence forces with everything. As I wrote for the Lowy Institute before the invasion, if Europe does not stand on the question of strategic ambiguity over Taiwan, will to defend smaller liberal democracies, and that if you push hard enough, I think it is arguable that that point is arguable more now than it was then. This in our region, and we should be doing more and more and more to assist the Ukrainians orders and restore the rules-based order. Thank you.
Acting Chair. Housing is not a every Australian deserves to have the security of a worry of eviction. No one should have to deal the rent this week. Whether this will be the week that a landlord evict. Australians are facing an unprecedented than they have ever been, and inflation is driving up the cost of living. If you are a renter, it is even worse. Me and my office, their rental homes due to the greed of landlords trying to exploit what they see as a exploitative behaviour. A new rental can be almost impossible to find. Rental properties is just 1%, and those numbers, if you can imagine it, get even worse. Albany and Broome. This has empowered landlords and rental agencies to increase people or more attending home opens every week. Rental bidding is impact of this unsustainable and exploitative market has been dire. On friends' couches, on the street, just to get by. Now, this is a catastrophe that it is avoidable. As members of this place, it is our market is one that works for all Australians. on rents and rent increases. Rent increases. It is something in fact the most recent budget update, they have executed a complete $23. The Australian government has even done it. During World War II, to side with workers, with people and with renters. Now, as part of the broader and urgently needed we as a community and the federal and state governments have a fantastic process going on right now by which Australia is constructing, recreating its process. The states and territories have been given the opportunity to embrace and new accessible and inclusive construction guidelines. Houses for rentals, etc. Now, I'm really pleased and proud to say inclusive design standards at the national level, and so far the majority of states and territories that from 12 months' time, every home constructed will be accessible for disabled people. Western Australia, the other New South Wales. The Greens will continue to
Senator Dodson.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy. Colleagues, a senator's first speech is a unique insight into their character. It's impossible not to realise that they hold a common thread across the political divide. A country in a better place. Despite the cynical public view sometimes, we want to contribute to the difficult but rewarding work of nation building. And a freer society. We want to look back when our time comes children and their grandchildren that we were part of putting things right. Those on one such issue of nation building, whether or not to support a referendum. Statement from the heart, a voice to Parliament, is a modest and generous invitation. It weaves a simple and hopeful suggestion for a way forward. To advise the Parliament on the laws and policies that will impact upon their lives. Be enshrined in the Constitution to ensure it has a place of recognition. Importantly, a voice is not the work of the Labor government. It is a culmination of decades of advocacy by First Nations peoples and their leaders. This is William Cooper, from the 1938 Day of Mourning, the 1963 Yirrkala Barunga Statement, to the regional dialogue processes 1,200 First Nations delegates in 12 regional dialogues across historic consensus around the proposal for a voice. It was the largest recognition in Australian history. It is about recognition in the Constitution. Long history, and we know it, of failed government programs, broken promises and the people who know what worked will advise the Parliament in a about shaping better policies and strategies that make a practical difference. To the people who don't have one. It is not the end of the road. It is a nation-building step in our journey towards reconciliation. In my own first speech, build a better country, a stronger, just and inclusive Australia. I feel hopeful that together we can play our part in responding positively contained in the Uluru Statement of the Heart for a voice.
Senator Hughes.
Yesterday I made a 2-minute speech with regards to the trip to Israel that I took under AJAC and some of the and meeting with the Palestinian Prime Minister. And I did begin to touch on some absolute by the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, the ABC. In a recently deleted Twitter account, as a news producer for the ABC since 2004, and in reporting from Syria, but we know what the status of the Walkley Awards are. And prior to him deleting this account, just a week or so ago, Twitter account, Middle East producer for Australian Broadcasting Corporation, so I do think the ABC potentially has some questions. There is a great Zionist project to dominate and anti-Israel. To me, is that the view of the ABC? But it gets worse. This year, there were further posts in response. Now, for those of us, and I was lucky enough to be there just last week, for those of us that have actually experienced areas, particularly around Jerusalem, Bethlehem, and around the different parts, the Temple Mount, that what is portrayed in the media is not necessarily what is actually going on, but particularly in the ABC, because in response to that photo, Abu Ghosh tweeted, and you know, this is how the Nazis treated the Jews. Maybe it is time. I mean, that to me is up there with one of the most appalling things I think you can possibly say. But this is who, on his Twitter account until recently deleted, determined that these were not only his views but the Ida Buttrose and the rest of the ABC deserve only Jewish Australians, not only all Australians who fund them, because it seems to me they are going out of their and contribute to the misinformation that is consistently being things that we heard whilst in meetings in Israel, is this new piece emanates from an anti-racism conference in Durban, which was Army. I mean, the PLO, Arab states put together Israel, which is the most inclusive state for those that have ever been there. But one of the people that we met with, who was absolutely amazing, is an Israel. He's been a journalist there for over 38 years. And he actually said that he was incredibly grateful to live in Israel. And I would have thought if you were Israeli, and this was really a state of apartheid, that's probably not where you'd want to be. But as I said, I'm going to come back to this because National has used a definition of apartheid that has never been signed by a Western nation, was actually only developed by the USSR, to also claim Israel is apartheid state. Amnesty is discredited, it is disgraceful, and the ABC owes an explanation.
Senator Tyrrell.
Afternoon, Acting Deputy President. The Tamar is in a shocking state. Launceston should be living on a river of gold. Instead, it's a river full of mud and poo. It's sad to say it, but it's true. I hate to imagine the stuff that's floating around in that water. I cringe at the idea of going for a swim. Those signs that say no fishing, no swimming are on the money. You wouldn't dip a toe in there most days. This is what we're doing to Tassie's clean green image. The Tamar is brown, it's brown for all the wrong reasons. The grass creates big dirty mudflats that destroy breeding grounds for our birds and wildlife. You can hardly get a kayak out. Mudflats are impossible to bring a boat over. And I have no idea where I'll take my lab Charlie for a dip. If he ever jumps in the river, he'll look like a complete dog. These problems are way worse than to do better than a bit of extra dredging, like what the Tassie government is doing. Dredging might tidy things up for a little while, but the locals know that the silt mud comes back in the blink of an eye. Together, Liberal and plan is to clean up 5 or 6 hectares of wetlands when we've lost 100. We still have no idea when they're even going. Why don't you get it, you guys? Doing little bits and pieces is never going. It'll never get you anywhere. You're changing the spark plugs while your engine is broken. For action to hit the bullseye. That's why I reckon we should look at a barrage. A barrage is gates that open with the tide going out and comes in. It flushes the water and pollution out to the ocean and stops it flowing. Trust me, barrages create beautiful waterways. The Tamar's muddy low tide in Singapore, clean and pretty waterways that people want. We'd also get flood control. We could empty the lake down to Bass Strait. Yes, a barrage costs money, but it makes money too. For a start, we can sell the fresh water to irrigators and hydrogen energy rather than building a ridiculous 50-kilometre pipeline to Lake Trevally. Rice grass and give us lakeside beaches so Lonnie tourism would get a boost. I bet all those little caravan parks and hotels would love what we need. The river's been stuffed for years. We'll hold a task force in 2017 and promised things would get better. Peter Gutwin put money aside for more dredging before the last state election, money that still hasn't been spent. Now the Federal Labor Party are chipping us over a few bucks to tidy up things here and there. It's all too little, too timid. As usual, the politicians talk and talk, while the rest of us are left.
Senator Green.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I'm very pleased to finally have the opportunity to rise in this place and talk about the Jobs and Skills Summit that was held in Parliament last week. And I'm particularly keen to talk about this Jobs and Skills Summit but what work was done in the lead up to this summit goes to the power of the summit itself. Because as we know, many members of the government roundtables in the lead up to the summit. And what we were able to achieve put everyone in a room and we want solutions on the table is that people started to come together. People from all walks of life, people who necessarily agree with each other all of the time, different views about what we need to do to fix some of the challenges. Holding the summit itself led to outcomes before the summit. And what we saw after the summit was 36 concrete those discussions. For my part, in the lead up to the summit, I was determined to make sure the unique views of people in were heard and part of the discussions. I live in Cairns. I'm based in Far North Queensland. There are many different diverse communities Queensland, and I wanted the opportunity to be able to hear from just a few of those communities. I held 3 regional roundtables in regional Queensland across 3 different appreciated the effort and enthusiasm that people from Mareeba in the Atherton Tablelands to Townsville and to Cairns heard from diverse, passionate Queenslanders who were working in communities. Everybody who came to the summits understood that there with a contribution, with an understanding that that feedback would be taken into the summit itself. Now, I'm very pleased. It was very good to see regional Queenslanders were actually present in the summit, and we know that there were mayors like Mayor Anne Baker from Moranbah was there, who actually is based in Far North Queensland but chaired one of our roundtables in room from regional Australia. But I definitely wanted to make sure that these views were held, they were delivered to the Treasurer and the Secretary and MPs in the other place in listening to communities in the lead-up opportunity to make sure that these voices were heard. And we heard that there have been 10 long years of wage keeping up with the cost of living. Queenslanders understand that our to make sure that workers are treated with respect and paid for a fair day's wage. Everyone at the summit recognised that from workers alike. Workers and businesses told me that laws were too complicated, and I was pleased to see agreement between business and union groups over the summit itself, demonstrating a commitment to work together national interest. While we still need to work through what the details of these plans will look like, there is definitely consensus, not only government, but with businesses, with industry, with unions and employers, laws, so to make sure they are fit and proper for the future. In particular, in regional Queensland, our tourism agriculture industries indicated that the skilled labour shortage meant that they experienced concerning labour shortages. Just as difficult it had been to attract workers to regional Queensland, it is equally hard conditions. Vital community infrastructure like housing, health and internet essential infrastructure and services, workers see no incentive in making a regional place their home. So we need to make sure that if we're encouraging people in regional Queensland, that we certainly have the infrastructure and services to make sure that they want to live. Summed it up perfectly when she said that women nailed it at the summit. My roundtables in regional Queensland, we had a lot of women around the table, and they were telling me that the cost of childcare and parental leave issues to make the decision to leave the workforce or to. When we are in desperate need of workers to revive and grow our we must look at ways to clear every obstacle in staying in decent work. Finally, a more detailed summary of the Far North Queensland contribution to the Jobs and Skills Summit Task Force Secretary, and I was very pleased to have the opportunity to meet with the Chalmers to talk with him directly about these issues. I'm a stranger to regional Queensland, but it was important to make sure that the regional issues we're talking about weren't lost on the national scale. I am a government that seeks to find common ground and invites cooperation so that we can get benefits for reform. It is very clear the summit was a success, and I can understand those oppositions. Unfortunately, they failed to turn up. They failed to understand that this was not a moment for politics, but a moment for our country. And building a consensus on how we can move forward. Is the cost of living, whether it is skilling women back into work after childbirth, it is issues are dealt with by a reforming government, a government that cares about, a government that is focused on delivering jobs in places like, and a government that is clear and crystal clear that we will always put national interests ahead of our political interests. That is what was
I shall now statements. I call Senator Walsh.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy Chair. And today, childhood educators are walking off the job, and their message value early learning properly as part of our education system. Taking this action today, I want to say that I stand with you, because the work that you do is completely because you are completely undervalued for that work. Respected for the work that you do, and that this is the only action left to take in order to be heard. And let Parliament today, we hear you loud and clear. Early dedicated, you are professional, you provide a learning experience that is tailored to the unique needs of everyone. You are incredible. You do incredible work, and you are completely undervalued and underpaid for the work you do. $2 an hour, that is a joke, and absolutely the nation's future in your hands. We cannot ask educators to support their own. We cannot. So I stand with educators. Our industrial system is completely broken for you. I know the only way that you can be heard, and we hear you.
Thank you, Senator Walsh. Senator Antic.
Thank you. History says that civilisations and empires are transitory. Now that Western culture has reached a tipping point. Left-wing activism supposedly based on equity, diversity, in the media, the corporate sector and in politics to prohibit any views it disagrees of. Too many of our modern leaders are not across this threat. Values is beneath them, and that we have time on our side. We do not. Of meaning and purpose, replacing it with empty. On leaving school, young adults have little knowledge of history, a result of sadly, too many have cowered before these ideologies, afraid of isms and phobias, and it's now wreaking havoc across the world. If a sense of liberty was ever needed in this country, it was over the past 2.5 years. Those concerned with freedom were dangerous extremists. Left to us. The relative prosperity and peace we've to become complacent, thinking that such a decline couldn't happen here. But it's come for our leaders to stand up for what is right. Without leadership, the West
Senator Antic,
is
please
doomed.
resume your seat. Have you finished your... It was 2 minutes, and I do expect members to be able to be heard without interruption. Senator Thorpe, you are out of order. You need to contain your commentary. You will not be heard. I call. Oh, sorry, Senator McGrath.
Senator, I just called another senator a racist, and I'd ask for that.
Reasonable. Senator Thorpe. Stand and withdraw.
I'm not withdrawing because it's a fact.
Senator Thorpe, turn off the microphone. I'll take some. Take your seat. Senator Thorpe, please resume your seat for a moment. Senator Thorpe, you have an orderly business of the Senate by withdrawing.
What happens if I don't?
I'm not going to tell you anything else. I'm going to ask you to stand and Senator Thorpe.
What happens if I don't withdraw? Acting Deputy President, could you please inform my remark about somebody being racist and me not
I don't
feeling
want to give you a
safe.
platform to
I need
repeat
to know what
terms
the
that you've used.
ramifications are. Could I seek
Turn off
advice?
the Waters. Senator Thorpe, resume your seat. Senator Thorpe. To our standing orders and withdrawing a parliamentary. That is what you're being asked to do. It doesn't remove. But I am asking you for the benefit of the Senate to withdraw, not parliamentary. I'll take a
in this chamber before that often when there is racism thrown around in this chamber,
Senator
it is the
Faruqi,
people who
your seat for a moment. Please resume your seat for a moment. I just want to be clear that we're not going to rhetorical contribution. I don't think is assisting at this point. I need you, as a fellow member of this chamber, to advise your colleague to take that on.
What they're impacting
Sorry,
on other people.
Broadcasting, do not give the microphone. Senator Faruqi.
Deputy Chair, that I think when this is made in this chamber, I think consideration needs to be given and on racism.
I have to agree with you, Senator Faruqi. So thank you for your point of order. Please resume your seat. I am going to give you one final. That was unparliamentary. You can either withdraw or you may not. What is your choice?
With all due respect, Deputy President, I need to be pointed where using the word race I'm feeling violated.
Senator, you are refusing to withdraw and I will be reporting. We'll return to the program because it has taken up people's time that they want to speak.
So today, I want to give a shout out to unionists and the union movement. Over the last few months in New South Wales alone, we've seen the nurses and midwives, rail, tram and bus workers and university staff on National TAFE Day. Today, the lawns of Parliament are full of early childhood educators to draw attention to the impact of their terrible pay and conditions made much worse by a critical workforce shortage. The solidarity shown from the public for each of these actions has been tremendous. As a lifelong unionist myself, I could not be more proud of and inspired by all this work. For fair pay and conditions. We will keep joining you on the pickets and do what we can in this place to unwind the decade of union garbage of the former Liberal government. We will push the new government to give workers to organise, to bargain, grow, participate fully in your work. I'm with you all the way. All the Greens are right with you in fighting for your rights and conditions. There's never been a more important time to join your union. We can change the world. I do have a bit of time, so I do want to address the matter that was before. And the people who call it out are the people who are penalised. When will this chamber and this parliament actually seriously consider on them and not keep shouting down and not keep out people who actually call out bad behaviour and call out racism.
Today is Early Childhood Educators Day, where we get to celebrate every single early educator across our country for the absolutely life-changing work they do. But these educators have been doing it tough. They have not been valued in the way that they should be for the vital work that they do enough. So it's no surprise today that thousands of these workers are walking off the solidarity with these workers. If I was in Adelaide, I'd be joining my son and my daughter's carers as they walked out of their centre. I'd be standing. I value them. More than that, like many families across Australia, I depend on them, I adore them, they are an extension of our family, and I know they more. Our industrial system has been failing these workers. It's right across our care economy, workers in female-dominated industries who have been let down by the current industrial system and unable to access right compensation for the incredible work they do, the essential work they do. I know the answers aren't always simple here, but I want every educator in Australia to know that I am advocating for you today, that I see the work you do as an extension of those who place their trust in you, but also what you do, the work you do with our littlest and most precious minds, fundamentally important to our success as a country. We value you, we see you. Thank you for the work you do. I know it's a tough.
I call Senator Cadella.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Acting Deputy. When I gave my first speech the other day, I spoke of my happy upbringing and my time at as well as the land. We had Head and Greeter Speedway across the road and a drive just a kilometre or two down the road. With the energy, and all of those locations were visited more than once. I walked the Speedway track, imagined myself racing around it. But the Speedway closed long ago. It turned into housing because change happens. And today it has been advised that the director is about to It has survived bushfires, floods, global pandemics, it cannot fight time, and notice has been given metaphoric curtains will be closing with a development application for more housing. Whilst the facility has been around since before my recollections, it most with a double feature of Babe and Apollo 13. Since opening in March, it reintroduced itself as a cornerstone of local industry with a strong car culture in the Hunter Valley. With the iconic advertising slogan of, "If you don't like the movie, you can slash your seats," it was more than a movie, it was an event. There was no more jumping into boots blankets to dodge a ticket as we pay per car, and for bringing this back into our lives. Good luck in your development and good luck.
Call Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I'd like to thank the people of the West Coast who I regularly visit down there in Tasmania. My goodness, most of you people in here wouldn't survive over its border, I can assure you. I see it's great to see tourism really starting to pop down there again. To hear that you finally have a wonderful new GP down there servicing that area. And I know that the people in Rosebery are very grateful because her husband is a great and he's playing for Toorak down there, and that's giving the doctor a whole new standing in that community. Town, I can tell you 12 months ago, 70% of those shops were closed. Going great guns down there. I can see the bike track. You've obviously got your walking track that should be built over the next couple of years. I also understand that you have a housing issue down there, and I know the Mines get back to the tables and talk about those housing issues down there and their families. We need those workers and their families down there. We do need DIDOs, which is drive in, drive out. That's what's going to make these in the long run. So it'd be lovely to see that. I do apologise of the West Coast for the time that they continually give the West Coast people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Acting Deputy, Early Childhood Educators Day. So like so many of my our early educators have a mammoth task on their hands every day they go to work. Not only do they care for our young the country to go out and to participate in their own jobs and they also do an incredibly important job, the very best start to their education. Yet this predominantly are tired. Educators are leaving the sector in droves, but in just a few hours, educators will stand right outside for their worth. They will spend have been treated for far too long, and I am proud to stand with them. Our government education system is not working for educators. And we want to see that fixed. We know that beyond it should reflect the important and very skilled work that they perform every single day. We know that a lot needs to but childhood educators across the country can rest assured that we Congratulations on the very important step that you are taking today. We want to make sure that you understand that we stand here for you and the important work that you do.
Thank you, Senator Green. I call Senator O'Sullivan.
Natural resources, iron ore, oil. The mining sector has benefited from Australia's economy. Has the potential to take part in an industry that is gaining global momentum. The Bunbury pipeline stretches 1,500 gas each day, from which natural gas fuels approximately of WA's energy needs. With changing energy, AGIG, the operator of the pipeline, are working on a plan to start blending This is the first step towards adapting our current gas infrastructure to carry only hydrogen by 2040. Now, even more exciting, with the production of hydrogen in the northern WA and the infrastructure to move it, we open up opportunities to export hydrogen to global energy markets. This is about seizing market opportunities. It's not some reckless abandonment of reliable, low-cost energy. We must continue to invest in traditional energy sources while exploiting every to establish new markets with new sources of energy. So I look forward to working with West Australian companies and industry to explore whilst also supporting those traditional businesses that need to continue to exploit their resources, and so that we can bring Australia, but indeed across the world.
Thank you, Senator O'Sullivan. I call Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I made some remarks earlier today towards Senator Antic, and I'd like to withdraw those comments.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe, for assisting the chamber, and you have the call.
Continuing culture in the world. Sovereign to our lands, waters, skies and totems. This is sovereignty. Violent colonial invaders never saw are sovereign. We say that we are sovereign. Treaty is an agreement to First Nations people have always fought for this right. In our country. In the 1930s, Yorta Yorta man William the Yirrkala Bark petitions called for land rights. In 1988, the Barunga Statement called for self-defence. Working on a treaty by 1990. Have taken up this Labor visionaries' work. Victoria, Queensland and suggested we change the Constitution. John Howard. In the lead up to the 2007 election, John Howard promised at the coalition referendum to recognise Indigenous Australians in the preamble of the Constitution. Why is the Prime Minister out of step with the Labor government? It is not an overnight process, which is all the more reason to celebrate this nation together. It's an opportunity to unite.
I call Senator Roberts.
As the Reserve Bank raises interest rates, another jumbo cost of living. Decades of Greens, Liberal, Labor, Nationals policies destroying our country caused the cost of living crisis. Groceries got 5% more expensive, an increase of 20% per year. Fuel prices will jump again when Labor cancels the 22-cent a litre tax discount. Record highs and will flow through to power bills. That's why Labor quietly crab-walked away from their election promise to reduce your power bills. Both sides take turns to gradually destroy our country. Both forced intermittent wind and solar pipe dreams, driving up power prices. Everything else more expensive. The Coalition now laughably claim to be fiscal conservatives, yet ran the largest money-printing operation our country has ever seen. $508 billion conjured out of thin air in electronic journal entries. That's supercharged demand, the culprit in runaway inflation. Neither side will talk about it. Labor now plans an immigration flood. 200,000 new arrivals each year will drive up demand for housing and services, making cost of living worse. This is the difference between keeping lights on or sitting in the dark, between eating healthy groceries or walking the supermarket canned goods aisle, between new school uniforms or sending children off to school with holes in their socks, between a roof over our head or being out on the street. Instead, One Nation policies will build an environment making our economy stronger. Stable breadwinner jobs will flourish. Our policies will unlock Australia's abundant natural resources so we can be the world's energy superpower, as we should be. One Nation policies will return Australia to the world's cheapest power bills. We are one community, we have one flag, we are one nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. I call Senator Rennick.
Thank you. I've raised today to speak about vaccine injuries and the lack of help that the Albanese Labor government is not providing to those injured by the vaccine. I receive many issues and stories of people being injured every day, and they are seeking help. I've been contacted by one constituent whose wife has suffered an extreme systemic reaction to her first AZ dose. She's had multiple trips to her GP as her condition worsened and 2 trips to emergency prior to paralysis episodes from GBR. She was then taken by ambulance and admitted to hospital in June 21. She suffered a brain bleed and brain inflammation. She was subsequently diagnosed with multiple conditions, all attributed to her reaction to AZ. These conditions have lingered on for 15 months and has been linked to acute onset lymphedema, severe hypokalema, and it has left her with severe permanent disabilities, including an acquired brain injury and ongoing chronic conditions that need constant care and treatment. She has provided the couple has provided evidence to the indemnity scheme, including 5 letters from her GP, hospital admissions, 1 letter from a medical registrar, another letter from a consultant physician clinical immunologist, another letter from another immunologist, another letter from a neurologist, another letter from a haematologist, another letter from a neurologist, and despite all of those evidence and people, these experts saying that her injury was caused by the vaccine, the indemnity scheme has refused her claims, and it's not a lot, it's only $20,000 topped out, but yet this couple is suffering severely. Now, I'm calling on the Albanese Labor government and the Finance Minister, the Health Minister, as well as the Minister for Social Services, to do the right thing and look after these people.
Thank you, Senator Rennick. I call Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. Well, today I took a point-of-care glycated haemoglobin test thanks to the Pathology Technology Australia visit to Parliament today, and I have to say how pleased I was with this technology, because as someone who had gestational diabetes and found the test where you have to fast and then pump yourself up on sugar to then come crashing down, it was a horrible experience. But this technology is a terrific replacement for that. And so I really want to see this point-of-care testing become more accessible to the Australian people, so that women and anyone who needs to do one of those other horrible tests is able to do a much more rapid and accessible test where appropriate. I think this should be affordable because it is simply replacing a different kind of test in our Medicare subsidies. So I very much look forward to this technology being more widely available. Currently, for example, it can take a long time for test results to get to and from remote communities, where we've got a high burden of disease, for example, in some remote Indigenous communities. It would be terrific to be able to see this technology diagnose high blood sugar levels there and there on the spot, so people can get their diabetes diagnosed and protect their lives and their kidney. It was an entirely pain-free, easy experience, and I very much want to thank the Pathology Technology Australia Association for being here in Parliament today.
Thank you, Senator Pratt. We'll now move to question time, and I call Senator Birmingham.
Thank you, President. President, my question is to the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Senator Wong. When did the Albanese government first become aware of concerns within the Solomon Islands government about its financial capacity to conduct its elections on schedule in 2023?
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. Minister.
Thank you, President, and I thank the Senator for the first foreign affairs question in this parliament. I appreciate his interest in Solomon Islands, and obviously it's a matter of record what occurred in relation to the Solomon Islands under the previous government. I'd make the point, I'm asked about electoral assistance. I would make the point, and he may not be aware of this, that Australia has actually been providing electoral assistance to Solomon Islands for many years under parties of both governments. So obviously the question goes to when did the Australian government become aware of capacity to engage in an election. I will just make the point that Australia has in fact been providing assistance to the democratic processes in Solomon Islands for years. We are already partnering with Solomon Islands Electoral Office to support electoral reform and administration through both the Australian Electoral Commission's program and the UNDP's program aimed at strengthening the electoral cycle in Solomon Islands. Australia has always taken the view that democracy, democratic processes and democracy matters. I would reiterate the standing offer the Australian government has to support Solomon Islands' next election, whether held in 2023 or 2024. Obviously, as I've made clear publicly, the timing of the election is entirely a matter for the government and the Parliament of Solomon Islands. I would assume that my colleague, Senator Birmingham, would share the view that democracy matters, democratic conventions are important, and that Australia's support for democratic processes through the Pacific, including Solomon Islands, is a matter of bipartisan support.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Senator Birmingham, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. Is it correct that the Australian government only made a formal offer of financial assistance to the Solomon Islands government less than a week ago, on the 1st of September? Why did it take so long after questions were first raised by the Solomon Islands about its financial capacity to conduct its scheduled 2023 elections for the offer of financial assistance to be made?
Minister.
I don't accept some of the assertions in the question. I would again go back to my primary answer, which is that there have been a long-standing practice of governments of both political persuasions to provide support for democratic processes in Solomon Islands. As I said, we I think recently provided support for PNG, and I think some of those opposite may have been invited to observe the election process. We will support Solomon Islands' next election, whether held in 2023 or 2024. I would indicate to the Senate that, obviously this is an offer that has been reiterated on more than one occasion, including by Minister Conroy, as well as by officials.
Thank you, Minister. Your time has expired. Senator Birmingham, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Did the minister advise the government of the Solomon Islands that she was going to publicly reveal last week's offer of financial assistance from Australia before doing so? And how does the minister respond to assertions from the Solomon Islands government that the timing of her public disclosure is an assault on their democracy and a direct interference in a foreign government's domestic affairs?
Minister.
Well, I again make this point that support for an election which is held when the Solomon Islands Parliament and government determine that election can be, is an offer respectful of the sovereignty of Solomon Islands. That is the nature of the answer I gave and the offer that has been made by the Australian government. And I would make this point. I understand the Shadow Minister has to ask these questions, that unlike those opposite, we have ensured that the Prime Minister, the Foreign Minister and others are engaging with Solomon Islands rather than the ducking and weaving we saw from those opposite.
Please resume your seat. Senator Birmingham.
Thank you, President. Point of order on direct relevance. The series of questions, and particularly the supplementary question just asked, did not query the merits of the provision of financial assistance for the conduct of elections, which the minister keeps referencing. The supplementary question was specific about the public disclosure of the latest offer of financial assistance and whether the minister had conveyed her intention to publicly disclose that to the government of the Solomon Islands prior to doing so.
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. I do believe that the minister has been relevant, and I'll continue to listen for the next 16 seconds.
Thank you. As the senator knows, the this government does seek to transparently answer questions which are made by journalists. We did so in relation to an offer which is consistent with the practice of past and this government to support
Minister. Your time has expired. Senator Walsh.
My question is to the Minister for Finance, representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. Senator Gallagher. The June quarter national accounts figures were released today. Can the minister outline to the Senate what the national accounts say about how the national economy is performing at the moment?
Minister.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Walsh for the question and congratulate her on her appointment as Chair of the Economics Committee. Today's national accounts reflect an economy that's rebounding from the disruption of the pandemic, but is being held back by capacity constraints, skill shortages and declining real wages. This is a familiar story that we're seeing, and certainly familiar in terms of the economy and the economic challenges that we've inherited on forming government. While the headline figures are encouraging, the data released today confirm the pressures that are being felt by Australian households and that are weighing on our supply chains. The national accounts figures released today show the economy grew by 0.9% in the June quarter 2022 to be 3.6% higher through the year. GDP increased 3.9% over the 21-22 financial year, and that growth reflected the continuing pandemic recovery and was concentrated in the services industry, particularly as this was the first full quarter of reopened domestic and international borders since the pandemic began some 2 years ago. The quarterly increase was driven by increases in household consumption, which was 2.2%, net exports and new business investment, partly offset by inventories and dwelling investment. In particular, household consumption grew by 2.2% in the quarter and I think was 6% higher through the year and contributed 1.1% points to real GDP growth in the quarter. The household savings ratio fell to 8.7% in June, down from 1.1% in March. Dwelling investment fell as most states continued to experience material and labour shortages, and inventories detracted from growth, driven by drawdowns from the mining industry and from agriculture.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Walsh, first supplementary.
Can the minister advise how the October budget will address the challenges that Australians are facing in the economy today?
Minister.
Thank you, President. The October budget will be our way of delivering on our commitments and delivering on our economic plan. The Albanese government's economic plan is a plan to boost productivity, take the speed limit off the economy, and particularly in some of the data that we've seen in national accounts today, and build up the right kind of growth to make a meaningful difference on cost of living pressures for households without adding to inflationary pressures. A key element of this was last week's Jobs and Skills Summit, where we saw representatives from across the country come together with 36 concrete outcomes to help deal with the issues that we face. I was particularly proud of the emphasis on women during the summit, with agreement that improving women's workforce participation is critical for Australia's future economic prosperity and resilience. Of course, there's also our plans on cleaner and cheaper energy, better training and skilling our workforce, investing in cheaper childcare, upgrading the NBN to better capture the digital economic opportunity and creating a future made in Australia.
Your time has expired. Senator Walsh, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. How will Labor's economic plan respond to the challenges that we are currently seeing in the economy and that are highlighted in the national accounts data released today?
Thank you, Senator Walsh, and I thank you for the supplementary question. Our economic plan will address the challenges that are facing us. We know that these challenges have been made worse by nearly a decade of wasted opportunities and wrong priorities from those opposite. Our policies will put the national interest first, whether it's through our climate change policy that will address opportunities for investment, innovation and jobs, or whether it's addressing the skill shortages that are affecting different areas of the economy, particularly through our fee-free TAFE policies, as well as measures we announced in the Jobs and Skills Summit last week, such as increasing the permanent migration ceiling to 195,000 for this financial year. And of course, there's our very significant investment, over $5 billion to make childcare cheaper, which will make childcare more affordable for families, improve productivity and improve workforce participation.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Health, Senator Gallagher. The Albanese government's decision to expand the distribution priority area classifications to include suburbs of capital cities means towns like Mildura are now competing with the suburbs of Melbourne for overseas doctors. The only bulk billing medical practice in Mildura has had to close because doctors can now move back to the city and have chosen to do so, leaving 15,000 patients wondering how they're going to receive adequate medical care in Mildura and the Sunraysia area. Will the Minister apologise to the Mildura community for effectively cutting their health services?
Senator Gallagher. Senator Gallagher.
Thank you, Madam President. Sorry. I'll get there one day. Thank you, President. And I welcome the opportunity to talk about the important role that primary health care plays across Australia's health system. As we know, and again, this is one of the things we inherited from the last government, that primary health care and the pressure of GPs has never been worse than it was on us coming to government.
Please resume your seat. Senator Ruston.
Thank you. A point of order on relevance, Chair. I was actually specific in my question around the distribution priority areas, and I would ask you to draw the Minister's attention to the matter that I was asking the question on.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. I do believe the Minister's being relevant. We are talking about GPs and primary health care, and I will listen carefully to her continued answer.
Just on the point of your ruling on the point of order, Chair, I wasn't talking about primary health care. I was talking about distribution priority areas.
Sure, and GP services sit within that broad band. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. Well, the issue of access to doctors is directly relevant to the 24 seconds that I had in giving my answer. I can assure Australians that we will be doing absolutely everything we can to make access to primary health care more affordable, increase access and take the pressure off GPs as they are currently experiencing it. The issues of bulk billing are serious. Access to high-quality primary care, if you can't get it, creates problems downstream in the healthcare system. I don't accept the proposition that the Shadow Minister for Health has put at the end of the question, or will we apologise? We won't apologise for actually investing more in primary health care by having our Medicare task force.
Minister, please resume your seat. Senator Ruston.
Thank you, Chair. On a point of order again, could I draw your attention once again to the fact that the question is specifically only about distribution priority area changes. The Minister is talking about absolutely everything else apart from addressing the specific question that I've asked her and the specific topic I've asked her about.
Senator Ruston, as you're aware, I can't direct the content. Order. Order. I can't direct the content of the answer, and I do believe the Minister continues to be relevant. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am not fully briefed on the issues in Mildura, which I think is where you raised in your first question. Was it in Mildura? And I'm happy to come back to the Senate with if there is any further information that I can provide. But I will stand by the commitment we took in the election, which was supported by the Australian community, which was to strengthen Medicare with almost $1 billion of investment, to have our urgent care clinics, to have $750 million into the Strengthening Medicare Fund and $220 million going direct to GPs to make sure that they can do the work we need them to do.
McGrath. Senator Ruston, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Well, specifically, Minister, your government's decision to expand the DPA classification for international doctors and bonded medical graduates has meant that a doctor who had planned to move to Huonville in Tasmania has now decided to stay in Hobart. Will you apologise to that community for effectively cutting their health services? And maybe you could explain to us what the DPA is in your answer.
Minister. Order. Order.
Sarah.
Order.
Sarah.
Senator Watt and Senator Hume. Interjections across. Order.
Senator McGrath. Senator Watt. Senator McGrath, I note you just accused Senator Watt of being disorderly. I wish you would take your own advice. Minister, please continue. Minister, please continue.
Thank you. Well, all I'd add to the previous answers I've given is that Labor is about getting more doctors, providing more doctors to more communities so they can see more patients cheaper. That is what we are trying to do. After 9 years of neglect under this government, undermining Medicare every single opportunity they could.
Your seat. I'm waiting again. Thank you. Please, Minister, continue.
Where was I?
You're winning. You're winning.
We are about making Medicare more accessible to more people and supporting the work of general practice. So I think the slant that the Shadow Minister is putting on it is unfair. Our commitments are about getting more doctors into primary care, and when we've got them into primary care, supporting them with the work that they do.
Your seat. Senator Ruston.
Am I getting a point of order or the second supplementary?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you because Senator Duniam is busy interjecting to Senator Watt across the chamber. Senator Duniam, you have your own manager on her feet. Thank you. Please continue, Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, President. Can the minister explain what advice formed?
Sorry, you've now.
Oh no,
I thought you were raising a point of order.
I was raising a point of order. I was just sorry. Could I seek whether? Well,
no,
I think the minister sat down.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Well, unless you hadn't sat down.
Senator Wong.
Yes.
And
Who's running the joint?
Yes, good question, Senator Scott. Order. Order. Let's just clear the slate, and I'm calling you, Senator Ruston, for your second supplementary. Thank you.
Thank you, President. Can the minister please explain what advice formed the basis of your government's decision to expand the DPA classification so that it now includes suburbs of capital cities, and what consideration was given to the impact on regional, rural and remote communities this policy is meant to support, particularly given the Rural Doctors Association of Australia has said your government's changes could cost the lives of rural and remote patients?
Minister.
Thank you, President. And I think what the Shadow Minister is arguing is that we don't provide additional incentives for more doctors to go to more places. We are not trying to remove. The policy is about getting more doctors and incentivising.
Senator Ruston.
Madam President. In the interest of assisting the minister,
are
that
you
was
raising
not what
a point
I
of
was
order?
saying. She said,
sorry, Senator
minister,
Ruston, are you raising a point of order?
I would ask you to ask the minister not to verbal me.
Thank you. Please continue, Minister.
Thank you, Madam President. I think the Shadow Minister is criticising us for extending an incentives program to attract doctors to areas where there is workforce shortages. There are workforce shortages in suburbs. There are workforce shortages in Canberra. I was Health Minister here for 8 years. We had a massive GP shortage.
Minister,
there is
please
shortages
resume your
in
seat.
towns.
Order. 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 Senator Hughes and Senator Watt and Senator Ruston, I want the minister to finish her answer. Thank you, Minister.
I have. We obviously have a different opinion about it, but we have deliberately not changed the regional incentive payments that doctors receive for working in remote Australia so that we don't detract from there, but we do acknowledge there are shortages elsewhere which matter.
Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Immigration, Citizenship and Multicultural Affairs, Senator Watt. Your government has recently withdrawn the appeal of Montgomery. Prior to that, an estimated 10 to 15 people asserting their sovereign Aboriginal identity were still in immigration detention. Has the Labor government released all Aboriginal people from immigration detention? And if not, when will they be released?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Thorpe, for the question. This is an important issue, and a significant decision was made by the government to not pursue that litigation, as you're aware. I will have to get you the exact details as to the numbers that you're seeking, and I'll provide that to you as quickly as I can.
Senator Thorpe, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer. My second question is, when will the Labor government reinstate the visas of Aboriginal people released from immigration detention so as to restore the rights they held prior to the coalition government cancelling their visas?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister.
Thank you, President. And again, Senator Thorpe, I'm happy to come back to you with the precise details of that. I am aware that there has been some action taken to implement the effect of that decision. I just want to make sure I've got the absolutely correct details before I provide them to the chamber.
Senator Thorpe, second supplementary.
President, thank you, Minister, for your response. And thirdly, will the Labor government include a special condition on an Aboriginal person's visa to guarantee a right of re-entry to Australia?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister.
Thank you, President. And again, thanks, Senator Thorpe. That does go beyond my knowledge as the representing minister, but again, I'm happy to come back to you as quickly as I can.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Payman.
My question is to Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Can the Minister update the Senate on the government's plan to make medicines cheaper for millions of Australians?
Minister.
Thank you very much, and I thank Senator Payman for her question and for her extraordinary speech that we were privileged to listen to yesterday. The cost of living crisis that this government inherited is a decade in the making. And it will not be solved overnight. But the government, the Albanese government, has already hit the ground running, successfully arguing for an increase in the minimum wage, something not argued for under them, introducing legislation which will drive investment in cleaner and cheaper energy and putting downward pressure on power prices, also something you could never see from a coalition government. And of course today we are introducing legislation to make medicines cheaper for millions of Australians. For the first time in its 75-year history, the maximum cost of general scripts under the PBS will fall. On January the 1st, we are cutting the cost of general scripts by 29%, with the maximum cost to drop by $12.50, dropping the price from $42.50 to $30. This will save someone taking one medication a month $150 a year, a family with 2 or 3 medications $300 to $450 a year. And we know patients continue to tell community pharmacies of the increasing pressures of having to choose between food on the table and medicine for their family. This morning at Capital Chemist in Kingston, the Prime Minister met Greg, a single dad whose son lives with diabetes, type 1 diabetes, and Greg told the Prime Minister that the government's plan to cut the cost of medicine will make an enormous difference to his family. An enormous difference. It will ensure he can continue to afford the life-saving medicine his son needs. So what I say to those opposite who are interjecting about how long it's taken, we've been in government for just over 100 days. You were in government for about 3,000 days. But we are the ones who are actually introducing legislation.
Thank you, Minister. Your time has expired. Senator Wong. Senator Wong. Order. Senator Payman, first supplementary.
Fabulous response, Minister. Thank you. My first supplementary question is, how will Australians benefit from making medicines cheaper?
Minister.
Thank you, President. Well, the maximum cost to general patients for PBS medications has doubled since the year 2000. And of course, regrettably for Australians, those opposite, when in government, did so little to help. In fact, the ABS advises that the high cost of medications on your watch — you don't like the truth, do you? Don't like the truth. The ABS advises that 1 million Australians were delayed or didn't fill their medications in 2019-20. They were left in the lurch by the Coalition. Cutting the maximum price by nearly 1/3 will mean more people can afford to get the medications they need to stay healthy. And the change will put close to $200 million back in the pockets of Australians each year, the same Australians who are left in the lurch by a coalition who is more interested in political games than delivering for Australians.
Your time has expired. Senator Payman, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, how many Australians will benefit from these changes to the PBS?
Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, approximately 19 million Australians are eligible to benefit for this change, with about 3.6 million Australians to immediately benefit once the legislation comes into effect. And those of us on this side understand that making medicines cheaper will ease the squeeze on household budgets for so many Australians. But you know, one difference also, another difference between us and them is we on this side understand that Medicare and the PBS are the foundations of Australia's world-class healthcare system. And you know why we understand that? Because they're Labor reforms. They're Labor reforms, both initiatives of Labor governments, and it is only Labor governments that make these nation-building reforms to transform the lives of Australians. The PBS, a legacy of the Curtin and Chifley governments, and of course Medicare, a legacy of the Hawke government. This government will continue to strengthen both Medicare and PBS.
Thank you, Minister. Your time has expired. Senator Hanson. Senator Hanson, for the second time.
Thank you. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Senator Wong. Would the Minister please explain to the Australian people and what net zero emissions actually means in layman's terms?
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Minister.
I'm not sure how to explain it other than to say it means net zero. I mean, you know, I think, and I understand that the senator. It's one of those situations. I'll think through if I can provide an explanation that makes it clearer than that. But to me, the words net zero are quite clear. I think we all understand what net emissions means. I am reminded of a time when I was Climate Minister, and I think Senator Fielding wanted an explanation, and I got in the Chief Scientist to try and take him through it. And we did get to a point where I thought, I don't actually know, and neither did she at that time, how to break it down any further, but I will have a think about that. I think it's a commonly understood objective, and it's an objective that, as the senator knows, that is shared by those opposite, I thought. Maybe not. Well, obviously not Senator Canavan, I know that, but the coalition, I thought broadly, had agreed to net zero emissions by 2050. Maybe Senator Canavan is indicating a change in policy under the coalition, under Mr Dutton. Obviously, I think it's 84%. I could be wrong. Australia's exporters have also, export markets have already signed up to the same target. It was discussed at the G20, so there's broad global agreement about the need to.
Minister, please resume your seat. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam President. Just on relevance there, the question was clearly about the definition of a term. It's a very simple question, and now we're talking about what other countries are doing and signing up to. It's totally departing. It's got nothing to do with the original question.
Minister, did you wish to continue? Senator Wong, have you finished your first question, the answer? Senator Hanson, first supplementary.
Well, actually, I'm gobsmacked from the first answer. I don't know whether I should actually ask the second one. Now you got me. Now, all right. Well then, how much will the government policy to reduce emissions by 43%, which you don't know what net zero is anyway, by 2030? I would really like to know how much it's going to cost the government by 2050, but I doubt I'm going to get an answer on the first one. But if you can answer my question, How much is it going to cost the Australian taxpayers for this
Senator
reduce
Hanson,
emissions by 43%?
Please resume your seat. Minister.
Thank you, President. Thank you to Senator Hanson for the question. And she may be aware that the Labor Party in opposition did model this 43% reduction by 2030 policy and issued the modelling transparently. And that modelling showed that the plan, which includes a 43% reduction, would in fact create 604,000 jobs, with 5 out of 6 new jobs to be created in the region, that it would spur $76 billion of investment, and it would deliver an 82% renewable energy by 2030. So I think what we have seen is generating capacity exiting the energy generation system over the life of the government of those opposite. And that reduction in supply without new capacity coming on stream is central to why power prices
Thank you, Minister.
are doing
Your
what they are
time
doing.
has expired. Senator Hanson, second supplementary.
How is the government's plan to bring more than 1 million immigrants to Australia in the next 5 years consistent with efforts to reduce emissions?
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Minister.
I think, well, first, I'm not sure about the figure, but we have, as a result of the Jobs and Skills Summit, indicated 195,000 places, and that is as a consequence of the capacity constraints in the economy and the skills crisis that we know from talking to business, and if you look at the data, exists. But the focus will be on permanent skill migration, and that will add to the capacity of the Australian economy. It's important to recall that one of the things that we all have to do, and Australia will have to do, is to ensure that the link between GDP and populations and emissions that they are delinked, and that we can continue to grow our economy in ways that don't continue to produce as many emissions. And the way we do that is by these sorts of investments in renewable energy that our plan will deliver.
Thank you, Minister. Your time has expired. Senator Reynolds.
So my question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Social Services, Senator Farrell. My question is, why is the government's temporary announcement to support pensioners to keep most of what they earn time-limited to the end of this financial year?
Thank you, Senator Reynolds. Minister.
Thank you, President, and thank the senator for her question. I think it's fair to say that this government is doing so much more for pensioners, even in its first couple of months, than you've done in the your previous 10 years. And we're going to continue. We're going to continue down this track to try and improve the lives of Australian pensioners.
Minister, please resume your seat. Yep. Senator Reynolds.
Thank you. Point of order, President, on direct relevance. My question was very clear and specific. It was, why is it time limited to the end of this financial year?
Thank you, Senator Reynolds. The minister has started to talk about pensioners, and like you, I'm listening carefully. And we will order. Minister Farrell, please continue.
Thank you, President, and thank the senator for her intervention. Look, as I made very clear in the few seconds I had to answer this question before I was rudely interrupted by Senator Reynolds, we are going to do more. We're going to do more in the time that we have in the government than your government did in the previous 10 years. These are issues These are issues that, of course, are constantly under review by the Minister for Social Services.
Minister, please resume your seat. Senator Birmingham.
President, it's a point of order on relevance. It's agonising that Minister Farrell can't get beyond the broad concept of pensioners and hasn't even turned to the actual policy proposal of the government's, which is a copy of part of an opposition policy proposal for an extension of pensioner work rights, when the precise question from Senator Reynolds was about those pensioner work rights and why the government has adopted it only to the end of the financial year.
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. And in the time remaining, I will direct the minister to the specifics of the question. Thank you, Minister. Order.
Thank you, President. Thank you, President. As the Prime Minister has said time and time again, and as
thank you, Minister. Time has expired. Senator Reynolds, first supplementary.
Thank you very much, President. I do have a supplementary question, and in fact, given that the Minister representing the Minister for Social Services didn't answer the question, I ask him the same question again. Can the Minister please explain why it is only time limited until the end of this year?
Thank you, Senator Reynolds. Minister.
Thank you, President, and thank the Senator for her supplementary question. As I started to say before I was required to sit down.
I'm sorry, Minister. Could you resume your seat? I'm waiting until there's quiet before I call the Minister back up. Senator Brown, I've just called the chamber to order. That includes you. Minister, please continue.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank Senator Reynolds for her question. This government continues to do whatever we can to assist Australian pensioners in a way that the previous government never ever did. And one of the ways in which we're doing that, of course, is that we're strengthening the.
Minister Farrell, please resume your seat.
Of order on direct relevance. I've given the Minister representing the Minister two opportunities now to answer a very simple question, and if I could ask that you remind the Minister of the question.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Reynolds, and I will remind the Minister of the question, but I think he was going to, in the next breath, answer it before the point of order was called. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Reynolds for her constant interruption. That will be the next question, Senator. We continue to try and assist and make life easier for pensioners in this country,
and that's why we are strict. Order. Senator Reynolds, second supplementary.
Thank you very much, President. And given in the first two questions I didn't get a straight answer, I was going to ask whether they would look to extend it beyond July of this year, given there is a great need. However, I will ask the same question again. And, President, I noted that Senator Wong said she had the answer, so maybe you might like to hand it over to Senator Farrell. But the question again is, why is it just time limited? Why, in a policy, is it time limited until the end of this year?
It is not helpful when senators, particularly those on my right, call out time. Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, President, and thank the Senator for her supplementary question. One observation I would make, Senator, is that there is a facility under the decision that's been made for and to extend the period of time in extenuating circumstances. So I think your your general principle is not completely accurate in the sense that there is an ability under the proposal to.
I'll give him a chance. Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, President. Again, a point of order on direct relevance. Again, I'll just remind you, President, of the question. Why is it just time limited to the end of this financial year? Third time lucky, I'm hoping, in the last 20 seconds.
Thank you, Senator Reynolds. The minister was being relevant, and I'll call the minister again. Thank you.
Look,
Senator Smith.
We're doing what we can.
Minister.
I've tried to be as directly relevant as I can, President. The proposition that's being put to me by the senator is not correct. There is an ability under the proposal in extenuating circumstances
Thank you,
to
Minister.
extend
Your time
the period.
has expired. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, President. My question is to Minister Watt, representing the Minister for Early Childhood Education. Today, thousands of early childhood educators around the country have walked out of centres. The low pay and difficult conditions these workers are subjected to are a national shame. Educators deserve professional pay that reflects the skill and responsibility of the work that they do every single day. But instead of immediately committing the funding necessary to lift these workers' wages, the Labour government is going ahead with the Stage 3 tax cuts for the wealthy. Tax cuts that economists tell us will overwhelmingly flow to men as well. Why is the government sticking with the obscene Stage 3 tax cuts when you should be using the money to lift wages of early educators and carers who are mostly women?
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Senator Wong.
Point of order, and Senator Watt may well, President, be quite willing to answer those bits within his portfolio. But a question on tax cuts, just because it is juxtaposed with a political statement about childcare, does not make this part of the portfolio that Senator Watt is representing. If the senator wants to ask questions about tax cuts, there are obviously representing ministers who can be asked. But I make the point that the responsibility is not in the portfolio to which the question is addressed. Now, obviously, the remedy is the senator can answer, the minister can answer the question insofar as it relates to the portfolio he's representing.
Thank you, Senator Wong. I'm responding to the point of order, Senator Faruqi. I just remind senators that questions do need to be addressed to the correct portfolio holder. Did you have a point of order, Senator Faruqi?
I do. This is a question about childcare and childcare workers and early educators and workers and their pay. And if the minister who represents the Minister for Early Education and Care can't respond to that, then I'm not sure what to do about it, to be frank.
Senator Faruqi, just a moment, Senator Wong. Senator Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Faruqi, that was not the totality of the question, and as the point of order by Senator Wong went to the issue of tax cuts, which is indeed another portfolio holder. So that you don't have a point of order, I'm going to go to Senator Watt now to answer whatever part of the question that relates to his portfolio. Senator Watt.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Faruqi. Senator Wong, of course, is correct that if you go back and look at the question that was asked, it was about tax cuts, but I'm certainly happy to talk about early childhood educators, a group in our community who I very much value, and everyone on this side of the chamber very much values. And it's particularly appropriate that we be talking about these issues today, because today, of course, is Early Childhood Educators Day. And that's why not long after question time, I and no doubt many of my colleagues here will be going to meet with early childhood educators on the front lawns of the parliament. And I would certainly encourage every member of parliament to do the same thing. Labor has long recognised the problems regarding the low pay of early childhood educators, and I certainly know that from personal experience in terms of my children and the early childhood education they received. I've actually spent time in early childhood centres with educators, observing the work that they do, which is incredibly demanding and incredibly valuable, and that's why they do deserve a pay rise. And that's exactly why our government is committed to reinvigorating bargaining so that we can improve productivity but also grow wages, particularly in the sectors like this, like early childhood. That's why our government has successfully argued for a pay rise for the lowest paid workers in Australia, a pay rise, I might admit and acknowledge, that those opposite opposed. On the 1st of July this year, the Fair Work Commission minimum rates order increased pay rates in modern awards, including the Children's Services Award, by 4.6%, something that our government called for in a submission, a pay rise for the lowest paid workers in our community, including early childhood educators. We know the work of women has long been undervalued, and that is definitely the case for the early childhood education and care sector, where more than 90% of the workforce are women, and we will keep acting on this.
Thank you, Senator Watt. Your time has expired. Senator Faruqi, first supplementary.
Minister Watt, in your own Facebook posts as far back as 2018, you've described early childhood educators as grossly underpaid and identified the wage discrimination that exists for traditionally female-dominated workplaces. You know that the pandemic and workforce shortages have made the crisis worse. So why have you given up? When will you commit to giving early childhood education workers the immediate pay rise that they deserve?
Thank you, Senator
and make
Faruqi.
early
Your
education
time
free
has
for all?
expired. Minister.
Thank you, Senator Faruqi, and I thank you for acknowledging my consistency of position when it comes to the fact that early childhood educators are grossly underpaid, something that the former government did absolutely nothing about, and something I might say the Greens will never have the opportunity to do something about, not being a party of government. The only party that will ever be responsible for delivering a wage rise to early childhood educators is a Labor government, and that is exactly what we are doing right now. This notion that we have given up on this issue could not be further from the truth. As I say, already since we have been in office, the Fair Work Commission minimum rates order increased pay rates in modern awards, including the Children's Services Award, by 4.6%. And that, of course, followed a Labor government making a submission to the Fair Work Commission arguing for a pay rise for those lowest paid amongst our community. I am very happy to put my credentials as a supporter of early childhood educators up against any member of the Greens, any member of the opposition, and I know that everyone on this side of the chamber would do the same thing.
Senator Watt, your time has expired. Senator Faruqi, second supplementary.
Thank you. Minister Ward, I've spoken with early childhood workers about the burnout that they are facing, their rising workloads and the low pay that is causing many to leave the sector. There is no time to waste on your vague plans and distant timelines. We need action, and they need action right now. When will the government bring in legislation in this parliament to lift wages, to improve conditions and to deal with the critical workforce shortages in early learning and care?
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Minister.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Faruqi. I know that whatever the issue, the Greens' tactic is to get up and make speeches demanding something when it's actually Labor governments who deliver those things. And for the third time, I can point out that in the very short time this government has been in office, we have delivered a pay rise to the lowest paid in our community, including early childhood educators. It might suit the Greens' frame to say that nothing is happening, but it's already happened, and we've been barely in office for 100 days. And that's before we get to the changes to bargaining that we expect to make an even bigger difference to the lowest paid in our community, including early childhood educators. I don't just speak to early childhood educators. I'm a member of the union that represents early childhood educators, the United Workers Union, who have a proud record of backing in those early childhood educators for years. With the support of Labor, we are already delivering, and we will continue to do more because these people deserve a pay rise.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Urquhart.
President, my question is to the Minister for Tourism and the Minister representing the Minister for Social Services, Senator Farrell. Minister, the last few years have been incredibly difficult for the tourism industry, which was then further exacerbated by the former government's near constant delays and inaction. How did the Albanese government ensure the sector was an integral part of the Jobs and Skills Summit?
Minister.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Urquhart for that question. And of course, she's absolutely right. Very few industries have had it as tough as the tourism and travel sector over the last couple of years. From bushfires, floods, the pandemic, the industry has weathered significant challenges which have impacted the business's ability to retain and to recruit staff. Those in the sector understand that skill shortages were an issue before the pandemic, but have been exacerbated by the ongoing uncertainty and lack of action by the previous government. Hearing their voices and working together on solutions is and will continue to be a priority for the Albanese Labor government. To this end, last week I was joined by almost 100 tourism and travel stakeholders who detailed their challenges and how the lack of staff is limiting their recovery from the pandemic. Throughout the sessions, we discussed suggestions and opportunities to solve these problems, and those were then fed through to the Jobs and Skills Summit. President, unlike the previous government, who were more focused on their own jobs than the tourism sector, come on, respond! Respond! Do say something! Don't just sit there! Don't just sit there! The Albanese government is committed to supporting the visitor economy and addressing the skills crisis, which is limiting their recovery. We understand the value of tourism and the tourism and travel sector, and we want to see a return as a heart of our economic narrative, particularly in the great state of Tasmania.
Thank you, Senator Farrell. Senator Urquhart, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. As the minister is aware, the overwhelming majority of tourism businesses are small and medium-sized. How will they benefit from the outcomes of the Jobs and Skills Summit?
Minister.
Thank you, President, and I thank the Senator for once again her important question. It's true that the majority of tourism and travel businesses are small to medium businesses in this country, with 95% of all businesses employing fewer than 5 people, and that's particularly the case in the state of Tasmania. This offers both challenges and significant opportunities for these dynamic and resilient businesses. The Albanese Labor government has heard the feedback of these small and medium businesses and have announced a number of measures following the Jobs and Skills Summit which will provide assistance. This includes an announcement that has been made along with the Minister of Social Security, Amanda Rishworth, of the establishment of the Visitor Economy Disability Pilot to help people living with disability secure jobs in tourism. In addition, tourism businesses will benefit from those changes which would enable pensioners—
Thank you, Minister. The time has expired. Senator Urquhart, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, building on the Jobs and Skills Summit, can you please provide some further details of this week's announcement to connect people with disability that you just talked about to meaningful work in the tourism sector?
Minister.
President, and thank the Senator once again for her question. As mentioned earlier, today, as a result of the Jobs and Skills Summit, I joined the Minister of Social Security, Amanda Rishworth, in announcing a $3.3 million visitor economy disability pilot to help people living with disability secure sustained jobs in tourism. The pilot will address barriers previously identified by small and medium-sized tourism businesses in recruiting, retaining and progressing staff with disabilities. This includes a lack of time and capability to recruit people living with disability, confusion on how and where to seek support, and employment services provided focusing on supporting job seekers only rather than on employers. We know that 88% of people living with disability and those who work don't actually need the modifications on their workplaces to do so. President,
Thank you, Minister. The time has expired. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. I refer the Minister to the questions asked of the Prime Minister and the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories in the other place. Can the Minister please confirm that the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories has breached the Prime Minister's Ministerial Code of Conduct?
Minister.
Thank you, President, and I thank the Senator for her question. And obviously I've been here, so I haven't listened to every word that has been uttered in the other place, and with all due respect to my senatorial colleague, I'm not necessarily going to take as read her assertion about what has been said, but I would make the point that the opposition in their attack on this is seeking that this government uphold a standard they never did. That's right. A standard they never did. You never did it in government and never in opposition. Never in government and never in opposition. And the reality is we have strengthened the ministerial code of conduct so that ministers are not able to hold shares of blind trusts. And if you had this standard in government, would you like to know who would be in breach? The Leader of the Opposition would be in breach. The Leader of the National Party would be in breach. The Shadow Treasurer would be in breach. The Manager of Opposition Business would be in breach.
Please.
I know the truth hurts, doesn't it, Senator?
Minister, please resume your seat.
Thank you.
Hume.
A point of order, Madam President, and that's direct relevance. I only asked whether it was true that the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories has breached the Prime Minister's ministerial code of conduct, the current Prime Minister's ministerial code of conduct.
Thank you, Senator Hume. I do believe the minister is being relevant. It is a question about the code. Minister.
Well, I'm asked about the ministerial code of conduct and breaches of same or alleged breaches of same, and I make the point that the code of conduct that applies to the executive under this government is a standard that those opposite, including Senator Hume, never held themselves to. Never held themselves to. So I would make the point.
Minister, please resume your seat. Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Wong, I'm sorry, that was an imputation on me, directly on me, and I don't think you've actually read my register of interests, because then you'd see that, unlike many
Senator
people on
Hume,
your side of the chamber, I don't own any shares.
Senator
I don't own any
Hume,
shares.
This is not an opportunity for debate. Minister Wong.
I acknowledge it was not intended in the way it obviously was heard, and I withdraw that.
Thank you.
I do withdraw that, and I've always taken the view it's just easier not to own anything as well. But I would make that point. I'm sure the Prime Minister has answered whatever questions that the Leader of the Opposition or his tactics team have put to the Prime Minister. We've made clear that the ministerial code does require—
Minister, please resume your seat. Senator Birmingham.
President, I note the Leader of the Government Senate has spoken generically about the ministerial code, made a number of other assertions irrelevant to the question, but has spoken about the code. There was a direct question about whether a minister has breached the code. The Leader of the Government indicates that she's not aware of the precise details. In the 13 seconds remaining, she should take the question on notice so she can provide a direct answer to the direct question.
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. I'm struggling with your point of order. I accept that you acknowledge the minister is answering the question. I note the comments you made in relation to her most recent statement. I don't believe that's a point of order, but it's up to Senator Wong whether she takes it on notice or not. Minister.
Thank you. As is my practice, I will obviously provide more information if I'm able to the chamber.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hume, first supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. When did the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories first contact the Prime Minister or his office to notify of a breach of the Prime Minister's ministerial code of conduct? If you don't have the date exactly, Senator Wong, you can also return to the chamber with that.
Minister.
I think in opposition we asked quite a number of questions which went to what the knowledge of the minister that the senator here in this chamber is representing. Obviously, this is one of those. If I can provide further information about that, I will do so.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Senator Hume, second supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. The Code of Conduct for Ministers was published online on the 8th of July 2022. Did the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories take any action to comply with the Prime Minister's Code of Conduct before media reported on her breach almost 2 months later?
Minister.
Again, I will. Obviously, that's not something I have any personal knowledge of, but we'll see if there's any further information I can find. It is the Prime Minister's expectation that ministers do comply with the code. That is, he's made that clear both privately and publicly. I would also make the point. That this is a high standard that has been applied in the Commonwealth of Australia for nearly a decade, and obviously it's a different standard to the standard that was applied by those opposite. And on that basis, President. On that basis, I ask that further questions be placed on notice.
We're out of time. Senator Hume. Senator Hume, please resume your seat. The minister had finished answering. Senator Hume. Senator Hume. Order. 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 Senator Hume, the minister had finished her answer and asked, order. I am giving a direction. It is not a debating point. Senator Wong had finished her question and had then asked that further questions being put on notice. There is no point of order. Thank you, Senator Hume. I'm not entertaining further points of order on that matter. Sure, happy to do so. Senator Hume, I am happy to do so. Please resume your seat. Please resume your seat. I would ask senators in this place to respect the direction I give. I accept that you may not like the direction, but you need to accept it. I have agreed to review the tape. I do not need you to keep talking when I've asked you specifically to sit down. Thank you. Senator Watt. Senator Watt.
Thank you, President. I have a couple of answers to the questions that were asked by Senator Thorpe. Is now the appropriate time to respond to that?
Certainly.
Thank you. Senator Thorpe, I have some partial answers to your questions. I may have to come back with some further answers tomorrow. In relation to your first question, of course the Montgomery case that you're referring to follows some similar litigation, the Love and Toms cases, which I'm sure you're familiar with. Since the High Court's judgment in Love and Toms, and as at the 29th of August this year, 13 non-citizens have been released from immigration detention on the basis that they meet, or the detaining officer suspects they meet, the tripartite test. 5 non-citizens have been released from immigration detention directly or indirectly as a result of court judgments concerning whether it was reasonable for officers to suspect non-citizens were aliens in particular circumstances, but did not involve conclusions that they meet the tripartite test. These individuals may still be required to be detained in the future in the event further inquiries demonstrate more conclusively they do not meet the tripartite test and they do not hold visas. In relation to your second question, the Department of Home Affairs continues to manage individual cases that raise claims of meeting the tripartite test and continues to consider the implications of the High Court's decision for Commonwealth programs in consultation with other Australian government departments, including the Attorney-General's Department, the National Indigenous Australians Agency, the Department of Finance and the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. In relation to your third question, there are currently no plans to alter the visa scheme to introduce special conditions. As I say, if those responses don't fully answer your questions, I'll come back with some further detail. And as I've mentioned to you, I'd encourage you to have some discussions with Minister Giles about those issues. In addition, Deputy President, yesterday in question time I took answers asked by Senator Canavan on notice in my capacity as the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry relating to biosecurity. I've written to Senator Canavan to provide additional information, and I table my letter to Senator Canavan for the information of all senators.
Senator Wong.
Thank you, President. Yesterday in question time I undertook to seek further advice on questions asked by Senator Tyrrell to me in her capacity. In my capacity as the Minister representing the Prime Minister relating to the Australian Future Leaders Foundation, I have written to Senator Tyrrell to provide additional information, and I table my letter for the information of all senators.
Senator O'Sullivan.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Deputy President, beg your pardon. I move to take note of the answer given by Senator Gallagher to the question asked by Senator Ruston on the DPA and health. Now, the Albanese government's recent decision to expand the classification of the distribution priority area to include suburbs of state capital cities, frankly, is more bad news for regional Australia. Indeed. Regional communities from my state of Western Australia who are already struggling to get doctors will now have to compete with large metropolitan areas. The whole idea of the DPA was to identify areas experiencing lower areas of GP services and provide unique channels and incentives for them to be able to attract GPs and to be able to retain them in these areas. Now, 3 areas in Western Australia where the Labor government have now granted full or partial DPA status include Kwinana, Kalamunda and Brigadoon. Now, for those not familiar with Perth, these suburbs are actually hardly even considered outer metropolitan suburbs. In fact, I live just south, just north, of one of these places, and this is hardly a regional area, certainly not a remote area. And what is the government doing? What is the government doing? It's just going to bring and draw in, of course, people to work in these areas. Now, I'm not at all disputing the fact that there would be need for GPs and for GP services in these localities across Perth and indeed across Australia, where the other locations, we know that Fyshwick is listed. Now it's just down the road from here. Tuggeranong is another one, just down the road down here, not too far at all. Not too far at all. I mean, now there might be need for GPs, but I can tell you, Mr. Deputy President, you need to come for a drive around Western Australia to some of the regional communities that are in desperate need for adequate services provided by GPs. You don't have to even go that far, but you go out to somewhere like up in the Kimberley, across the Halls Creek, Fitzroy Crossing, Kununurra. How do these places attract staff, attract GPs and GP services, if those incentives that are designed to support those communities and those regional areas, if you're just providing those same incentives, those same initiatives right there in the capital cities? I've got no doubt that these locations may be struggling to attract and retain GPs, but it should not be at the expense of GPs leaving regional and remote areas of Western Australia who are already battling to ensure that they're able to access sufficient health services. It's not too difficult to work out in general the health status of people declines the more remote they are, the further they are from capital cities. Therefore, it's hard to imagine that the changes that the government has made will strengthen the ability for West Australians in regional and remote areas to be able to access GP services and how it will be able to be improved. Now, what we know, I'm wondering if we're going to start to see a pattern here. We know that when the Labor Party was last in government, they started to really tinker with the health services. One of the things they tinkered with a lot was the pharmaceutical benefits scheme, where we saw the delisting of medicines. The delisting of medicines on the pharmaceutical benefit scheme. Yet we have, while we were in government, the whole time that I was in this place, sitting on the other side, for every day of the last term, we listed an equivalent of 1 new medicine for every day of the last term. Now, I don't know about you, Senator Rennick, but it's one of the great things that I'm proud of that we were able to achieve as new senators in this place, to see that happen, to see that track record. Because we know that this mob on the other side, they don't have the ability to be able to manage the books. They don't have the ability to be able to manage the affairs of this government appropriately. What Australians need is a government that's actually sensible about the needs, about the services that are required, are prepared to stand up, are prepared to do what's necessary, and not just rob Peter to pay Paul to provide the services that are required. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. It's exactly what we're seeing here. What we need is services in the bush, and all this is doing is taking away from
Senator O'Sullivan. Senator Green.
Thank you. Sometimes it's difficult to understand whether the opposition understands what a DICSA is, because this question is an opportunity for those on this side to talk about the appalling history under the Morrison government of the treatment of Medicare and GPs, particularly in rural and regional areas, and what our government is doing to fix the mess that you left. Let me break this down for you. You so utterly broke the Medicare system and the reliance on GPs that it was so incredibly difficult for people to see a GP in rural and regional areas that now we have a situation where we have had to step in and make sure that people can see a GP. But it's very interesting to see from those opposite that they are opposed to the use of distribution priority areas, because I am wondering whether senators on this side have consulted with members of their own party, because I know that in Queensland, Cairns is a distribution priority area. The member of Leichhardt hasn't opposed that listing. Townsville has DPA status. The member for Herbert hasn't opposed that listing. Mackay has DPA status. The Whitsundays, certainly haven't seen that happen from the member for Dawson. And Hervey Bay has DPA status under the Labor government. And we know that that means that the member for Hinkler must be very supportive of our policy. But it is clear that under the Liberal National Government, the former Morrison government, that at every opportunity that they had, they ripped out funding from Medicare. They made it harder to see a GP. We know that they froze the Medicare rebate for 6 years, and if you speak to a GP, whether they're in the city or the bush, they will tell you that the former government ripped the heart out of Medicare when they froze the rebate. They went so far as to cut access to telehealth appointments for regional Australians, and they also made sure that people living in places like Emerald were waiting 12 weeks to see a GP. Now, we had a Senate inquiry and we put that motion to this place, and those opposite who are going to get up today and talk about access to GPs voted against that inquiry because you said that there was no problem. There was no issue, nothing to see here. There was no problem to be fixed. But when we held that inquiry, initiated by Labor, we heard horrible stories from people around the country about the treatment that you lot put them up to so that they couldn't see a GP. That is why a Labor government is strengthening Medicare. And we were very clear at the election, and we were supported at the election to form a government with the core value of strengthening Medicare and protecting it. We will be delivering urgent care clinics in regional areas and across the country. We have developed the Strengthening Medicare Task Force, an important opportunity to bring so many people around the table to fix this workforce issue caused by your former government. And we have delivered DPA access to areas that are desperately in need of GPs. We will not stand here and be lectured by a government, by a political party that sacked nurses in Queensland. Queenslanders will never forget that. And we know that Queenslanders are so pleased that we finally have a government that values Medicare. I won't stand here as someone who lives in a regional area and be lectured to by those opposite about who cares about access to GPs and Medicare. And I notice that the previous speaker raised the issue of medicines. Well, I have fantastic news for you, because today we have announced that we will be making medicines cheaper for millions of Australians. This is a fantastic step forward. The first time in 75 years. Are you opposed? Are you opposed to having cheaper medicines? Because there is a choice here. You can support that policy or you can be opposed to it. But we know that on this side of the chamber, our government is making medicines cheaper. We will be introducing legislation. You'll have the opportunity to support that legislation to make sure that people have access to the medicines that they need. Because Labor built Medicare and we will always protect it. You tried to rip the heart out of Medicare. You made it harder to see a GP. That is why our Labor government is fixing it. And we will always stand here on our record, and it is complete rubbish from your side of politics to lecture us about access to GPs in rural and regional areas.
Senator Rennick.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. And I suggest Senator Green go back and actually do some study on the history of healthcare in this country. I stand here as the son of a maternity nurse, a midwife, and she had a general ticket as well. And she actually worked in many hospitals in 4 states, as a matter of fact. She did her training at St Vincent's in 1953 in Sydney. And would you,
Senator Green, please restrain yourself. But Senator Rennick, you did give some commentary during Senator Green's.
Well, I've actually got something important to say because I actually know the history of healthcare in this country. And let me tell you, the state governments have taken advantage of the good nature that Medicare was set up for, and they have cost-shifted from the states onto the federal government. And I know that because when I grew up and had to go and see a doctor, I would sit in a thing called outpatients in a public hospital. Now, that's been renamed emergency. And the reason why they renamed it emergency is so that people don't go to emergency, and the state governments want it that way because then they don't have to pick up the cost. By sending it to a doctor in the primary health care system, they get the federal government to pick up the cost. Now, the problem with that is has overloaded the system on the doctors, and what we need in this country are more doctors on fixed salaries, and we need the public health system in the state system. Actually, to be honest, we need to go further than this. We need to actually get one level of government trying to run healthcare in this country, because we're getting this cost shifting all the time in this blame game between federal and state governments, and these ambiguous responsibilities result in nothing but name-calling rather than problem-solving. And now, I just want to touch on something that Senator Green was talking about in this so-called discount for the PBS scheme. That may sound very well at first intentions, but the point is that you need to ask the question. I know there was a cholesterol drug called Liptor that was actually a prescription drug that was patented by Pfizer. Now, the Australian government, this goes back a decade or so, was actually paying about $50 bucks for this particular drug. And of course, Pfizer were collecting about $40 of the $50, right? So, but the fact was that there was a similar generic drug that came off patent that you could have bought for $2. So it's all very well saying that you're spending billions of dollars on the PBS, but the question needs to be asked whether or not there's suitable generic drugs out there that you can use that isn't going to line the pockets of rich pharmaceutical companies. So, you know, I would like to see greater detail with this PBS scheme. But getting back onto the actual use of doctors and having these priority schemes for doctors, the fact of the matter is that we've got an undersupply of doctors in this country, and we need to also point the finger at the professional bodies of the medical industry, who quite frankly aren't training enough doctors here in this country. Now, I touched on this in my maiden speech, that it's an absolute insult that Australia, a first world country, is importing doctors from underdeveloped countries because our own AMA and our doctors are running a cartel in this country where they're restricting the supply of specialist services in order to make sure that they can maximise their fees. And we've got to have a serious look at this, and I don't want to get bipartisan here because I'm sick to death of the health issues that we've got in this country. But if we're meant to solve this problem, we really need to actually get one level of government taking responsibility for health, full stop. And that requires, and I'm happy to work with Labor on this, and I mean this because regional health is very, very important to me. In the last 30 years, I've seen under the Queensland State Labor government, and I know that it happens in other areas, other states as well, the closure of over 30 maternity wards in regional Queensland. Now, that's a combination of factors, but one of those factors is that we just will not get doctors to go to the regions. They don't want to take on the insurance because they work in the private sector. We've got a problem with training nurses. Many nurses now either do general practice or midwifery, but they don't do both. If you want nurses out in the regions, you need to get them to do both, be get their general ticket as well, as Mum would always call it, a general ticket, and be a midwife as well. Because out there, there isn't enough babies being born every day to have a full-time midwife. They need to be able to also be general nurses as well. But look, at the end of the day here, what we really need is better front-end services, and we need to. So, in order to do that, I'd like to get rid of states altogether. But it is absurd that we've got 9 health bureaucracies in this country, while our front-end services are suffering. And we've really got to get serious about having a big overview. If you want a job summit, I'll tell you what, you should have a health summit, and I will turn up to that one. I guarantee you that.
Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. And I think you can see in that flow of consciousness contribution from Senator Rennick, as generous as it was in its intention, a bit of a map of the former government's way of planning the health sector. Chaotic and destructive, not doing anything valuable that was actually going to stand up to Australia's real needs. Let me remind you of a bit of history. Before Medicare was—
Excuse me, Senator O'Neill. Senator Rennick, you were heard in silence. I remonstrated with Senator Green. And I appreciate. So that's not that. Senator Rennick, that's not a point of order. I appreciate it. I appreciate that you're very passionate about it, but Senator O'Neill is entitled to be heard in silence. Senator O'Neill, you have the call.
Thank you very much. Just let's get to the reality of what Medicare does and why we're talking about GPs today. Because the government of the last 9 years and its various iterations over the last few decades have attacked Medicare at every turn. The main cause of bankruptcy before Medicare was medical debt. Australians died or they sold their house. And finally, the Labor Party moved to make sure that that was no longer the case, and Medicare was established. Now, in establishing that, we changed the course of the health of this nation in a very positive way. It was attacked relentlessly by every iteration of federal Liberal National Party government that came after. And that's what we've actually seen over the last 9 years. So let's get a little bit of fact on the record here. So the reality that we confronted when the Rudd-Gillard government was established was there was a declining number of GPs being trained. We completely changed that and ramped up training our own, because Mr Abbott's solution as health minister was to stop training Australians and bring overseas trained doctors. Short-term decision, bad long-term decision. And the reality is that those wonderful GPs that we trained happened to come out into a medical profession that was being ripped asunder by the Abbott government. When they froze Medicare, they basically kicked out from underneath the business model of our GPs their sustainability as a practice. So what happened with those smart cookies who were training to be GPs? They came out, they had a look at these businesses in collapse, destroyed by the Australian government, and they said, well, hold on, I don't really want to be a GP anymore. We don't have a training problem in terms of the numbers. We have a problem of a broken business model that has destroyed GP practices across this country. Right across this country, it's the Liberal National Party who always pump themselves up as being great understanders of businesses that broke the back of the GP business model for Australia. Now, the reality that we confront right now is because of that failure, because they broke access to GPs, they decided to tinker with this thing that they called the DPA, the District of Distribution Priority Area. On the record, in the other chamber today, the Minister for Health very clearly indicated that the changes that we were being asked about here today, the changes to the DPA that Labor has instituted, are changes that was a reverse to a cut made by the former government in 2019. A reverse to what that government had done in terms of denying Australians in this country access to a GP. They did that as a response to the failure of their own policies in ruining Australians' access to GPs. And then they thought they could just shrink the places in which it was distributed. On the Central Coast, There was evidence given to our committee, and it was a Labor-instituted GP shortage inquiry. It was our committee that determined the reality, to tell the reality of what's going on in Australia. Now, whether we were in Victoria, Queensland, New South Wales or out in Whyalla taking evidence, it was the same story everywhere. A completely ruined system. Communities in desperate need for doctors. And it's the responsibility of the former government that we do not have that workforce today. Now, Labor's come in. We've been here, 108 days. We can't undo everything that they did wrong. But this really egregious move of cutting the DPA in 2019 was a con job by the former government. It didn't fix the problem. It bought them time, but what it didn't do was give Australians access to the health care that they pay for and the health care they deserve. Labor is on to the job of fixing the mess that we have been left in the health sector by the former government, and Australians can trust Australians who, the Labor Party who built Medicare will restore the integrity to the system that it deserves.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. Perhaps I can strike a somewhat more conciliatory note as we discuss what I consider is a very important issue, and that is the access of Australians to general practitioners across this country. And I might just, especially through you, Deputy President, for those in the gallery, explain what we're talking about here, and that is what's referred to as distribution priority areas. And those areas which are classified as distribution priority areas, there are various incentives in place to attract medical professionals to go into those areas and be general practitioners. And those benefits to attract medical professionals into those areas include international medical graduates and foreign graduates of accredited medical schools will have access to Medicare in DPA, those distribution priority areas only. So if their overseas medical practitioners come to this country, they can access Medicare as long as they're practising in those areas. So the whole intention of this policy is to try and provide an incentive for that pool of professionals to provide general practice services to Australians living in those rural and regional areas. And that's the issue we're talking about. And I think, in my view, Mr Deputy President, the system is broken. The system is broken. And we shouldn't be focusing so much on the history. We should be focusing on the way forward. The way forward. How do we fix the system? And we know the system is broken because the system has now— there is such a lack of general practitioners. We now have the absurd situation where the incentives which are meant to be given to a medical practitioner to go to a place like Emerald in my home state of Queensland, which is 3 hours from Rockhampton, are the same as the incentives which are provided to medical practitioners to practice at Fyshwick 13 or 15 minutes down the road from Parliament House. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Of course they get sick, Senator O'Neill. Of course they do. Of course they do. But the issue— well, as I said, I'm trying to strike a more conciliatory tone and look forward. The issue is, if you're providing the same incentives, for someone to work 15 minutes down the road from Parliament House as you're providing to someone in Mildura over 5 hours from Melbourne or Emerald, 3 hours from Rockhampton, obviously the incentive isn't going to work. So the problem is so widespread around this country that there's a fundamental issue with the incentive system. There's a fundamental issue with the incentive system, and that's what we're talking about here. There's also, in my view, a fundamental system with what's referred to as the modified Monash model, which is the way in which different areas are categorised. And I've spoken to different communities across Queensland with respect to the application of that system. And to give you one example, a town in my home state of Rosewood is put in the same classification as Ipswich, which again is one of my patron seats as a senator, and the demographics and the geographical challenges and the ability to attract medical staff is completely different between those two areas, but they're considered in the same category. It doesn't— this system, this modified Monash system, does not reflect what happens on the ground, the realities of local communities. and it is a system which we really should look at. It really is. And I'd like to finally, with indulgence, thank someone who brought this to my attention, and that's Mr Lyle McEwen. And Lyle has served for many years as chair of an aged care facility in a little town called Rosewood. And he talked to me about his frustration in terms of, as the chair of a community organisation providing aged care services, he talked about the issue in terms of attracting health professionals to that aged care facility, when he's in the same category as Ipswich, which is more of a major metropolitan centre. There are major issues with this system, major issues in relation to this system and in relation to every Australian's legitimate expectation to be able to access health services, GP services in particular, whether or not they live in Mildura, whether or not they live in Fyshwick, down the road from Parliament House, or whether or not they live in Emerald, in country Queensland. And that is something which all of us should be united in attempting to fix.
I'll just put the question, Senator Faruqi, and then I'll give you the call. I'll put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I take note of Minister Watt's response to my questions on the pay and conditions of early learning workers.
Please proceed.
The minister was talking very big. The rhetoric was very big. But where is the action to address the low pay and the really difficult conditions that early childhood educators are subjected to? There is none. Today, on Early Childhood Educators' Day, thousands of early childhood educators have walked out of centres. Right now, they are gathering in the Parliament's front lawns to give a message to the government and to all parliamentarians to say that enough is enough. And the Greens are right with early childhood educators as they shut down the sector today. We give them our full solidarity. But we give them more than that. They can be assured that we will be fighting for better pay for them, for better conditions, and for free and universal early childhood learning and care. And Parliament needs to hear these calls for an immediate pay rise. Early childhood educators, who are now predominantly women, have been taken for granted for far too long, and they've also said, enough. They are burning out, and they are leaving the sector in droves. Literally every week I meet some of these educators who are telling me that they are working more and more from 6 a.m. in the morning to very late at night. These are not conditions that educators or any workers should be subjected to. And educators do deserve professional pay that reflects the skill and the responsibility of the work that they do every single day. We know that early childhood education and care is an essential service, and it should be treated as such. It is critical for children in the early years of their development, and it should be well-funded, it should be universal, and it should be fee-free. We know that it benefits children, it benefits women, it benefits families, it benefits society, it benefits community, and yet the can has been kicked down the road. The Greens are calling on the government to bring legislation to lift wages and to improve conditions of educators and deal with the critical workforce shortage in early learning and care. These steps, hand in hand with the Greens' plan for free early learning and care for all, are absolutely vital to building a better future. So when will this government come to its senses and dump the $244 billion in Stage 3 tax cuts, commit to essential public services like free and universal early learning and care, like giving early childhood educators and workers an immediate pay rise that they so well deserve? We need to make sure that educators have the best pay and conditions, and we need action on this right now.
Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I also, responding to Senator Minister Watt, and thank the Minister for his response and follow-up. But I do want to also add that the previous government, who actually invented this new Aboriginality for sovereign people, created some heartache and pain to many families. We had an Aboriginal man who was deported, who died waiting 6 years as an Aboriginal man in another country for this government to allow him back in the country. So he died waiting, and he came back in a body bag as a result. That family are still picking up the pieces. The number of children that this gentleman has are still reeling in the grief of not only not seeing their dad for 6 years, but then their dad coming home in a body bag. So this is an urgent plea to the government to fix this problem, this decision that the ex-government made that was clearly discriminatory, and we had a situation where we have the government or the parliament making decisions on who's Aboriginal and who's not in this country, which is going into very, very dangerous territory, and it's not up to any government to decide who's Aboriginal and who is not in this country.
That completes motions to take. I'll put the question. Those are the questions say aye, against, no. The ayes have it. That completes the time allocated for motions to take no answers. Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day?
Senator Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I give notice in general terms that on the next day of sitting I shall move a motion to provide for the consideration of the Climate Change Bill 2022 and a related bill.
Thank you. I believe Senator Shoebridge was seeking the call. Senator Shoebridge.
President. Pursuant to Standing Order 78.1, Senators Tyrrell and myself give notice of our intention at the giving of notices on the next sitting day to withdraw business of the Senate Notice of Motion No. 1 standing in our names for that day, proposing the disallowance of the Financial Framework Supplementary Powers Amendment, Prime Minister and Cabinet's Portfolio Measures No. 2 Regulations 2022 made under the Financial Framework Supplementary Powers Act 1997.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange business? I call the clerk.
A postponement notification has been lodged as follows. Business of the Senate Notice of Motion No. 1 for today, standing in the name of Senator Tyrrell, to the 12th of September. No extensions have been lodged.
Thank you. I remind senators that the question may be put on any proposal at the request of any senator. I shall now proceed to the discovery of formal business. So we'll go to business of the Senate Notice of Motion No. 2, standing in the name of Senator Rice. Senator Rice.
Thank you, President. I ask that business of the Senate Notice of Motion No. 2, proposing a reference to the Community Affairs References Committee, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Rice.
I move the motion.
Senator Duniam.
Do make a short statement.
Is leave granted?
For 1 minute, I'm sure.
I'm sure leave. Yes, that's correct. Senator Duniam.
I don't want to
Thank you.
Thank you, President. It's the opposition's position that this notice of motion is considered much too broad for the Community Affairs References Committee to conduct a meaningful inquiry. This extensive scope and the proposed inquiry would be unable to be completed in a timely fashion, place extensive pressure on the committee's resources, and would be unlikely to provide measurable new insights into these matters.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Rice be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. We'll now move to government business No. 2, standing in the name of Assistant Minister for Education, Senator Chisholm.
I ask that government business notice of motion No. 2 relating to the approval of works within the parliamentary zone be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Chisholm.
I move the motion.
So the question is that the motion, as moved by Senator Chisholm, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. We'll now move to general business notice of motion. Beg your pardon, Senator Chisholm. No. I know we've still got one outstanding. I'm coming back to that. So we'll now move to general business notice of motion number 27, standing in the name of Senator Steele-John. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to amend general business notice of motion number 27 before asking that it be taken as a formal motion.
Is leave granted? This is for the amendment. Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. I amend the motion in the terms circulated in the chamber to omit paragraph B to D and ask that it be taken as formal.
Any objection to this being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator are you objecting? No. I call Senator Steele-John.
I move the motion as amended.
Thank you. Senator Chisholm.
Seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute.
The government will not be supporting this motion. I can advise the Senate that since 1 February 2021, the Australian Federal Police International Command has not provided to the Myanmar Police Force any training, capacity building, purchasing or gifting of any equipment or technology or advisory activities. The AFP International Command does not engage with the regime or military. Documents requested by this motion may reveal operational sensitivities and undermine the AFP's international partnerships, compromising Australia's national security interests and the security and protection of Australian citizens.
Thank you. Senator Steele-John.
Seek leave to make a 1 minute statement. President.
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted, Senator Steele-John. I'm now going to put the motion as amended. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 27, standing in the name of Senator Steele-John as amended, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. lock the doors. So the question is that general business number 27, as amended by Senator Steele-John, be agreed to. Those of that opinion shall move to the right, and those of that opinion shall move, and the noes. Let me start that again. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair and the noes shall move to the left of the chair, and I appoint Senator Kim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 16 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll just advise senators there may be another division. We'll now move to government business number 1, standing in the name of Senator Gallagher. And Senator Chisholm, when you're ready.
I ask that government business notice of motion number 1 relating to the consideration of the Climate Change Bill 2022 and a related bill be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Chisholm.
I move the motion.
Senator Duniam.
I seek leave to make a short statement.
Leave is granted for 1 minute. Senator Duniam.
Thank you, President. While the opposition is not against additional sitting hours, we don't accept that this proposal is appropriate. Firstly, we note these extra hours are being brought on just 1 day after the bill is introduced into the Senate, and there's been no attempt to even use the normal hours of the Senate. Secondly, the bill changes nothing, as the targets it legislates have already been adopted by the government and committed to under international agreements, so there's no urgency in this bill that actually changes nothing. And thirdly, the government has been making a big deal about a more family-friendly parliament and sitting hours, yet here we are in a greatly hypocritical move with the government proposing an open-ended debate that could see people sitting here well beyond midnight for a bill that changes nothing, and we oppose the motion.
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, Madam President. I just seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute.
Thank
Senator
you.
Hanson-Young.
The Greens will be supporting this motion. We believe and understand that taking climate action is an urgent priority. It should be an urgent priority for all of us. And while this bill is largely symbolic, what this does is now binds the government to a promise that they will get on with it. So we want the bill dealt with. We have worked to strengthen it, get it done, and then get on with the real work.
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. So the question is that government business number 1, standing in the name of Senator Gallagher, as moved by Senator Chisholm, be agreed to. Those with that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required? Do you 4 minutes? Or 4 minutes, please. Order. Lock the doors. So the question is, at general business, notice of motion number 1, standing in the name of Senator Gallagher, as moved by Senator Chisholm, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Urquhart as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew is teller for the noes. Order. There being 32 ayes and not correct. There being 33 ayes and 30 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I now move to general business, notice of motion number 28, standing in the name of Senator Payne. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Payne, who is actually, I ask that general business notice of motion number 28, proposing an extension of time for the Joint Select Committee on Parliamentary Standards to report, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 28, standing in the name of Senator Payne and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Now move to general business notice of motion number 29, standing in the name of Senator Cash. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Cash, I ask that general business notice of motion number 29 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 29, standing in the name of Senator Cash and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. We now move to general business notice of motion number 30, standing in the name of Senator Cash. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Cash, I ask that general business notice of motion number 30 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 30, standing in the name of Senator Cash and moved by Senator Askew, be taken as a formal motion. Is there any? Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Now move to general business notice of motion number 31, standing in the name of Senators Lambie and Tyrrell. Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 31, proposing the introduction of a bill, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the following bill be introduced, a bill for an act to amend the Parliamentary Privileges Act 1987 and for related purposes.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Lambie, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam President. I present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and now read a first time.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Lambie, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Parliamentary Privileges Act 1987 and for related purposes.
We'll now move, and I'll just call you again, Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that this bill now be read a second time. We seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
Is leave granted? There being no objection, leave is granted. And Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam President. I table an explanatory memorandum and we seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard and to continue my remarks. Thank you.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Lambie. I now move to general business notice of motion number 32, standing in the name of Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 32 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Roberts.
I move the motion.
The question is that the motion is moved by Senator Roberts be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. And that concludes general business. And we will now move to an urgency motion.
Thank you, Senators. If you're not participating, I encourage you to leave quietly. Thank you. I inform the Senate that at 8:30 a.m. today, 33 proposals were received in accordance with Standing Order 75. The question of which proposal would be submitted to the Senate was determined by lot. As a result, I inform the Senate that the following letter was received from Senator Thorpe. Sorry, 2 seconds. That stage 3 tax cuts will cost $244 billion over the next 10 years and give billionaires, CEOs and politicians a $9,000 tax cut, while people on the minimum wage get nothing. Repealing these unfair and unjust tax cuts would fund immediate cost of living relief and make people's lives better by putting dental and mental health care into Medicare, building affordable housing and making childcare free. I understand that formal arrangements have been made to— is this proposal supported? Indeed, okay. I understand that formal arrangements have been made to allocate specific times to each of the speakers in today's debate. With the concurrence of the Senate, I shall call the clerks to set the clock accordingly. Call Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Last week, the Prime Minister announced that the Labor government—
Sorry, Senator Thorpe. Can I just get you to move the motion first?
Oh, my apologies. I move the motion.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Last week, the Prime Minister announced that the Labor government will not be repealing the obscene Stage 3 tax cuts. Over the next 10 years, these will strip $244 billion out of the budget. You will all be aware by now how these cuts are benefiting the most wealthy people in this country, usually the ones that are responsible for the stolen wealth, but that's another story. This means that men will get $1 more than women receive. However, there has been little consideration for how these tax cuts will impact on First Nations people. And as always, my people will benefit the least. Across the country, everyday people in this country are struggling to make ends meet in the most simple ways. People are struggling to pay rent, pay for food, pay for health care, and too often those impacted the most by cost of living pressures are First Nations people. In the lucky country, the average personal income for First Nations people was around $35,000, compared to just under $50,000 for the rest of the population. That's 29% lower. That will have lifelong impacts on my people's lives. With the proposed tax cuts, First Nations people will be paying, on average, $95 less tax in 2024 and 25, compared to $430 less tax paid by non-First Nations people. This means that First Nations people will receive about $1 for every $4 others get from Stage 3 tax cuts. First Nations people will see the least benefit and be the hardest hit by this tax reform. These tax cuts will only worsen income inequality between First Nations people and the rest of the population. If the government allows these tax cuts to go ahead, it is choosing to give handouts to the stolen wealth billionaires instead of funding crucial services that our people are calling out for. The $244 billion could be redirected towards funding community-controlled health, housing and legal services that would and could pull thousands of people in this country, and particular First Nations people, out of poverty. If this Labor government is truly committed to closing the gap, they will scrap these tax cuts and put the money back into providing proper housing, proper health care, good education for First Nations people in this country. We know that stolen wealth is also an issue in this country, and many people, many white people, many of the colonisers actually benefited from stealing these lands. In fact, they still benefit today because of generations and generations of wealth creation for their families. And I'm sure you know that story. But it's time to pay the rent, and it's time to acknowledge that you're on stolen land.
Senator Walsh.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. And I rise to speak on the urgency motion before the Senate today. And during the election, we made a commitment that we would provide certainty and clarity around tax to Australian working families. And our position on the legislated Stage 3 income tax cuts has not changed since the election. Because after an incredibly difficult few years for our country and the world, certainty is what Australians deserve. The legislated Stage 3 tax cuts are not due to commence for another 2 years, and so they won't do anything to address the near-term economic challenges that we face, including with the growing inflation challenge that we have right now. Instead, our government's priority when it comes to tax reform is ensuring that multinationals pay their fair share of tax here in Australia. And our priority is cracking down on the waste and the rorts that have contributed to the $1 trillion of debt left to us by those opposite with absolutely nothing to show for it. $1 trillion of debt and nothing to show for it. We, the Albanese government, need to repair the budget mess left by those on the other side so we can get on with delivering the meaningful investments that maximise economic impact and meet community needs. Australians are paying the price right now for a decade of missed opportunities and absolutely messed up priorities under the coalition government. $1 trillion of debt, high and rising inflation, rising interest rates and a cost of living crisis. These are the consequences of a decade of complete economic mismanagement by those opposite. And Australians understand that we didn't create these challenges, but they elected us to take responsibility for fixing them, for addressing them, and we are. Our economic plan is a direct and deliberate response to the challenges facing the economy, including the rising cost of living that is hurting so many Australians today. We are getting on with the job and we are delivering on our commitments. We are delivering on a better future for all Australians. We committed to rebuilding our economy with stronger wages and more secure work, and we are doing that. one of the very first acts of our government was to successfully argue for a minimum wage increase for our lowest paid workers, and that was an outcome which helped around 2.8 million Australians. And we followed that with a submission to the Fair Work Commission that unequivocally supports a wage increase for aged care workers, for the tens of thousands of aged care workers who do essential work every day but are completely undervalued, with absolutely no action from those on the opposition benches. We brought employers, unions and the community sector together at the Jobs and Skills Summit to discuss how we can get wages moving, how we can lift living standards and how we can improve productivity, which was nothing short of sluggish under the previous government. And in so doing, we've ended up with a positive plan, bringing unions and employers together with the government. And in so doing, we've ended the decade of division and delay from those opposite. We are delivering concrete outcomes from our Jobs and Skills Summit. We're delivering consensus on the need to improve the bargaining system and get wages moving again, as well as allowing aged pensioners to work more and more and earn more before it affects their pension. We committed to investing in Australian skills, in Australian jobs, in Australian manufacturing. And as the new government, we are doing it. We've secured a $1 billion national skills agreement with the states and the territories. We're delivering 180,000 fee-free TAFE places in 2023, with 15,000 set aside for aged care to meet the workforce challenges that we've been left with by a decade of inaction from the previous government. And we're working hard to deliver on our commitment to invest in advanced manufacturing. We committed to backing clean energy and ending the climate wars, and we are doing it. We have reset Australia's commitment to action on climate on the world stage, sending a huge signal, an important signal to the rest of the world that Australia is at the table, that Australia will do our part in the race towards net zero. We're working just this week, right here, right now, to legislate our target of a 43% reduction in emissions by 2030. And part of that is ensuring that our government is accountable to these targets and providing the certainty that the Australian people want that we will actually deliver against those targets. As part of our response to the climate crisis, we're making electric vehicles cheaper with our electric vehicle discount bill this week, which we hope the opposition will support, and our national electric vehicle strategy. And we are securing Australia's future by delivering our Powering Australia plan. We are making the largest ever upgrade to our energy grid and driving down power prices for households and small businesses, again after a decade of complete inaction by those on the other side. We also committed to easing cost of living pressures for Australian families, and we are doing that too. We are getting on with the commitments that we made, and we are delivering them. Our budget in October will include our plans for cheaper childcare, and that will make a huge difference to the household budgets for millions of Australians. Next year, 96% of Australian families will benefit from cheaper early learning. They will benefit from quality, affordable early childhood education under the plans that our government took to the election, under the plans that we are ready to implement right now. And we are removing the penalty for parents taking on extra hours or extra days of work. And of course, that was a huge priority that came out of the Jobs and Skills Summit. We know that one of the biggest things we can do as a nation to improve workforce participation is encourage more carers of small children into the workforce. That's usually women, and so providing quality, affordable, accessible early education is critical to our nation's economic future. Today, we've introduced legislation to reduce the cost of essential medicines, the first time any government has reduced the PBS co-payment. And what that is going to mean for people is around $30 less per month for essential medicines that people are accessing on the PBS, saving around $300 a year for the average person who is relying on those PBS medicines. So we're helping to ensure that fewer people have to miss filling a script because they just can't afford it. And the stories of people having to do that are extraordinary. We don't want people to have to choose between taking pain-killing medication on the one hand and another medication they need to address their underlying condition. That should not be happening in Australia, and we are getting on with fixing that problem. There is no denying that the last few years have been difficult. We know that Australians are doing it incredibly tough. We don't need economic forecasts to tell us that, because we are listening to Australians every day. And what Australians want is certainty from their government on the way forward. They want a government that does what it said it would do, and that is the Albanese government. They want a government that will stick to our word and deliver on our commitments. It's exactly what we're doing. The legacy of those opposite is a decade of mistakes and missed opportunities, a decade of waste and rorts, a decade of division and delay. They had no plans past the last election. They had no vision for anyone's future but their own. In May, Australians sent a strong and clear message. They wanted change. They wanted a government they could trust, a government who would bring the country together, not divide it, and a government with a plan to address the challenges that families and businesses are facing right now. And that's exactly what we are delivering. The Albanese Labor government was elected with a clear and ambitious plan to build a stronger, more equal Australia. That's what we're doing. We're keeping our promises and working hard to deliver the better future Australians deserve.
Thank you, Senator Walsh. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. Well, what we need as a country right now is to grow our economy, to increase the size of the pie, so to speak, because that is the best way to manage the enormous public debt we now have. First, thanks to the excessive spending of the Rudd-Gillard years, and then over the last couple of years because of our necessary response to a global pandemic. We now, of course, have a public debt of approaching or soon to be above $1 trillion, and the best way to help manage that, to deal with that, is to grow our economy. Therefore, by doing so, we'll have more tax revenues, more wealth to manage that debt. We now have, or we do now have, a debt to national income or GDP ratio at a level we haven't seen since the years after World War II. And in the years after World War II, the way we came back from that crushing level of debt after defeating the evil of fascism was to grow our economy. The economic growth of the 50s and 60s were periods of a massive economic change and growth in this country we have not ever seen. That was on the back of the world opening up after the war, the Menzies government at the time keeping an open and vibrant economy. And we need to learn those lessons here after a global pandemic, which has not been as devastating as that war, but has left similar consequences of large public debt. We have to keep an open economy. We have to get our tax rates down and be competitive so people will invest and work and thrive in this country and make more wealth for all of us. The reality right now is that our tax system is not competitive to the rest of the world, especially our personal income tax system. We have a high corporate tax rate, but it's often forgotten or not commented that we have a franking credit system, that we do not double tax corporate profits, and so our actual impact of the corporate tax rate of 30% is not as high as it might seem on a direct comparison with overseas countries, because when you get dividends you can also usually get franked credits if the company's paid taxes on that, and you won't pay your top marginal rate, you'll pay the difference between the marginal rate and the corporate rate. But there's no such equalising factor for those earning labour income and the workers of this country. They get slugged at a rate that is higher, much higher than the rest of the world. Our top rate of 45%, or really 47% when you add the Medicare levy, cutting it at $180,000 a year, is one of the highest rates in the developed world, and it cuts in at a level of income much lower than many other countries in the rest of the world. To use a few examples, in the United Kingdom, their top rate is about ours at 45%, but it doesn't cut in until someone earns £150,000. That's over 260,000 Australian dollars. In the United States, the top rate is just 37%, full 10 percentage points lower than Australia, and even in New Zealand, their top rate is just 39%. So we're way out of whack with many of our comparable countries that would be competing for talent, especially in a world where borders are opened up and people can move. Additionally, we also have high tax rates below that level for middle-income people, and what the Stage 3 tax cuts are all about is making sure that middle-income people can have the aspiration to become higher-income people and become healthier and provide a better future for their children, because these tax cuts, the so-called Stage 3 tax cuts that come in 2024-25, will actually provide a tax cut, a tax saving for any Australian that earns over $45,000 a year. That is a lot of people. That's a lot of Australians. In fact, 95% of Australian taxpayers will benefit from these tax cuts in a few years' time. So we hear a lot of rhetoric about these tax cuts being for the rich and benefiting those that are well-to-do. Well, we've got to look at the whole series of tax cuts here, that these tax cuts will get rid of one whole tax bracket, make our system much simpler and easier for people. The 37 cents tax bracket will go. The tax rate will be 30 cents on the dollar for anyone earning over, or no more than 30 cents on the dollar, 30 cents on the dollar at least for anyone earning over $45,000. And then the top rate will only kick in at $200,000, which will remain the same. So that is a big tax cut for Middle Australia. The Stage 3 tax cuts are a tax cut for Middle Australia. Those Australians, dead smack in the middle class, earn money, earn income somewhere between around that $45,000 a year up through to $200,000 a year. That is Middle Australia. Some of those people at the higher end are very lucky and do very well, but all of them probably have worked hard in their life to get to that level, and they deserve reward for effort. We want to encourage Australians to continue that effort, future Australians to continue that, so these tax cuts are the right time, at the right place for our country. If we continue to have higher tax rates than the rest of the world, that will punish effort. It will mean people will think twice about why start a business, why go and work a bit harder to try and get ahead, to maybe put your kids through school or do something when the tax office is going to take so much of what you earn. Because the other point to make here is, look, already in this country, the average tax rate just sits over at 30 cents on the dollar or so. That's not the marginal rates, but the average rates that people pay. And that means, when you think about it, that means that, you know, when most people start work on a Monday, all of Monday is for the tax office, all of it. Every bit of work they do on the Monday is for this place, is the money to come down here to Canberra. And then a little bit of Tuesday too, about half of Tuesday for the average taxpayer. Also, you start the day on Tuesday, you're also on the Canberra clock, just working for the government down here. It's not until after smoko on Tuesday afternoon that you actually get to work for yourself. That's when you start getting to work for yourself. And what we're saying is maybe we should move that point from lunchtime to morning tea, so you can, from big lunch to little lunch if you like, so you can earn a little bit more for yourself and take it home for your family to help them and give them a better future. Because I don't know, I've been here a few years now, and I don't think we spend our money all that well. I don't think that supporting this motion, if we supported this motion, say let's not. I don't think you're going to do any better, Senator Chisholm. I think it's a disease in this place that the money that comes here, a lot of it gets wasted. A lot of your money, that work you do on that Monday and Tuesday morning, doesn't always generate the public services that some people like to claim down here. And maybe, if we do have an issue with affording the Stage 3 tax cuts, of having to deal, at least temporarily, with a bit of lower tax revenue, we could look at what is spent here in Canberra and in the bureaucracy to make sure your money, your hard work, is actually providing value for the Australian people. Because I know every Australian family does that, and if these tax cuts, hopefully, hoping God they go through, and that middle Australia gets a little bit more money to take home, I know they'll spend it very carefully. They'll think about where that money should go and how it should help their children and their families. I'm not so sure we always do here, and that's why we can afford these tax cuts, and they will make for a stronger Australia if they go through.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. People want a fair tax system. They recognise that paying tax in Australia allows us to have the quality of life that we have. It allows us to have the services that we have. And don't be conned by Senator Canavan that taxes simply come to Canberra. Taxes are paying Medicare. They're providing funds for aged care so that our elderly can actually live in dignity. They're providing a world-class medical system here in Australia. We've heard so much from the Labor government over the last 108 days about the failures of the Liberal National government. Everything's their fault. They've inherited a total mess, worse than they possibly thought. They didn't create any of these challenges, but they're going to fix it, which is great. You can't say that and at the same time stand by bad policy when it comes to stage 3 tax cuts. We're in a cost of living crisis. We're going to give the wealthiest Australians, yes, some people on lower wages will get some tax back, but if you're a registered nurse on $72,000 a year, you'll have an extra $681 in your pocket. If you're a politician here, like Senator Canavan, on $211,000, you're getting $9,000 back. I don't see the fairness in that. And I think Australians at this time would recognise that this is not the way that we want to go. This is not how we should be spending our money, given the challenges that we face. We hear from the Labor government that they can't afford to increase shared paid parental leave. That has consensus coming out of their Jobs and Skills Summit. There simply isn't the money. Well, here's $243 billion that we're going to give back mostly to wealthy Australians, mostly to men, rather than actually spending it on things that Australians want, actually spending on addressing the crises that we face, the cost of living crisis. We've got people here in Canberra who we're now calling the working homeless. That is shameful for a country like Australia, to be still considering these tax cuts when so many people are doing it tough. And the Labor government should be ashamed of this decision. It is unconscionable to stand by this when you're the new government, to stand by bad policy that may have been justifiable years ago when it was legislated. Sure, there may have been an argument for it. A lot has happened since then. We had bushfires. We've had a 2-year global pandemic. We've had geopolitical conflict, Russia invading Ukraine, energy prices going through the roof, rising inflation, cost of living pressures putting so many everyday Australians under strain, and the Labor government wants to give $243 billion to mostly the most wealthy Australians, mostly men. It's frankly ridiculous, and the pressure's only going to mount. I'd urge you to use your political capital. We hear a lot about how popular the new Labor government is. Use that. Be decisive. This is not going away. This is going to come into effect just before the next election. Be really interested to see how that plays out, given how tough so many Australians are doing.
Thanks, Senator Pocock. Senator Bragg.
Thank you very much. It's nice to see you, Mr Acting Deputy President. And it's always good to know when the clock starts ticking, because that's the opportunity to make some remarks about this very important matter. Now, of course, when it comes to the philosophy here, it is very clear that there are different views about the role of the state and the role of money within our society and within our economy. Personally, my view has always been that the state has no money of its own. It must go and levy that from its citizens, and that is what we do, and we do that to provide services and the like, and we've done it in the last few years on a scale that hasn't been seen for some decades as a result of this economic shock and health crisis. But in relation to philosophy, we are committed to the idea that people's money is their own, and we should only seek to levy their incomes and salaries and wages to pay for services which are required, and nothing more than that. Now, the Stage 3 tax cuts, as they're called, and I think in hindsight it was a mistake to have broken it down into 3 stages, it should have been done in one go, are effectively saying, look, we're going to simplify the 5 brackets down to 4, and we're going to ensure that middle-income earners in particular are able to work an extra shift or do some extra work and not be penalised by being pushed into a higher income bracket, and people might, for example, be paying 32.5 cents in the dollar rather than 30 cents in the dollar if these tax cuts were repealed. And that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about a proposition of repealing tax cuts which would result in a tax increase. And it would result in a tax increase to, yes, higher income earners, and it would also result in a significant tax increase to middle income earners. People who are earning $60,000 or $70,000 would pay additional taxation because they would be pushed into a higher tax bracket. We'd be going back to 5 tax brackets which would not be in their interests. We want to have an economy where people want to work additional shifts, take on more hours if they want to. Now, I know it's not fashionable to look at the issues facing the higher end of the tax spectrum, but the reality is that the people that were here last week at the Jobs and Skills Summit were talking about the issues that face Australian business, and I think legitimately they have raised the issue of access to skills. Now, we are in a point in our history where we are competing for capital and we are competing for labour, skilled labour, and if you look at our closest competitors, their tax rate, their top tax rate, cuts in the case of Singapore, at $335,000 Australian dollars, and in Japan's case, $417,000. So we're looking at almost double our threshold, which is quite low compared to our competitors. And if we are serious about this nation's competitive position, and we are serious about attracting skilled people to take on roles in this country where Australian businesses are saying they can't get access to these people's skills, then why would we want to put lead in our own saddlebags and have an even more uncompetitive situation in relation to taxation? And sure, I know that part of the argument may not be particularly fashionable, but that is the truth, that at $200,000 it is a relatively low threshold relative to our competitors. And we can imagine ourselves as some locked away, protected, subsidised economy as we had in the 1970s and 80s, and you can look at the history books and see how that went, or we can be realistic and honest about the challenges the nation faces in relation to skilled workers. And that is the truth. So the middle-income earners would face a tax increase by being dragged into a higher bracket, and it will be harder to attract higher-income earners which are needed to fill the skill gaps that we heard about last week at the Talkfest. And we've heard the Treasurer today talk about his 36 concrete recommendations. Well, I mean, if you can go and listen to the business people, they will say to you that access to skills is one of the most important things. So, look, it is true that the government cannot be held as responsible for every single problem in the economy. And having been in office for a relatively short period of time, it would be ridiculous to claim that all the ills should be put at their feet. But over the medium to long term, you have to try and get the fundamental position right, and that is that we need to be a dynamic economy whereby we have a competitive tax system and a flexible labour market which allows our businesses to be competitive. Now, clearly, on a day that the RBA has decided that it will raise interest rates, and that will make it difficult for people who have large mortgages. And certainly, representing New South Wales, I'm very aware that there are people with large Sydney mortgages that will be finding this recent uptick in interest rates very difficult. And I'm pleased the government is reviewing the RBA. I would say that the RBA governor, whilst not making any personal criticism of him, has made statements in the past that didn't need to be made, that set market expectations in a way that I think has made things more difficult than they should have been. Sometimes it's better to say fewer things. Sometimes fewer words are better. And I do think that there are a lot of people now that will struggle with paying their mortgage repayments, and some of the Commonwealth Bank data shows that 30 to 35% of people in the capital cities are on a have a very threadbare position when it comes to paying back their mortgages. So ultimately, we don't want to make things any harder than they will be. And one thing that would make it harder for people would be to increase taxation, because by increasing taxation, we'll be saying to the rest of the world, we're not interested in new investment, we're not interested in having a dynamic and competitive economy, and therefore there will be fewer jobs, there will be fewer high-paying jobs, and of course one of the things that's within the government's preserve is tax policy. And there is no case to remove the tax cuts that are designed to improve the investment profile of the country, and any removal of those tax cuts would be a tax increase.
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Call Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, I think we're in a parallel universe, because the people of Australia just voted to change the government, and yet the new government is keeping the policies of the last government. Now, people understand that a budget and governing is about choices, and they hear it loud and clear when the Prime Minister talks about how choices are being made. What this government is doing is choosing to keep the Stage 3 tax cuts. They are actively choosing to give $244 billion over 10 years to people that are CEOs, that are billionaires and that are politicians. All of those folk are going to get about a $9,000 tax cut every year. Now, we're in a cost of living crisis. I don't think anyone disagrees with that. Why, of all things, would you be giving tax cuts to the rich when people are struggling to meet their daily cost of living challenges? Budgets are about choices. The Australian people did vote for a new government. Why are you keeping the policies of the last one? They weren't right then, and they're even less right now. It is the most ill-timed policy decision that you could possibly make, and I think it is a betrayal of everyone that voted Labor, that you are going to keep the Stage 3 tax cuts. They are now your Stage 3 tax cuts, I'm afraid. These are now Labor's Stage 3 tax cuts for the wealthy, when at the same time the new government is saying the country's too poor to make childcare free. The country is too poor to fix homelessness. The country is too poor to make Medicare include dental and mental health. I'm sorry, but that is just heartbreaking nonsense. If you axed those Stage 3 tax cuts, PBO costings show that you could, in fact, end homelessness. make childcare free and put dental and mental health care into Medicare. Those are the sorts of things that will provide real cost of living relief to people and provide services on which they deserve to be able to rely and access free of charge. Now, on childcare, we've got 1,000 childcare centres striking today because they are begging for better pay and conditions. So we could also make childcare free for parents, but we should be paying those workers more. You could do that with the $244 billion over 10 years. Pay women more. Have a legislated increase above CPI to feminised industries. We heard a lot of talk at the Jobs Summit last week about women's workforce participation. There's a great idea. Pay women more. Then they won't have to strike out the front of Parliament House desperately pleading for pay and conditions that reflects the calibre of their work and the importance of their work in raising the next generation. Free childcare would cost $9 billion a year. Now, that's a lot of money, but that would ensure women can get back into the workforce. Importantly, it would ensure that kids get the best early childhood education that they deserve, that sets them up for a bright future. And of course, it will reduce not only the gender pay gap, but it will reduce the unfair distribution of unpaid labour in the house, in the home, that is, in the domestic house. So this government has got a real choice to make. Are they going to be Morrison light, or they're actually going to dump a bad policy and help people? It shouldn't be that much of a conundrum to decide whether to give $244 billion to the rich or to make childcare free, fix homelessness and put dental and mental health care into Medicare.
I'll go now to Senator Roberts.
Mr. Acting Deputy President. If the Senate is talking about tax and cost of living, we cannot ignore the most regressive tax on the poor and the vulnerable. Parliament is considering it now. $244 billion over 10 years barely registers compared to the trillions of dollars in economic mayhem that climate change and related energy policies are already inflicting and going to continue inflicting and getting worse. Make no mistake, climate change and related energy policies are a brutal, highly regressive tax on the poor and the vulnerable. Trying to tax carbon dioxide means trying to tax every single thing we do as humans, including breathing. That's why the United Nations and the World Economic Forum is pushing these burdens. They want to control every single thing we do. For these policies, the poor will always proportionally pay the highest price, by far the highest price. Rich inner-city elites can afford to buy a brand-new electric vehicle. The poor cannot. The rich can afford the outlay to install solar, while they get back with subsidies that the poor pay for through higher electricity charges. The poor cannot. The rich will be able to afford it when power bills go up. And despite promises about the wind and solar pipe dream, power bills are skyrocketing and will skyrocket. The poor cannot afford it. And while life gets harder and more expensive for the poor, billions of dollars are being poured into the doomed wind and solar pipe dreams. Companies receiving government subsidies to build wind and solar complexes are giant multinational companies, quite often Chinese, associated with the Chinese Communist Party, and run for the benefit of billionaire CEOs, billionaire owners. Climate change policies are like a reverse Robin Hood, taking taxes from the poor and giving to the rich, thanks to the Greens, the Liberal Party, the Labor Party and the Nationals. People on the minimum wage will suffer as life gets more expensive, much, much more expensive. As more intermittent and unreliable wind and solar is forced into the grid and reliable baseload power is prematurely forced out, power bills will go ever higher. As productive farming land is locked up for carbon dioxide credits that the Nationals, Liberals, Labor and the Greens want, groceries will get more expensive. So let's talk briefly about the carbon dioxide credit rort. If a producer of carbon dioxide pays for enough trees to supposedly offset carbon dioxide, they'll get the green tick of approval and continue producing carbon dioxide. It's a tax, a hypocritical tax, a destructive tax about everything in life, because the end user, the customer, the people will pay. The credits don't stop anything. They just say companies can do it as long as we, the people, pay a tree fee. Of course, that includes a fee to the companies and government and the United Nations for their apparent services in managing the system, a tax. There are many more examples, and no one should be in any doubt. Climate change policies and related energy policies try to change the entire country, the entire economy. These changes will restrict almost everything, making life more expensive. The rich will be able to afford it, the poor will not. Climate policies are a highly regressive tax on the poor.
Senator McGrath.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. Put simply, Greens are bad, tax cuts are good. Cutting taxes is good for your family, it's good for Australia. Indeed, it is our patriotic duty as Australians to fly our flag, cut our taxes and have a barbecue. Because I don't know about you, Mr Acting Deputy President, I want Australians to have more money in their back pocket. I want Australians to decide how they spend their money. So I want to cut taxes. I came into this place to cut taxes because we believe in freedom. We believe in the right and the might of the individual to decide how they spend their money. And what we're seeing today is the Greens come into this place because they think they know better than Australians. The Greens want to tax Australians more. They want to tax Australian business and Australian families because the Greens love taxes. Well, I love cutting taxes. So the more taxes we can cut, the better Australia will be and the freer Australians will be. Because the Greens have come in here, and because they're a pack of liars, Mr Acting Deputy President, they are saying that this is a tax cut for billionaires. Well, they are a bunch of liars, the Greens party. Let me say, because guess what?
Senator McGrath, I will have to ask you to withdraw.
I wasn't reflecting on an individual. I just said the Greens were a pack of liars. It's a yeah.
Yes, Senator McGrath, I asked you to withdraw. I've been advised that it would be against.
I will withdraw, Mr Acting Deputy President, but let me put it to you. The Greens and people who sit with the colour green in between to the teal towards the dark green, they wouldn't know truth if it fell on them from a high place. Because if these Stage 3 tax cuts are repealed, it means a teacher who earns $70,000 a year will lose $620. A nurse earning $90,000 a year will lose $870. And a diesel fitter, diesel, it's a scary word for the Greens because they don't like diesel. A diesel fitter earning $100,000 a year would lose more than $1,370 a year. The tax cuts are all about middle Australia. So the Greens come here, these whinging, whining, pathetic people, they come in here with their extensive property portfolios. Do you know the member for Ryan, Mr Acting Deputy President, has 4 homes, but how many of those homes do you think are out for social housing? So I say to the Greens, who love taking the money but don't like sharing it, because they are a bunch of hypocrites. And here's the other fallacy being spread by these fairies at the bottom of the garden. They're saying that those who earn more don't pay their fair share. Well, how wrong is that? Because when Stage 3 is fully implemented, an individual with a taxable income of $200,000 who earns 4.4 times more than an individual with a taxable income of $45,000 will pay 10 times more tax. 10 times more tax. So this is why we come into politics. Ladies and gentlemen, we come into politics because we believe in freedom. We come into politics because we want individuals, we want businesses, we want families to grow. And the best way for Australians to grow is for them to have more money in their back pocket. And this is why these tax cuts, when they are implemented, are so good for Australia. But, Mr Acting Deputy President, I'm going to let you in on a secret. And the secret is that I suspect that the jellybacks on the other side of the chamber will do a deal, and they'll do a deal with the Greens. and they'll do a deal with the Greens. And it'll be a power-sharing deal, as Senator Scarr pointed out. And they'll do a deal, and these tax cuts will be no more. That they'll do a deal because you listen to the language of people like the Minister for Finance who's sitting over there, and they're not strident in their defence of these tax cuts. They're using the wishy-washy language of the Labor Party. So do not be surprised, and this is breaking news, that these tax cuts will not proceed because of the weakness of that side. And how wrong is that for those of us who believe in freedom and believe in cutting taxes, because we want you to have more money in your back pocket?
Senator Shoebridge.
President, this government's priorities are cooked. Labor's giving a $244 billion tax cut, largely to the wealthy and to billionaires, but less than $2 a day to people on JobSeeker. Does that sound fair? No. These tax cuts are grotesque and they're self-serving. Members in this parliament are proposing to give themselves a $9,000 plus tax cut, billionaires a $9,000 a year tax cut, and no doubt, no wonder the coalition senators are here supporting it. $9,000 sounds nice, thanks very much. Meanwhile, I've met nurses just last week who have been forced to work 31 shifts in 28 days because there's not enough money in our public hospital system. I've met students who are sick from the black mould toxicity in the substandard housing that they're struggling to pay rent for, and it's still costing 50% of their income. And we have Labor and the coalition saying they want to give billionaires and politicians a $9,000 tax cut. It's disgraceful. This parliament should be fighting for the many, not the few. But right now, this government is dishing out favours to billionaires and big corporations. And they talk about a living crisis. They say they're standing with workers. But on the really big decisions, the ones that are the $244 billion decisions, which is make or break on fairness, they say they can't do anything about it, that they agreed to it a few years ago and they've just stuck. Well, here's a message to the Labor government. You are now in government. You're not stuck with the coalition's rotten tax agenda. Have the courage, stand up and reverse these tax cuts. Cancelling these tax cuts mean we can get dental and mental care into Medicare. Think about the changes that would make. Dental into Medicare. It is outrageous that in this country, one of the key indicators of your class and your wealth is the state of your teeth. And the only reason that is, and the only reason that will be next year and the year after, will be if Labor doesn't have the courage and reverse these outrageous billionaire-focused tax cuts. We can make childcare free, and we can pay early child educators and all teachers a fair wage. But we can't do that while we hand out $244 billion in tax cuts to billionaires and politicians, and those already have enough. This parliament should be standing alongside those early childhood educators who are out there today taking action for better pay and conditions so they can look after our kids and our grandkids. That's what they want to do. And a shout-out to the United Workers Union and every single childcare worker. Stand strong. The Greens are with you. We support your calls and we'll keep fighting for you until we reverse these tax cuts and give you the pay and conditions you deserve. Childcare educators are striking today, and they're calling for this parliament to put children before profit. And that's what Labor needs to do. Put people before profit. Put nurses, midwives, healthcare workers before profit. Put teachers and students before profit. Put First Nations people across this country before profit. That's who this parliament should be for, not the billionaires who don't need another tax break, but for the millions of Australians who are desperate for help while their wages are stuck and expenses are skyrocketing. This parliament should be standing up for young people, for people on Centrelink, people with disabilities, First Nations people, people without a home, people renting and unable to even think about owning a home in this country. But these people will be worse off under Labor's tax cut. This parliament should be for every single one of you who needs our help. And to all of you I say this. The Greens believe this parliament should be for you, and we'll keep fighting to make good on that promise.
Expired. Now go to Senator Barbara Pocock.
Thank you, Acting President. Australia has a proud history of a progressive tax system. The Stage 3 tax cuts are a watershed in relation to that history. They represent a turning away, and we know that we will never get back what we are going to give away with this reform if it proceeds. We need to hang on to a proud Australian tradition, which is a tax system that looks after the bottom and fairly distributes the resources to the services that every Australian needs. These tax increases will give, as we all know, I hope every Australian knows, $9,000 to billionaires. $9,000 to every one of us in this place, but nothing for those on minimum wage, nothing for the working poor that Senator Pocock spoke about, the other Senator Pocock, nothing for the workers out the front of this parliament today who every day turn up for a job that pays them just over $20 an hour. I think a lot about the care economy. I think about the economy that delivers care for our children, care for people with disability, care for our older citizens. All of us in this place over our lifetime depend on that care. And we all know that in depending on that care, we need to look after it fairly. We need to make sure that those who are helping looking after our kids and grandchildren and our parents and other friends or whatever with disability, that we properly reward and support those workers. We have a care economy in this country which is starved. It is thinned out. It is underpaid, it is overworked, it is disrespected, and the Stage 3 tax cuts are a doorway to making a historic intervention to fix that economy, which will be good for the future of our country and good for our country and the citizens of this country. As an economist, I know that when things change, when economic circumstances change, we have to change strategy. Only a fool doesn't do that. This policy was wrong at the time it was shaped. Labor knew it and Labor opposed it. It is totally wrong now in such different economic circumstances. We are in an inequality crisis. The top of Australia has run away from the bottom. We can measure it in housing, we can measure it in the quality of care, we can measure it in our health care, we can measure it, as my colleague says, in our teeth, in the quality of our teeth, and we can certainly measure it in a cost of living crisis, which is leaving so many Australians under such pressure. Today I met with Sam, a worker at Port Lincoln in South Australia who came to the parliament to talk about his life as a carer for a household of people with disability. Sam works for $23 an hour. He's been doing the same job for 4.5 years as a casual. He feels disrespected, he feels underpaid, he feels exhausted, and he loves the people he cares for. He says, I love the guys I care for. He is working for love, and he is not paid enough money. And it is vitally important that we stop the Stage 3 tax cuts and turn to the parts of our economy that are so desperate for our attention, for our resources and for our care. We must not pass the Stage 3 tax cuts.
Thank you, Senator Pocock, and we will come back to this debate, but it's now time to move to first speeches. Pursuant to order, I now call Senator Liddle to make her first speech and ask honourable senators that the usual courtesies be extended to her. I call Senator Liddle.
Thank you. Thank you, President and fellow senators of this 47th parliament. In making my way as an elected member to this place, I contested 2 Liberal Senate pre-selections, 2 federal election campaigns, one in 2016 and again in 2022. I have spoken with many hundreds of party members, listened to thousands of voters at shows, street corners and shopping centres across South Australia on the issues that matter to them most. At the 2022 election, with a marked level of concern, people spoke of increasing costs of living, individual and nation security and safety, health and mental health, housing for owning and renting, and environment, and it was not all about climate change. The observation in a nutshell: there's a desire for relative certainty and looking forward to a better future, not looking back. What I learned from these interactions was the importance of listening, not to the loudest, not to the most resourced, not to the most organised, but to all the voices. With experience in executive management and leadership across some of our largest and most economically significant industries, much of my work has been in the true engine room that fuels our economy, the private sector. I've owned and operated several successful small businesses, worked and volunteered in not-for-profits in health, the arts, tertiary education and more, focusing on governance and on social and economic participation. As a working, parenting adult, I earned undergraduate and postgraduate university and coveted industry qualifications, securing the tools that I have since known have served me well. In life, education and work success has not just been mine. I am here because of those who gave unwavering support in regular, reliable and sufficient measure, and somewhat ironically also by those who did not. When the detractors, the hecklers, the naysayers told me my dreams were impossible, unachievable or simply unlikely, my response was quite quickly, sit back, watch carefully, they are not. Standing 6 feet tall, 183 centimetres, I'm used to references in relation to height. So it is with that I acknowledge those who stood beside me, behind me and in front of me, and on whose shoulders I leaned on, almost cried on, but most definitely stood on to get here. To my grandparents who have long since passed, who laboured to build vast pastoral empires on country to which they will forever belong, Corporal Harold Little enlisted to fight under that flag and on behalf of that flag, on what then was king and country. His sacrifice is rightly forever remembered. To my mum and dad, Jeff and Jean, watching from their home in Alice Springs, Aranda country, I watched you show up, stand up, speak up, time and again, with courage and conviction. Together you've defied the narrative, the stereotypes, the statistics, holding sacred belief in individual responsibility, reward for hard work, a fair go, and being the masters of your own destiny. From the stars up above and from the Senate gallery and across this country and the globe are the children and grandchildren that have benefited from observing those values. My older sister worked in education and administration before her potential for greater contribution was cut short by a despicable act of violence that killed her. My younger sister joined the South Australian Police as a police officer, completed a science degree, an honours law degree, and is now contributing to the area of justice to tackle injustice. Another younger sister completed a degree in agricultural science, then a PhD in environmental science, to further enhance her love, understanding and respect for traditional Aboriginal land management practice. The youngest of our clan, my brother, who's actually made it here, has possibly the highest level of responsibility. He's flown in the skies in a now 30-year career as a captain, in fact a training captain for a major international airline. My parents knew that structural, emotional and economic barriers and challenges were real for everyone, but could be overcome by commitment to a very good plan and support from decent, good people. Indulge me as I thank my own family, my partner of 30 years and our children, who I have been asked not to name for fear of embarrassing them. I love you more than you could possibly imagine. I thank aunts, uncles, nanas, extended family, dearest friends, old and new, too numerous to name, many of whom have been on this long journey and been forgiving and patient. To the Liberal Broad Church, thank you for backing me, to back enduring belief in freedom to choose our way of life and living, subject, of course, to the rights of others, for backing individual initiative and enterprise, freedom of speech, religion and association. To the many volunteers who supported the campaign, this was simply not possible without you. I acknowledge especially the work of Liberal members and senators representing South Australia, who helped voters make the decision to deliver a sixth senator for the state. I acknowledge all senators who welcomed me here and the work of parliamentary staff who settled me in. Fellow South Australians, now elected, I turn to the responsibility of representing you faithfully, with clarity and confidence. My South Australia is a state of more than 1.8 million people who live beside the mighty River Murray, the imposing Flinders Ranges and on the shores of the Southern Ocean. We have the rolling hills of Adelaide and the Fleurieu Peninsula, the stunning Kangaroo Island, as well as the city of Adelaide, once awarded one of the world's most livable cities. We're already known for our world-class food and wine regions, its rich and vibrant arts and cultural scene, tourist attractions and experiences. We're a place of imagination and invention. Think the Hills Hoist clothesline, container deposit schemes, the stump jump plough and David Unipen's shearing handpiece. It's people with confidence and capability and the right legislation and policy levers that will unleash the full capability of systems, processes, environments and infrastructure. So, based on my personal story, my values and political party, you will see me on my feet for a robust economy, not just for today but for tomorrow, stability and certainty for business and lower taxes and less red tape, good service delivery and accountability, data, monitoring and outcomes, strong borders to protect our people, industry and our native flora and fauna, safer streets, communities, homes and workplaces, no matter your postcode, culture or income, and a sensible, measured approach to addressing the issues around climate that consider diversity and who and how people are affected differently and disproportionately. More locally, my home South Australia is at the forefront of building Australia's sovereign defence capabilities, building what we need to help keep us safe. Critical to our security and prosperity, it was the Coalition's belief South Australia should lead the creation and delivery of our vital defence and associated industries. I will be a strong advocate for growing South Australia. It's our food, wine, wool, grain, meat and seafood industries and advanced manufacturing with unprecedented workforce vacancies that must be filled to reflect the diversity of South Australians. Moving now from productivity to people, Australians have contacted me lamenting the devastation and chaos they know will revisit their lives with the intended removal of the cashless debit card. The card is an important part of a broader suite of solutions. It gives power and respite to the most vulnerable men, women and children and the elderly. Yes, those who need it most, and it is those people, not the drinkers and drug users, not the abusers, who will suffer the most from its withdrawal. Indeed, in response to what is a philosophical objection to the card, residents living in areas from Queensland, Central Australia, the Kimberley, Ceduna and surrounds, despite raising their concerns, are not being heard on this matter. Instead, the people who are being heard are those screaming human rights. But I say, whose rights are they defending? Maybe you need to live in a town devastated by alcohol, drugs and violence and seen it eroded from within. Not convinced yet? Keep walking in my shoes, having helped care for foster children. Yes, wards of the state, that may help you come to a different conclusion. I've looked after a child, hello Joe, now a man who has fetal alcohol syndrome, never able to live with his parents. Yes, he's had some big hurdles, but he's recently graduated with a Certificate 4 and is still in work. I'm here to tell you his family and the families who raised him couldn't be more proud of him. And yet another child, again from a remote community, who lost his mother to alcohol-fueled dysfunction and now lives forever with the consequences of that. So rather than unleashing the rivers of alcohol and drugs, and with it more associated abuse and neglect, how about ridding our communities with the miscreants, pretenders, controllers and rescuers? Leave them nowhere to hide or thrive. You know who they are, the ones that are there for the ride, for the cultural immersion, or where their apathy and paralysis prevails. Our regulators, our government officials need to do their jobs better and reward those people working hard to work against the tide of culture of mediocrity and keeping only those people delivering outcomes who we know are there for the right reasons. So it was with frustration I watched on, quarantined by COVID, as the Aged Care and Other Legislation Amendment Bill passed this House. In relation to Aboriginal community-controlled service delivery, I paraphrase subsection 2, clause A, which does not require the governing board to have a majority independent executive directors. B, have at least one member of the governing body of the provider having experience in the provision of clinical care. Clinical care is assistance with mobility, communication, catheter care and womb management and more. It is one of 8 aged care quality standards for safe and quality care and service identified in the Aged Care Quality Standards Commission. The passing of this legislation means Aboriginal community-controlled organisations do not have to meet those requirements in the same way as everyone else. Despite caring for the most vulnerable of the most vulnerable, clients with multiple and complex chronic illness and lower life expectancy, and in the most isolated regions, there is no expectation of even partial transition to a model that satisfies that standard. Go your hardest if you think that this pushback is racist, ill-conceived, ill-informed or unreasonable, because I'll continue to call out double standards, disturbing assumptions and what I call reverse racism. More broadly, I want our country to think different, act different, demand different, push away from the pressure of sameness, the rejection of discourse, the perils of groupthink. Reject over-policing of language, cancel culture and aggressive social media commentary. All that does is conjure ridicule, creates fears and stifles our potential to do better. I want this country to stop doing what doesn't or won't work, have higher expectations, be tolerant of mistakes, missteps, and admit when we get it wrong and celebrate when we get it right. I get angry when others seek to define me firstly or only by race, and I know from experience it is getting worse. I was not an Indigenous news reporter, nor an Indigenous businesswoman, or an Indigenous company board director. I had the same qualifications and experience as everybody else. First and foremost, I am just me. I look forward to objecting loudly to navel-gazing, paternalism, box-ticking, quasi-consultation, silly reporting that returns little value, and ideas that fail to provide evidence of change. I'm inspired by words in 1942 by Liberal Sir Robert Menzies, pushing back on government that seeks to control and limit freedom, one which seeks to nurse us, rear us, control us, maintain us, pension us and bury us. In short, give me the tools and information I need to make decisions and to prepare for my own future, and help me only when I truly need it. Senator Neville Bonner made history with his first speech 51 years ago this week on the 8th of September. A Liberal senator, he was the first Aboriginal person to enter federal parliament in a casual vacancy and later by popular vote. He believed the interests of Indigenous Australians would best be advanced by working within the existing political institutions, and he lamented too much the unwarranted focus on race. I quote, "I am Bonner, proudly an Aborigine and a member of the Australian community, a token of no person." I acknowledge his contribution and that of all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander politicians of all political persuasions, both past and present. My identity is with Aranda of Central Australia, the cultural group of both my parents. With that, I acknowledge the people and land of the Ngunnawal people on which this House now lies, and pay respects to the ancestors, elders, past and present. I want to talk more about equity because it is good for individuals. It's good for our nation and it's good for our future. I think perhaps some of the most rewarding work I've done to date is in helping others into work. But from here, I can encourage that on a much bigger scale. It is in everyday workplaces with sameness, the sharing of water coolers, meeting rooms or boardrooms, the same qualification, yes, the same expectation, that destroys stereotypes based on disability, rage, age, culture or religion, and all workforces and workplaces must be safe. As Chief People and Performance Officer at Voyagers Ayers Rock Resort, with around 1,000 employees, the target was also to employ 400 Indigenous Australians, around 40% of the workforce. At Santos, yes, Santos, a company-wide functional oversight on matters related to Aboriginal affairs in employment and training, community investment and cultural heritage, the target was over 700 outcomes in the energy sector, and that was long ago. With opposition leader Peter Dutton, I recently visited Intract, an Aboriginal-owned and operated company. It was Santos that gave Intract its first major project, which now employs 75 Aboriginal employees, 90% of them Indigenous. With a target of 5% by 2030, it won't be the public service that will deliver these job seekers work. Instead, look to the private sector, where they've already delivered well beyond single-digit outcomes. In conclusion, we need to teach what it takes for bystanders to speak up and push back regardless of how inconvenient or uncomfortable, and that's in our workplaces, our individual lives, in everything we do, and we'll be better for it. Although our television, radio, newspapers and social media echo loudly with tales of panic, dread and doom, I am confident ordinary Australians, the battlers, the fighters, are ready for a sensible, measured conversation on tough matters of mutual and country interest. Having worked on projects to provide protection for vulnerable and threatened species, I too have great interest in the environment, but not in a way that supports hands glued to sidewalks, stop others going about their business, or stands in the way of agreements struck with traditional owners under their right to negotiate legally, transparently, freely and with informed consent. Common sense beats the emotional, the hysterical, on every issue, every time. Shh, listen. You can already click and hear the click of the keyboards, the ping of the posting and the landslide of protest. I make a commitment to myself that I start each new day, every day. My message to self is rightly quite simple. In opposition, I'll relish working with colleagues to hold this government to account for its promises, legislation and policy in this chamber, in committees and in the public domain. I can't change yesterday, but today I might just help change tomorrow, and that's why I will stand for in this place. Thank you.
Senators, we will return to the order of business now, and I just ask senators to either take their seat or leave the chamber quietly. Senator Whish-Wilson, are you? No. Senator McKim.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, budgets, of course, are all about priorities, they're all about choices, and they're all about values. And government policies are about choices and values. And the Australian Labor Party has made a choice, and that choice is to adopt holus bolus Scott Morrison's $240 billion worth of tax cuts for the top end, for the billionaires, for the politicians, for the CEOs. And when I say Scott Morrison's tax cuts, of course they were designed by him as Treasurer and introduced by him as Prime Minister, but as of today, they are the Australian Labor Party's tax cuts. They belong now to the Australian Labor Party. And the choice in adopting those tax cuts, those obscene $240 billion tax cuts for the top end that Labor has made, is stark, because this is the Labor Party that has made it clear that for folks who are on JobSeeker in this country, they will be condemned to abject poverty. They will be condemned to starvation rations. They will be condemned to having to make a choice every week about whether to put food on the table or pay their rents or pay their power bills. And yet, at the very same time that the government is crying poor, saying we can't afford to raise the amount of money we give to people on JobSeeker, they are in the same breath proposing to give $240 billion worth of tax cuts to the top end, to the billionaires, to the politicians and to the CEOs. And what's their excuse? Oh, they're legislated, and we're not going to relitigate that, said the Prime Minister in the press club last week. Well, a little bit of educative work here for the Australian Labor Party. Section 1 of the Australian Constitution vests the legislative power of the Commonwealth in, wait for it, the federal parliament. Section 51(2) of the Australian Constitution gives who, wait for it, the federal parliament, the power to make taxation laws, and the federal parliament has the power to, you know what, repeal taxation laws. And that is exactly what we've got the numbers to do, and the only thing stopping the repeal of these obscene Stage 3 tax cuts is the Australian Labor Party.
Senator Allman-Payne.
We've heard a lot of rhetoric from some people in the chamber around the Stage 3 tax cuts. But we need to remind ourselves that what we are talking about is people's lives. Just before I came into this place as a senator, I was a secondary high school teacher in a public school. I taught students whose families are doing it tough in this cost of living crisis. I taught students who are working 4 and 5 nights a week, not for pocket money, but to help put food on the table for their family. Those students come to school tired. They don't have time to do their assignments, and they do poorly on their exams because they are working to help support their families. That should not be happening in a rich country like this. I taught students who came to school hungry because their parents or their carers were on JobSeeker and their families did not have enough money to put food on the table. Again, that should not be happening in a rich country like this. Students who are hungry find it very difficult to learn. They too suffer when they are sitting assessments, doing homework and exams. I taught students whose families were living in a shed. I taught students who were living in the open air under houses. I taught students whose families were living in cars. This government is going to give $244 billion to the top end of town, while students and their families and their carers suffer. That is shameful, it is reprehensible, it is obscene. How about we take that $244 billion and we raise JobSeeker so that families and their kids can afford to eat? How about we take that money and we put it into housing so that students and their families have a roof over their head? And how about we take that money and we properly fund public education so that every kid in this country has the same opportunities for a good life?
Okay, the question be that the urgency motion is agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. No. Believe the noes have it. Is a division required? Sorry, was that a? Is a division required? Okay, a division is required. Ring the bells. lock the doors. The question is that the urgency motion be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Oh, sorry, I've already done that bit. I'm going to appoint Senator McKim as the teller for the ayes and Senator Askew for the noes. There being 14 ayes and 39 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I shall now proceed to the consideration of documents. Senator Steele-John.
President, I seek leave to table a non-conforming petition in relation to a fair go for Vietnam war-era national service personnel in relation to a campaign led by President Jeff Parks of Fair Go for Nashos.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I table the petition and seek leave to make a 1-minute statement.
Is leave granted? Leave isn't granted.
Leave is granted.
It's not granted.
Oh, he's right there. Go on.
I wish to take note of documents on the notice paper. Okay, I'll now proceed to the tabling and consideration of committee reports and government responses. Are senators seeking to speak on this? Senator Urquhart.
Thank you, Deputy President. Acting Deputy President, sorry. Pursuant to order and at the request of the chairs of the respective committees, I present reports on the examination of annual reports tabled by 30th of April 2022.
Senator Smith.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I present Scrutiny Digest No. 4 of 2022 of the Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Bills, and I move that the Senate take note of the report. The Senate Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Bills performs the vital role of examining all bills introduced into the Parliament against a set of technical principles set out in Standing Order 24. These principles focus on the effect of proposed legislation on parliamentary scrutiny and individual rights, liberties and obligations. Importantly, the committee does not consider the policy merits of bills or acts. As a result of this approach, the committee has a strong and long-standing commitment to non-partisanship. When the committee identifies potential scrutiny concerns with a bill, its usual process is to write to the relevant minister requesting information in relation to those concerns or requesting that certain actions be undertaken by the minister. If ministerial responses are not provided within the requested timeframe, this can significantly impact the committee's ability to report on its scrutiny concerns while a bill is still before the Parliament. The committee's expectation is therefore that responses be received from ministers in a timely fashion and prior to the bill being brought on for debate in the Senate. Digest 4 of 2022 reports on the committee's consideration of 39 bills which were introduced into the Parliament between the 26th of July and the 4th of August 2022, or restored to the notice paper during that period. The committee has identified potential scrutiny concerns in relation to 13 bills, including 7 private senators and private members' bills. In particular, I wish to highlight the committee's comments in Chapter 1 of the Digest regarding the Aged Care Amendment Implementing Care Reform Bill of 2022. Item 2 of Schedule 1 to that bill introduces proposed subsection 54(1)A into the Aged Care Act of 1997. That section would require an approved provider to ensure that at least one registered nurse is on site and on duty at all times at an aged care residential facility. This new requirement would apply to all approved providers who are providing residential care or flexible care at a residential facility. The committee has technical scrutiny concerns in relation to the proposed subsections 54(1)(a)(3) and 4 of the bill. These subsections provide a broad power to grant exemptions to the new registered nurse requirement using delegated legislation. The bill does not set out any detailed criteria to limit this broad instrument-making power, nor does the face of the bill include any guidance as to how the power be exercised. The committee has therefore requested the minister's advice as to why it is considered necessary to confer such broad instrument-making powers on the minister in relation to granting exemptions to this new requirement. The committee has also asked the minister whether the bill can be amended to include at least high-level guidance on the face of the bill as to the circumstances in which an exemption may be granted and general guidance in relation to the conditions which may apply to an exemption. For example, the committee has suggested that it may be appropriate to include a requirement that any exemption is no longer valid if the circumstances under which it was originally granted no longer exist. Importantly, and as I've already noted, the committee's concerns relate to matters of technical scrutiny. The committee does not express a view as to the underlying policy of a bill. In addition, I note that 2 bills highlighted within Digest 4 passed shortly after they were introduced. While the committee works to ensure that its comments on bills are available to all senators prior to the passage of a bill, this may not always be possible where bills are passed in short timeframes. Bills which pass within short timeframes can therefore significantly impact upon the technical scrutiny process of the Senate. For example, the Aged Care and Other Legislation Amendment Royal Commission Response Bill of 2022 passed both Houses of Parliament on the 2nd of August after being introduced the previous week. While the committee welcomed the inclusion of provisions within that bill which limited the scope of a broad power to delegate administrative powers, the committee also had significant scrutiny concerns in relation to other provisions within the bill. For example, the committee had significant concerns in relation to a provision which provides immunity from civil and criminal prosecution to individuals who have used restrictive practices on individuals within aged care homes who lacked capacity to give informed consent. As the bill passed within a short time frame, the committee was not able to publish its comments on this and other provisions in time for consideration by the Senate. The committee looks forward to engaging constructively with new ministers and other bill proponents in the 47th Parliament to facilitate the resolution of technical legislative scrutiny concerns prior to the passage of bills. With these comments, I commend the committee's Scrutiny Digest No. 4 of 2022 to the Senate.
The question is that the motion put by Senator Dean Smith is agreed to. Those in favour say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Senator White.
The Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation, I present Delegated Legislation Monitor 5 of 2022 and a volume of committee and ministerial correspondence from the 46th Parliament, and I move that the Senate take note of the reports. I rise to speak to the tabling of the Senate Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation's Delegated Legislation Monitor 5 of 2022. This committee is one of the Senate's oldest and most respected standing committees. It performs the important role of examining all instruments made under the authority of acts of the Parliament which are of a legislative character. The committee engages in the technical scrutiny of delegated legislation in accordance with the scrutiny principles set out in Standing Order 23. These principles focus on compliance with statutory requirements, principles of parliamentary oversight and the protection of individual rights and liberties. Importantly, the committee does not consider the policy merits of delegated legislation. As a result of this approach, the committee has a strong and long-standing commitment to non-partisanship. This monitor reports on the committee's consideration of 825 legislative instruments registered on the Federal Register of Legislation between the 26th of February and the 26th of July 2022. This includes 656 disallowable instruments and 169 instruments exempt from disallowance. It also details the committee's ongoing consideration of instruments registered in previous periods. In this monitor, the committee is seeking advice from ministers in relation to 13 instruments. The committee is raising initial concerns in relation to 8 instruments and seeking further advice in relation to 5 instruments previously considered. I wish to particularly highlight the committee's comments in relation to 4 of these instruments. The first instrument is the Financial Framework Supplementary Powers Amendment, Prime Minister and Cabinet's Portfolio Measures No. 2, Regulations 2022. This instrument amends the Financial Framework Supplementary Powers Regulations 1997 to establish legislative authority for the government spending on the Australian Future Leaders Program. The scrutiny of instruments made under the Financial Framework Supplementary Powers Act 1997 is a key aspect of parliamentary scrutiny and control of Commonwealth expenditure. In this instance, the explanatory statement to the instrument specifies the amount that will be spent on the program, but does not appear to include the eligibility criteria for the program, and it is unclear to the committee if the criteria will be made public. The status of both the relevant expenditure and of the grant recipient who will deliver the program is also unclear. The committee has therefore resolved to seek advice from the new Minister for Finance as to whether the eligibility criteria can be made publicly available, whether funding authorised by the instrument has been expended on the program, the status of the entity to which funding is being provided, and whether this information can be included in the explanatory statement to promote parliamentary oversight of Commonwealth expenditure. The Australian Renewable Energy Agency Amendment Clean Energy Technologies Regulations 2022 were made and registered prior to prorogation of the previous Parliament. This instrument has since been superseded by the Australian Renewable Energy Agency Amendment Powering Australia Regulations 2022 made under the new government. Both instruments seek to prescribe additional functions of the Australian Renewable Energy Agency ARENA. The most recent instrument seeks to prescribe electrification technologies and energy-efficient technologies as functions of ARENA. On the information provided in the explanatory statement, it remains unclear to the committee whether the prescribed functions fall within the scope of the Australian Renewable Energy Act 2011, under which the instruments are made. The Senate has previously disallowed instruments which sought to prescribe ARENA's functions due to related concerns. The committee has therefore resolved to seek the minister's further advice about this matter and the extent of consultation undertaken in drafting the most recent instrument. Finally, the committee has resolved to seek further advice about the Financial Sector Reform Hanwell Commission Response Hawking of Financial Products Regulations 2021. The instrument amends the Corporations Regulations to create an exemption to the prohibition of on hawking financial products in the Corporations Act 2001. The Corporations Regulations are not subject to sunsetting. Consequently, the exemption to primary legislation made by the instrument will remain in place indefinitely unless later amended. The committee engaged in extensive correspondence with the former Treasurer about this instrument. The committee's long-standing view is that delegated legislation should not be used to create exemptions to primary legislation. Where it is absolutely necessary to use delegated legislation for this purpose, the committee considers that the relevant exemption should be time-limited to facilitate regular parliamentary scrutiny. Despite the committee's previous engagement with the former Treasurer, it was unable to resolve its concerns and recommended the Senate disallow the instrument. As the disallowance motion was unresolved when the previous Parliament was prorogued, the instrument was deemed to be tabled again in the Senate on the first sitting day of the new Parliament, and the disallowance period now expires on the 25th of October 2022. The committee has therefore resolved to seek the new Treasurer's advice in relation to whether the relevant exemptions can be time limited. With these comments, I commend the committee's Delegated Legislation Monitor 5 of 2022 to the Senate.
The question is that the motion moved by Senator White be agreed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Senator Brown.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I present the government's response to the interim report of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security on its inquiry into extremist movements and radicalisation in Australia, and seek leave to have the document incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Yes, leave is granted. Yes. Shoebridge. Sorry, Senator Shoebridge.
Yep. I rise to speak on the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security interim report, Extremist Movements and Radicalism in Australia Government Response, and I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Yes, leave is granted. Is anyone else seeking to speak to this item? I'm advised by the clerk that there are no ministerial statements and no committee memberships, so we will move to messages from the House of Representatives. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Defence, Veterans and Families Acute Support Package Bill 2022 for concurrence. Minister.
I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be read a first time.
The question is that the motion moved by Senator Brown is agreed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to veterans' entitlements and military rehabilitation and compensation and for related purposes.
Senator Brown.
I move that this bill now be read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that the debate be now adjourned.
The question is that the debate now be adjourned. Those in favour say aye. Those against? The motion is carried. I call the clerk.
Business of the Senate, order of the day number 2, Code for the Tendering and Performance of Building Work Amendment Instrument 2022. Motion for disallowance. Resumption of debate.
Senator Duniam.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. And I was partway through my contribution the other night on this very important disallowance, and so I'm pleased to be able to continue to make my remarks on this. I was making the point when debate was interrupted around what motivates a government to want to disempower an entity such as the ABCC that has done such important work protecting employees on work sites, like we've heard many examples of throughout the course of this debate. And I don't intend to go over all of the examples that have been provided, though it is important to reflect on how appalling some of these examples are. It is important to, as we go to cast our votes on this disallowance, which I say, and as my colleagues have made the point before, is it's important to reflect on what it is we are actually doing here. The government seeks to take away powers from the ABCC, which protects employees from terrible behaviour. They seek to gut it, as Senator Scarr says. But I don't understand why, at this time, in this political environment, in this world we live in today, where workers' rights, the right to feel safe, the right not to be discriminated against by virtue of or on the basis of a particular attribute, be it your sexual orientation, your gender or any other factor, is something that I thought everyone in this place, including government members, thought was universally important. I'm struggling to think of a workplace where it is deemed appropriate to do the things that have been cited in the examples given by my colleagues who have already made a contribution, to make homophobic slurs, to make sexist remarks, to intimidate people with reference to one or more of their personal attributes. Which workplace is it in which that is okay? Well, if we don't support this disallowance, we are saying that it's okay to do this in the construction industry, that it is okay to turn a blind eye to the claims that have been made, and that is somehow okay behaviour. What message does it send when here in this place we seek to ensure that we lead, set the standard and make sure that workers in all industries can go to work, feel safe, no matter who they are, what sexual orientation they have, what gender they have? So, again, I am just mystified, Acting Deputy President, as to why the government would seek to take away these powers from the ABCC. What is it? And what is more disturbing is a number of the contributions I've heard in this debate as to why we would think it's okay to do so by minimising the work of the ABCC, trivialising it, claiming that all the ABCC ever did was go after people with stickers on helmets. Stickers and flags. Stickers and flags are not what we are talking about. And indeed, as Senator Hughes says, you know, they might have been hung the right way, but the reality is that is not the bulk of the work that we have been seeing the ABCC focus on. So, one, the safety, the integrity of the workplace, the rights of workers to be able to go about what it is they seek to honestly do without fear of persecution, fear of bullying from others, from union thugs. You know, this is the kind of thing that this entity has been focused on. Indeed, of course, the economic consequences that flow from a decision of this nature, and we've seen it all before because, of course, history is repeating itself. We've had the abolition of this entity before, and we know what happened in the workplace. We know what happened to the economic performance of this sector. We know how many days were lost, almost quadruple the days lost on the worksite because of a Labor decision to abandon workers, to leave them at the mercy of union thugs who have nothing at heart other than their own interests, power on the workplace, and indeed, of course, a union we've heard many times over calling the shots within the Australian Labor Party. And so I think it is wrong for anyone who doesn't support this disallowance to try and minimise what it is we are seeking to do here, to try and bring it back to and equate the work of the ABCC as simply pursuing a union that placed stickers on helmets and hung flags. What madness! And I think people know enough about it. We only have to look at some of the activities, of course, that have been pursued by the ABCC. And I turn to my home state of Tasmania. And there was a case, of course, in 2017 where an official, a senior official of the CFMMEU was done for unlawful action and putting workers' safety in, quote, harm's way at an excellent project, actually, the Devonport Living City project, something funded by the Australian government and a project that, of course, has made a tremendous difference to the regional economy of the North West Coast. But the official in question here put the safety of workers at risk by climbing into the cabin of a crane while it was being operated. Of course, that same official, the very next day, climbed again into the crane, the cabin, while it was being operated, again compromising workers' safety. And this was claimed by this official to inform the worker of their rights. I'm not sure why you'd have to interrupt a shift, by in fact hop into the cab of a crane while it's operating to inform someone of their rights on the workplace, why they couldn't wait until the end of the shift. I'm not 100% sure. But as a result of this, despite the fact that there were signs around saying no unauthorised interruption of the operator during crane operation, and we are all about workplace safety, at least I thought unions were, and the party that they are most closely aligned to, there was a $137,000 fine taken to the CFMMEU for that particular conduct. The same official, of course, appears in a number of other cases related to Tasmania, and in our state, of course, sadly, there are countless examples of it. Another official in the year 2019, wilfully contravening right of entry laws, intimidating managers at a Hobart construction site, and the court found that this individual did not hold a federal right of entry permit, claimed the site erroneously had asbestos issues, returned again 5 days later and said to the head of contractor staff, "Don't get smart with me, delete expletive here. I'm at the end of my career. I don't give an F what happens to me, but that bloke over there will," pointing to another official. He could do whatever he effing well likes. That sort of behaviour. And I know, Acting Deputy President, that, of course, people who represent workers through unions or other organisations feel strongly about what it is they do. But if anyone in this place can point to that behaviour, the examples that have been provided to my colleagues, and say, hey, that's okay in any workplace, I defy anyone who can do that. And in fact, I'd love to see, if we did it in our own workplaces, I expect we'd be called out for it. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's been happening. There's been a high degree of interest in the safety of workplaces, be it the political realm, the private sector, the public sector, wherever it is, you name it, and rightly so. Workers need to be protected in their workplace, and of course that's what the ABCC has been doing, day in, day out. And all of this against the backdrop of an economy that needs every bit of turbocharging it can get to ensure that we don't have jobs lost and costs going up. When it comes to the construction sector, this is especially important. And of course, when the ABCC is no longer doing its work, who's going to protect these workers? Do we honestly believe we aren't going to see a return to the bad old days the last time this happened? And here we are, in the first 110 days of this government, and this is a top priority, to gut, as Senator Scarr said, the ABCC, to enable the CFMMEU to continue to do what it is they do, with flagrant disregard for the law. Absolutely no regard for the rights of these employees of various construction businesses across the country. Absolutely no regard. And so, again, as I say, I'm just absolutely mystified how anyone could vote against this disallowance. Why those who claim to come into this place to stand up for workers' rights, to make sure that this is a safe country in which people can work, go and seek to earn an honest living, get home safely at the end of the day, why on earth this sort of behaviour? Just a couple of very brief and minor examples compared to some of the other ones that have been referred to by my colleagues. Why that is okay? Is it okay in other workplaces? No, it certainly is not. So why, therefore, is it okay for the CFMMEU to continue to do this? Again, back to those who seek to vote against this disallowance. I did listen to the debate as the bulk of it took place over the last couple of days, and I think I might have counted 2 or 3 contributions of people speaking against it, and it made me wonder why. Why aren't people defending the decision to gut the ABCC? Why is it that they are just hoping this will disappear, that the disallowance will get voted down, the CFMMEU can get back to business, its officials can get back to abusing people on work sites, denigrating people, making homophobic slurs, misogynistic remarks, sexist remarks, things that you would just never deem acceptable in any other workplace. They're hoping that their mates in the CFMMEU, the Australian government, want this disallowance knocked off so that they can just get back to business. And hopefully nothing more will be said about it between now and the next election. That's what they're after. That's what they're hoping for. I urge senators to vote for this disallowance so that we can actually protect workers in this industry.
Your time has expired. Minister. So the question is that the motion for disallowance of this instrument be agreed to. Those that opinion say aye. Can I just confirm that you are seeking to finalise the debate, or are you seeking to have a vote on the decision? Because I think we don't have any more speakers. We can say ourselves.
That will be a unanimous decision in that case, won't it, Mr Acting Deputy President? I am moving to conclude the debate so that we can vote on the disallowance motion itself.
In that case, the question is that the question be put. Those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. In that case, there being no more speakers and that having passed, the question now is that the motion for disallowance of this instrument be agreed to. Those that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells.
Lock the doors. So the question is that business of the Senate orders of the day number 2, the Code for Tendering and Performance of Building Work, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left, and I appoint order. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Ciccone as teller for the noes. Order. There being 31 ayes and 34 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative.
Order. Those senators not participating in the subsequent debate, would you please leave the chamber or resume your seats quietly? you could leave the chamber quietly with some haste, please. We will move to business of the Senate orders of the day number 3. Clerk.
Business of the Senate order of the day number 3. Export Control Animals Amendment, Northern Hemisphere Summer Prohibition Rules 2022. Motion for disallowance. Resumption of debate.
Senator McDonald.
News this week the Labor government would ban live sheep exports sent a shiver up the spines of every grazier in Australia. And there is absolutely no doubt that banning sheep exports would open the door to banning live cattle exports, crippling the $2 billion live export industry and the 10,000 jobs it supports. Animal welfare is at the forefront of our live export trade. We've banned the shipment of sheep to the Middle East during the Northern Hemisphere summer, and the official mortality rate of sheep being transported is just 0.2% and dropping each year. In cattle, it's 0.1%. Research has already been conducted into using cameras on ships to enhance monitoring of animals on their journey. Animal health is the top consideration at every step of the supply chain, from the farm to feedlots to the ship. And participants in the live export trade are constantly scrutinised and face exclusion if they fail to meet the high standards set by industry. Another consideration ignored by activists is that of the 100 countries exporting live animals, Australia has the highest standards in the world. Not only that, we are the only country in the world that demands animal welfare standards from our customers. So we are holding our own people to high standards, and we are exporting these high standards around the world, training receiving countries to improve their own practices. And if Labor removes Australia from the world live export market, we are condemning animals in other countries to exceptionally poor outcomes. After Labor banned live exports in 2011, the backlash from the beef and sheep industries was immense, but that hasn't stopped the party from plotting to do it again. In fact, it was left up to animal activists to reveal Labor's plans shows the live export ban was being orchestrated to avoid scrutiny before the election. This policy by stealth is disgraceful and entirely in keeping with Labor's campaign strategy of "we have a plan, but we won't tell you the details until you vote for us." And also concerning is Labor has planned the demise of live exports without consulting with industry, relying instead on the emotion-charged, biased arguments by activists. Live export has enormous benefits for all of Australia, not just regional areas. Townsville Port is Australia's largest live export hub, supporting hundreds of jobs in Australia's unofficial northern capital. Live exports also go through Broome, Darwin and Fremantle. The northern cattle industry supports city-based transport companies and truck drivers. Graziers spend their incomes in cities, and the taxes they pay benefit us all. Primary production is hugely important for all of Australia. It's sustainable and it's in demand by scrupulous foreign customers, but Labor treats it like an afterthought, because without a strong ag sector, Australia will go backwards, and that will affect everyone, no matter where you live. For Australian graziers, life certainly won't be easy under Albanese. The live animal export trade is important not just to Australian graziers and farmers, though. It is terrifically important to our near neighbours. And the damage we did to our relationship with Indonesia with the overnight banning of that export market has damaged that relationship beyond repair. Over 10 years later, that is a country that still treats us with distrust, and it resulted in over $2 billion bill for this incoming government, both for damages at the time to graziers, transport operators and other businesses in the north, but as well as the growing interest bill that needs to be paid to those people. We saw poor animal welfare outcomes because of the overnight cancellation, and not to mention the massive mental health bill that was inflicted on all sorts of businesses and graziers and families in the north. It was just a horrific time, and for those people who attended those public forums, it was certainly devastating to see how those people had been affected. But live animal exports fills a portion of the market that is not just about exporting food, which is so incredibly important. Food security has been identified by the US Secretary of State at the recent UN World Peace Conference as being one of the most significant issues facing us in our time. Food security for Australians and for our near neighbours is of critical importance. And the part that we have to understand about live animal exports is that it is not just about receiving the best quality food that we grow here in Australia. It is also about being cognisant of religious requirements in those countries. This is something that we don't have to understand here, but in those countries, to receive live animals suitable for their markets, to be eaten in an appropriate, killed and eaten in an appropriate way, is significant for them. And that is a part of the exports that we consider when we have a live animal trade. It is not just about food, it is about cultural and religious beliefs, and in parts of the world it's also about their economic conditions, where they don't have the electricity and the reliable power to enable to have the refrigeration and the cold store chains that we enjoy in this country. So when Australia exports live animals to other countries, there is a number of issues that we are complementing our near neighbours and our trade partners. It is an important relationship that we understand culturally their challenges, economically their challenges, and of course, and most importantly, their food requirements. Because there is nothing more important in the world than growing and providing food and fibre. That is the human condition. Everything else that we do adds to the quality of life that we have, but without food, we don't survive. So I'm very proud of the work that particularly the sheep industry of Western Australia does, the cattle industry of Northern Australia, because they've developed relationships that are beyond just that simple provision of food to suit the human condition. They are relationships and friendships that have now developed over generations as we've done that. And it's important. It's important, particularly in this uncertain geopolitical time that we live in, that we have strong relationships with our near neighbours. And that's why it was so distressing to see during the close of the last government, when we were negotiating the ag visas, so important to agricultural businesses right across this country, whether it be in horticulture or animal production, piggeries, feedlots, that the sort of workforce who was skilled in these expertises from Indonesia, from the Philippines, from other near neighbours, was damaged. And it wasn't actually damaged by activists, it was damaged by the AWU, the Australian Workers' Union, who went and lobbied with those embassies and said, Australian farmers will exploit your people. What an outrageous thing to do, so un-Australian, because it showed such a lack of understanding of the requirements during the post-COVID environment, where workforce shortage has been so difficult that farmers have had to leave crops rot on the ground or in trees, not planted as much food as they possibly could because they didn't feel confident in being able to harvest that at the end of the year. But instead, some poor behaviour from some contractors meant that the AWU was calling Australian farmers exploiters and saying it was part of business as usual for them. It is shameful. It is shameful. And it has shaken me to the core to understand that people who advocate for Australians, for Australian businesses and Australian workers could so willfully undermine our industry, our own people, and not just our people but the people who do the important work of growing food and fibre, not just Australians but our near neighbours, how shocking that is. And to hear Labor continue these outrageous claims that the ag visa didn't get up because of any reason apart from their own henchmen going around and lobbying and bullying embassies and calling our farmers exploiters. it was truly a very dark day in Australia's history and certainly in the agricultural history. So I support the work of Australian farmers as they export not only food and fibre to our near neighbours, they understand and are sympathetic to the cultural differences of our near neighbours, and they understand the economic environment where there may not be good cold store chains for the people that we're supplying food to. Because there's a whole lot of businesses that also spring up around live animal exports once the animals arrive in those countries, where farmers might only take 2 or 3 head to take off to fatten in their own mini feedlots. These are important parts of the industry and commerce of those towns. And then, of course, Australia does the most important thing of all, which is that we export our very, very high animal welfare standards. Our closed supply chain in those countries mean that we demand the same export standards in our receiving countries as we demand in our own countries, whether it be in the way that animals are cared for, whether it be in the process of slaughter. We demand that they stand up to the same rigorous requirements that we have here in this country. And for anybody to suggest that that's not the case just flies in the face of the science and the research that has been handled, both by the Department of Agriculture, by industry groups, and the fact that we had whistleblowers being paid for their photos, being paid for their evidence, is just extraordinary, because if that was in any other situation, you discovered that the person giving evidence was being paid to provide evidence, then you would call into question the whole credibility of that complaint. That's exactly what we've relied on in this case, is somebody who we don't know if they're actually intentionally trying to hurt those animals, trying to make them distressed in order to provide footage for activists' intentions to shut down the very important work that Australian farmers and Australian exporters do in providing food security to these countries and allowing them to eat in a way that is culturally appropriate and in a way that suits their lack of cold store supply chains. And so I oppose this, particular requirement because of this motion, because I know that Australian farmers and Australian exporters do hold to the very highest standards. We should feel proud of them. And in fact, I would welcome any of these activists, any of the members opposite, to go and visit a live export ship, to go and visit with the farmers and graziers who take their stock there, to travel on the ship and to see just how excellent and expert these ships are, the staff are, the inspectors are. And the advent now, where they've been trialling having remote cameras on ships, I think is an extraordinary development, because it shows how transparent the industry can be. Right around the world, we've just lived through a period of remote everything, remote schooling, remote meetings, remote leisure activities, and now we can even remotely watch stock as they travel across the seas to our trade partners, and we can be assured ourselves of just the high standards that they've been looked after in. So, I just can't believe that with all the work that is done in this regard, with the Inspector General for live exports, with the independent observers, and of course with those very, very important trade relations with our near neighbours in this time where food security is the #1 issue that is affecting countries. We know that when people feel insecure, when food supply is threatened, it is the most dangerous thing that we can do to our trade relationships. We saw it in Indonesia. We saw it with that trade relationship that has barely recovered. And I fear for the outcomes that would happen if we were to close down this very appropriate live export industry with sheep, this very high standard of export, the very tight restrictions that we have on weight and standards. And anybody who thinks we're killing the sheep has never been on a ship, has never been to see the standards, who are so poorly informed that they should hang their heads in shame at their criticisms of the standards that we uphold. And I can only ask them, please, go on a ship. Go out and see what actually happens. Stop listening to poorly informed activists. Thank you.
Senator McKim.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I move that the question be put.
Did you seek leave?
I moved that the question now be put.
Sure. Thank you. The question is that the... Sorry. So the question is that the question be put. Those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells.
Order. Lock the doors. So the question is that the question be put. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Ciccone as teller for the ayes and Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 29 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Senator Birmingham.
President, I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted?
Seeking leave to make a short statement.
Senator Birmingham is seeking leave to make a short statement.
You want me to move a suspension? I'm seeking leave to make a short statement, Murray. You don't need to hear about it.
The general courtesy is that we give leaders that option, but it's your decision. I need an answer.
No, it's not, actually.
1 minute. Thanks, Senator Birmingham.
Thank the Senate. President, here we go. The first guillotine motion. All the occasions we heard from Labor and the Greens previously about how outrageous it was to shut down debate, we now have the remarkable situation where the Greens have just voted to guillotine debate on their own disallowance motion, where they will now sit there and watch Labor come over this side and defeat their disallowance motion. That is how much the Greens are willing to contort themselves in relation to these matters. The Greens there contorting themselves to now shut down debate in defiance of everything that they've had to say along the way. The Labor Party shutting down debate on an issue when there are only 2 speakers left on the list. 2 speakers. They couldn't allow another 2 speeches to proceed before they had to come in here, shut down debate, close things off, again in defiance of everything they used to say.
Expired. So the question is that business of the Senate. I'm putting the question, business of the Senate, number 3, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. One minute. 1 minute. Ring the bells for 1 minute. lock the doors. So the question is that business of the Senate orders of the day number 3 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 12 ayes and 47 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'm going to go. I call the clerk.
Government business orders of the day number 1, Climate Change Bill 2022 and a related bill, resumption of the second reading debate.
Would senators who are not participating in this debate please leave the chamber or resume your seats in silence. Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy Speaker. I rise tonight to speak to the Climate Change Bill 2022 and the Climate Change Consequential Amendments Bill 2022. The Coalition will not support either of these bills. This is legislation that their own minister has called not necessary. To quote the minister, he stated, whilst this legislation is not necessary for the Albanese government to embark on the policy actions we have sought and received a mandate for, it is best practice. The minister is also quoted as saying, we have designed our Powering Australia plan so that it can be implemented whether legislation passes or not. It's difficult for me to understand that this remains such a priority for Labor if it's not necessary. This legislation will introduce serious externalities. Why impose those consequences on the Australian economy if the legislation is not necessary? Australia has already made known its formal 43% target, regardless of how the parliament deals with this legislation. The government updated Australia's nationally determined contribution, the NDC, in June. One would have thought that the priority of the government would to be addressing the inflationary pressure and cost of living pressures that Australian families are suffering through. Amidst their broken promise to reduce power bills for families and businesses by $275, they've now overseen the highest electricity prices on record. So I repeat the call from the Leader of the Opposition. If you actually want to help Australians at the moment, keep the promise you've abandoned. Reduce their power bills by $275. Rushing to legislate an emissions target does nothing to fulfil that promise. This legislation has serious problems which will have significant unintended consequences. So I wanted tonight to briefly summarise the Coalition's main concerns. We believe that the consultation process overlooked significant stakeholders. The government chose to alleviate itself of rural and regional concerns instead of properly consulting with those most likely to be impacted. The legislation will invite green activists to enter vexatious claims in our legal system for political purposes. Environmental activist groups could now challenge crucial projects under Commonwealth legislation, potentially delaying or halting them altogether. Furthermore, the Coalition believes the government's Powering Australia plan is not achievable or genuinely practical plan to firm 80% renewables by 2030. We are, however, concerned that the legislation is not equitable nor fair. And what I mean when I say that this legislation gives no consideration to how an increase in power bills could cause economic distress to families or businesses, these bills are actually also likely to restrict crucial government agencies such as the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility, Infrastructure Australia and Export Finance Australia from supporting important projects. Furthermore, there are grave concerns that these restrictions will inhibit our national security and particularly objectives in the Pacific by reducing Export Finance Authority's flexibility. The Coalition believes that the Labor government's continued rejection of sensible debate on latest generation nuclear power is disingenuous. Stakeholders have said to us and have said to the inquiry that was held, such as the Australian Forest Products Association, raised concern with the legislation as it relates to consultation, or rather I should say the complete lack of consultation concerning certain aspects of the bills. The Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry was not consulted on the Climate Change Consequential Amendments Bill 2022 prior to its introduction. This bill could have serious impacts on the agricultural industry as an emissions-intensive industry, but the Climate Change Department failed to consult with the Agricultural Department on how this bill might impact on our primary producers. So this leads me to believe that the consultation process failed in its duty to inquire upon all communities about the manner in which this legislation may impact them. the consultation process of heightened concern because of the government's failure to conduct proper socio-economic modelling. Whilst providing evidence, the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water and the Department of Agricultural, Fisheries and Forestry admitted they've done no modelling on the impacts of the Climate Change Bill and the Consequential Amendments Bill on rural and regional Australia. The government failed to properly consult rural and regional perspectives and failed to conduct socio-economic modelling on the impact that it would have on these communities. Absolutely disgraceful. And without such processes, these bills may now have provisions that lead to incredibly serious unintended consequences. These are significant oversights on behalf of the government which should have been addressed, and the government should have sought to facilitate genuine consultation and discussion around this legislation. Unfortunately, though, despite claiming they would govern under a new style of politics, the government's haste is an attempt to influence political outcomes and obviate genuine criticism and differing perspectives. As stated in our dissenting report to the inquiry into these bills, the Coalition believes rigorous consultation, modelling and social impact assessments have been overlooked in the drafting and introduction of these bills. And if the Labor Party continues to insist on passing this legislation, they will have effectively entered Australia into a new era of green lawfare. The Coalition believes that these bills will invite unacceptable and fundamentally vexatious green activism into the courts and our legal system. And I note the experience of other countries who have codified into law some of these pieces of legislation. The UK, in particular, has been subject to significant legal consequences as a result of the codification of emissions reduction targets. Activists in the UK have challenged crucial projects such as a new high-speed rail network, challenged government decisions to invest in the maintenance and the construction of new roads because this would lead to increased traffic and thus greater emissions, and a delayed third runway at Heathrow Airport for years by challenging it in the court system. The government of France has been ordered to take all necessary measures on climate change by the end of 2022, or it will be subject to penalties by the court. In Germany, courts ordered the government to increase its emissions reduction target. These scenarios have eventuated through the legislation of emissions and emissions reduction targets. These scenarios are something that is very much real that Australia is facing now. Disappointingly, though, at the inquiry as well, environmental groups such as Greenpeace and others absolutely refused to rule out using this legislation to challenge agriculture, primary producing, infrastructure, energy, resources or forestry projects. The Coalition is gravely concerned that these may impact on access to the justice system if the court system is to be used to this, and already many of these projects are already subject to significant delays, and for allowing for green activism to add to the court's workload would not be in the interest of our legal system. And the government's target of 43% includes a plan to have an 82% renewables by 2030 under their Powering Australia plan. The committee inquiry into these bills received evidence that this plan would actually lead to an increase in power bills. So after breaking their promise of providing families with $275 relief on their power bills, the government is actually going to be contributing to additional costs to families and businesses. And we do know the variability of renewables cannot be firmed by current battery storage technology. As outlined in our dissenting report, evidence was provided to the inquiry into these bills. Current battery technology could power a city the size of Sydney for seconds if the grid failed. This is especially concerning given that members of the government continue to demonise fossil fuels. So to introduce such significant variability with no visible manner with which to firm that technology would be a very large misstep. The Coalition also has very serious doubts concerning the Labor government's ability to deliver on its commitment to 82% renewables by 2030, and as raised by Nuclear for Climate Australia in their submission to the inquiry into these bills, and I quote, "It's intended that emissions reductions in electricity generation throughout all sectors of the economy be achieved using renewables with storage. In view of the embodied carbon emissions in wind, solar and storage devices, it is physically impossible to achieve net zero using these devices. Their constant replacement, weather dependency and lack of reliability will render methods of negative emissions such as carbon sequestration or atmospheric removal entirely uneconomic. So for Australians who are already under constant cost of living pressures, any rise in their power bills will have a detrimental impact on their lives. And this legislation, though, fails to address the economic cost of rising power bills. But we do know that this government has very little concern for families who are managing very expensive power bills. Amidst the highest electricity prices on record, this Labor government, as I said, has abandoned their $275 Better Off plan for families. They ditched the promise, and I believe that one of the primary responsibilities for government when altering energy policy is to ensure that people can keep their lights on, they can turn their dishwasher on after 6 p.m. at night, and that they can afford to do so. I've said this time and again and will continue to do so. These bills will put pressure on already very high cost of living pressures on families. This will potentially inhibit some Australians from being able to afford to keep their lights on, to keep their fridge running, to keep the air conditioning on in summer or the heater on in winter. This will have significant impact for our communities. But of what could almost be of some greater concern or equal concern is the fact that this legislation could actually inhibit our national security objectives, particularly in relation to the Pacific. Our region, I think everyone can agree, is going through a period of heightened tensions. China has certainly become more assertive in the region, and they're pushing their objectives into our neighbourhood via the Pacific. We have heard and believe that the Export Finance Australia's ability and flexibility and reducing that is not in our national interest. Export Finance Australia do critical work supporting projects in the Pacific, and if we don't continue to provide that important support, other countries may attempt to do so on our behalf. So restricting Export Finance Australia's flexibility could lead to exactly that. If we do not support these projects, we can be opening up the door for China to do so. We need to ensure, and I and the Coalition object in the strongest possible terms, to any legislation which may negatively impact upon our national security objectives. But it's not just the Export Finance Australia, it's also the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility from supporting projects in various industries which are considered emissions intensive. So these agencies manage and support the funding of projects which create significant investment, provide economic stimulus and create jobs. But by restricting their decision-making and putting, it's just not in the national interest and could inhibit these opportunities. I do just also want to touch on nuclear energy. And the government, with its Powering Australia plan and its calls for 82% renewables in the grid to achieve their target of a 43% emissions reduction, that there needs to be input into the grid, more variability into the grid, and it needs to be firm. So given the government's focus on reducing emissions, it would appear to me now that its continued rejection of a genuine debate, that's all, a discussion, on nuclear power is purely ideological. So the Coalition urges the government to please engage in sensible discussions with us on these matters. So, in closing, and I know we have a long night ahead of us because, again, in transparency, we're going to push this through and maybe guillotine at some stage. We won't be supporting these bills because we support Australians. They are founded upon unachievable policy principles, and they will have very, very serious unintended consequences. The government has in no way done adequate consultation. In fact, it would look like they've gone out of their way to not consult those sectors, like agriculture, like primary production, like forestry, that will be so affected by this. They have done no modelling of how this will impact rural and regional communities as they shut down jobs. These bills will also increase green activism, the lawfare, the lawyers' picnic. The vexatious claims that are about to be launched will be significant. We will see a continual increase in energy prices. And as I said, this has the potential to have a very significant impact on our ability to further our national security objectives in the Pacific.
Senator Altman-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak this evening to the climate change bills. I note that many of my Greens colleagues have spoken to these bills and done so with eloquence, intelligence and passion. So while I wish to make a contribution to debate on these bills, I want to focus on a few key areas. You cannot end the climate wars while opening up new coal and gas projects. It really is that simple. In the month since these bills passed the House of Representatives, Labor has opened up 47,000 square kilometres of ocean to oil and gas exploration. The Prime Minister has said that Australia will keep on selling coal and gas to the world. Queensland Labor has given approval to the new Acland coal mine. These are not the actions of a party that is committed to reducing emissions. Let me be extremely clear. The Greens will be supporting these bills, but they are a very small step forward, and Labor has committed to kicking real action on climate change to the curb. This is a government that is captured by the likes of Woodside, Chevron and Santos. In Western Australia, literally 2/3 of all offshore gas is given away to these companies for free. The state government gets more money from vehicle registrations than they do from gas royalties. Federally, the Petroleum Resource Rent Tax is broken. Australian people are paying for the privilege of having our climate destroyed for the sake of multinational profit. That's a disgrace. While these bills go nowhere near far enough, we are pleased to have secured improvements. The Greens have made sure that Labor's unscientific target of 43% is a minimum, and we are aiming to see that target be raised substantially. We've made sure that the Climate Change Authority will be guided by the global temperature goals set out in the Paris Agreement. Crucially, large financing bodies such as Export Finance Australia and Infrastructure Australia will have to consider climate targets when financing projects. This is significant, as these bodies have been vehicles for significant fossil fuel financing. And finally, the government has agreed to consider our proposals for a National Energy Transition Authority to support coal and gas communities and give them control over their futures as Australia tackles the climate crisis. There is a real opportunity here for collaboration on protecting workers and their communities and ensuring an equitable transition to renewable energy that ensures well-paid employment and world-class services for those communities. I look forward to working with the government to get this done and to meaningfully deliver for working people in fossil fuel communities like mine. But a National Energy Transition Authority will have its work cut out managing the transition for existing fossil fuel projects. There are 114 coal and gas projects in the pipeline at the moment. Even a single one would blow Labor's target out of the water and make a mockery of any commitment to transitioning workers and their communities. The Labor Party might think that they can keep exporting coal and gas for decades to come, but the reality is that our international partners will stop buying it. If Labor intends to achieve even their inadequate target of 43%, not one of the 114 coal and gas mines currently green-lighted can go ahead. Whilst the Greens will vote for the climate bill, this bill cannot be the be-all and end-all of climate action. We will fight tooth and nail against all new coal and gas projects, and we will make sure that workers engaged in existing fossil fuel projects are protected and given secure, well-paid jobs in their communities.
Thank you. Senator Walsh. Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. And I rise to speak on the Climate Change Bill 2022 and Climate Change Consequential Amendments Bill 2022. And what a historic moment this is, because these bills mark the end of the climate wars in this country, the end of 10 years of inaction, the end of 10 years of division and denial by those opposite. We are in a global race, and now Australia is taking our place in that race, a race to prevent the devastating climate events that are destroying communities and regions here and around the world, and a race to seize the opportunities of a decarbonised world, including bringing the jobs of the renewables future right here to our shores. And with the Climate Change Bill, that is exactly what we are doing. This bill sends the signal that the Albanese government is committed to action on climate change, a signal that gives certainty to our region, to investors, to Australian businesses and to this parliament. Because this bill is also a commitment that our government will not just announce a target and hope we get there. We won't use accounting tricks or rely on future technologies that may or may not ever exist. We will be held accountable to our targets, and we will deliver our plan to not just meet them but exceed them. We'll report on our progress every year to the parliament on meeting the targets and on how our policies are contributing to that success, because our government knows that Australia should be a renewables superpower. We know that Australia should be leading this global race and securing the jobs of the future for Australian workers, and now we can do just that. I am incredibly proud that my home state of Victoria is leading Australia's transition to the renewables future. The Andrews government, led by Australia's longest-serving climate change minister, the Honourable Lily D'Ambrosio, was one of the first in the world to legislate a net zero emissions by 2050 target. And to make sure those targets are met, they've made the largest investment in clean energy of any state ever, investing $1.6 billion to identify and create renewable energy zones that support businesses, jobs and towns across regional Victoria to transition to new industry, ensuring maximum benefit for local communities by delivering thousands of good, secure jobs and billions of dollars in new economic activity. To ensure Victorians are prepared for these new jobs, the Andrews government has also introduced a Clean Energy Workforce Skills Initiative. This is a $10 million initiative that encourages collaboration between the training sector and industry. This will ensure that our training curriculums are fit for purpose for the jobs of the future and ensure that Victorian workers have the skills that they need to take up those jobs. So it is Labor governments that are leading the way on climate action in this country. It is Labor governments that are delivering on climate action in this country. Labor governments. That is who is delivering on climate action in this country. We are sending a message to the world that now is the time to invest in Australia's transition, attracting large nation-building investments in renewable energy right now. Investments like the Star of the South project off the south coast of Gippsland, a project that has partnered with the Victorian government to deliver Australia's first offshore wind site. The Star of the South project won't just help Victoria and Australia meet our climate targets. It will create thousands of local jobs, good, secure jobs. It will support a community transition from fossil fuels to a greener future. The Star of the South is bringing the local community along with it by working with unions and local businesses to ensure that there's an ongoing supply of local jobs and that there is an ongoing supply of local contracts for local communities. Australia, and particularly my home state of Victoria, has an incredible opportunity to establish a significant offshore wind industry, an opportunity that was held back for so long by the coalition government and their failure to deliver legislation allowing offshore wind to even be considered in Australia. But the Labor government in Victoria didn't let that hold them back. And to make up for the lost time as they waited for those opposite to deliver critical legislation to enable offshore wind, the Victorian government announced a plan to accelerate the rollout of offshore wind projects. This was a strong message to the world that if you want to invest in offshore wind, Victoria is the place to be. And that message was received loud and clear, with investment now flowing from international and local investors, including industry super funds who are getting involved. Because the best thing we can do to attract investment in our transition is to show the world that we are serious about reducing emissions and that we are serious about becoming the renewables superpower that everyone, except those opposite, know that we can be. There has been a decade of missed opportunities from those opposite, missed opportunities to make Australia a global leader, missed opportunities to secure Australian jobs in the rapid transition to renewables, including a failure to prioritise Australian-made products. We saw this at the Ryan Corner wind farm project, where Keppel Prince, Australia's only manufacturer of wind turbines, were primed and ready to provide the content for this project. But instead they were passed over in favour of imported products and overseas companies, a decision that saw 50 jobs lost in the community of Portland in just 3 weeks. 3 weeks. A devastating blow to that community. And this is the legacy that those opposite have left behind. No support for local content, no support for local business, no support for local jobs, no support for local communities. Australians know that under the Albanese government, the move to a renewable energy future will create secure jobs for workers here in Australia. Our Powering Australia plan will reduce emissions and help us meet the targets that we are setting today, and create over 600,000 new jobs for Australian workers. 600,000 good, secure jobs, many of them in Australia's regions. 5 out of 6 of those new jobs created in our regions. And we'll join together the Powering Australia plan with our Buy Australian plan, which will improve the way that government contracts work to make sure more opportunities are available to Australian businesses. At the same time, the National Reconstruction Fund will drive new manufacturing jobs in renewables. All of this creates even more jobs for Australian workers, because the world's climate crisis is Australia's job opportunity, and it's an opportunity that the Albanese government is not willing to miss. We are embracing that opportunity, and we are embracing the future.
Thank you, Senator Walsh. Senator Rennick.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. And I'm very pleased to rise to speak to this bill, because as I listen to the speeches today, there's been very little talk about science indeed. And matter of fact, I haven't even heard of one mathematical equation that actually underpins any of this science since this whole debate started. But I'll get on to that point in a minute. I do want to lay down my credentials in terms of how much I care about the environment. And I want to distinguish the environment and my passion for the environment and the Liberal Party's passion for the environment versus the shoddy mathematical modelling, indoctrination, intimidation of the climate change propaganda. Now, when it comes to looking after our riparian zones and reducing pollution, looking after our biodiversity, our land management, all these things are very, very important. And I stand with the party. It's one of the values of the LNP is to protect our environment. But as I stand here, I get worried, because I know what these so-called renewables, which aren't renewables, they are reliables, and the damage that they will do to the environment if they go ahead. I'll give you one example. These wind farms kill both bats and birds. They're killing our apex birds that it feeds down into the food chain, and they're killing our bats. Now, unbeknownst to most people, bats pollinate lots and lots of flowers. Right? So if we're going to go around killing bats, it's estimated that in the US that the wind farms over there kill up millions of birds each year, along with millions of bats. And it's been known in other countries, in Scotland and places like that, there's a real anti-wind farm sentiment. They are doing a fantastic job tracking the number of apex birds that are being killed by wind farms. But it just doesn't stop with wind farms. It also is lithium with these batteries and the rare earth mining that has to be carried out in order to build a battery. Now, not many people realise, for example, that lithium is a 1% ore body. You've got to mine 100 tonnes of ore to get 1 tonne of lithium, right? But the thing about a mine is that you just don't. The ore body, you can't just go and dig the ore body out of the ground. you've got to go around and around and around in order to get to the ore body. So that means you've probably got what they call a stripping rate of about 10 to 1. So you would quite possibly, with many of these lithium mines, and don't forget that's just one of the many metals that go into a battery, have to mine 1,000 tonnes of dirt in order to get 1 tonne of metal. But here's the rub. You don't just get the 1 tonne of metal out of the ore that easily. You've got to put it through a number of electrolysis processes to extract the metal from the ore. And then once you do that, you then put it on a ship to China, where it then goes into a battery. From that battery, it then goes into— I don't disagree with that, we should value add debt. But it then goes over to Texas into a Tesla factory, where it goes into a car, and then from the car comes all the way back to Australia and then gets used. But having said that, the actual power is put into a wall socket where most of the power actually comes from a coal mine anyway. Now, if you compare that to, say, for example, that Kogan Coal Creek mine close to my hometown of Chinchilla, it's what you call a mine mouth coal mine, which is where the mine is only 4 kilometres away from the power station. And coal is coal. There is no actual extracting coal from the ore body. You burn it, you strip it, you mine it, you put it straight into the power station, and the power is transported via the southern interconnector. It is a very efficient form of producing energy. But it doesn't stop there. These batteries that go into cars weigh up to 700 kilograms. They add a significant amount of weight to a car. They increase the braking distance. They are going to increase accidents. If you want it, you do not want to get hit by a 700-kilogram solid object. They are going to increase the rubber burn off in cars and increase the rubber pollutants in the air. This is not going to end well. On top of that, you have to build so much more security services in order to do with the frequency and the volatility control, because we're going to have renewables coming on and off, on and off, on and off. So we're going to have to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on synchronous condensers. Now, they are these big spinning flywheels that sit on an inverter at the end of the coal-powered fire station, and when there's an overload or a surge of too much energy coming from solar, say, for example, that power's then got to get diverted off into the actual spinning wheel, and then if there's a dip in the energy, if that spinning wheel's still spinning, you can divert some of that energy back into the actual the grid. But this all requires a lot of extra costs. There's been a lot of false assumptions. Now, for example, the CostGen report assumes that there's no extra transmission required until renewables hit 50% of the grid. Now, that's farcical, because the Labor Party have got a $20 billion rewiring the actual grid scheme, so that's going to be a loan, of course, and I don't know what the conditions of that loan are, but that's going to cost a lot of money. So we're now going to have all these extra transmission lines across the country. They themselves kill heaps of birds. That's a well-known fact, and I just can't wait for the farmers to— there's going to be once more and more of these transmission lines start getting built. I know in Western Victoria they're protesting about that at the moment. You're then going to have all these impacts on farmers. You're going to have transmission lines going crisscrossing the country. In the old days when we had 80% of the eastern seaboard powered by coal, we only had about 30 power stations, and it was all very efficient when it came to transmission. Now, on top of that, we've got the problem of recycling. Now, the head of the CSIRO, Larry Marshall, said in estimates it costs 3 times to recycle a battery than it does for the cost of the metals that go into the battery. So I want to know, how are we going to recycle all of these lithium/cobalt/aluminium and copper and all the stuff that go into these batteries? I don't think it's ever going to be economical to recycle these batteries, because it is so metal intensive. And this is the big fallacy of all this. All you're doing is shifting from mining coal to mining rare earth metals that are 1 or 2% of the actual Earth's crust. Now, Richard Harrington from the the head of geology at the London Natural History Museum, has said there is not enough— he was just talking about Great Britain— but there wasn't enough copper, nickel, neodymium and a few other metals on the Earth's crust to actually power the UK fleet. So where are we going to find all these rare metals to actually, basically have enough battery storage so that the renewables— well, I call them unreliables, and they're not renewable. The hardware isn't renewable, right? It's just totally unsustainable. But look, you know, these things are unfortunately, and I've just realised that I'm never going to win this argument. Whenever I talk about this stuff, I'm called a climate denier. I somehow don't care about the environment. I have to say I find that incredibly insulting as someone who grew up on a farm, who yearns for the sound of the whipbird in the morning or the sound of the glass out at Chinchilla, you know, and the beautiful noises they make. I love the environment. You know, when I was offered a partnership in an accounting firm when I was 23, I turned it down to go overseas. And the first place I went to was Africa. I climbed Kilimanjaro in the first week. I went to see the gorillas in the mist. I went and dived at Zanzibar. I went to the Serengeti. I went to Europe. I climbed the Alps. I rock climbed in the Alps. You know, I then went over to South America, Machu Picchu Trail, Nepal, climbed the Concagua. I've surfed, skied, paddled down so many rivers. I love the environment. But yet whenever I raise these genuine concerns about the environment, you're just castigated with intimidation, indoctrination and shoddy mathematical modelling that somehow, you know, the debate's moved on. Well, let me tell you, the debate hasn't moved on, and it will never move on, because at the end of the day, all science is underpinned by mathematics. And if there isn't a mathematical algorithm that demonstrates cause and effect and quantifies that cause and effect, then that's not science, because behind every good scientist is a mathematician. Okay, and if you go and watch these movies and these so-called science boffins, they're on the wall proofing their algorithm. And that's what I'm going to finish this speech up on tonight, because I want to talk about the scientists, no greater scientist himself than Albert Einstein. And in his 1917 paper on the quantum theory of radiation, and let me quote his conclusion, is that one feels justified in this because the momentum transferred by radiation is so small that it always drops out as compared to that from other dynamical processes. What does that mean? There's three forms of heat transfer: convection, conduction and radiation. Now, at the end of the day, Albert Einstein, the great man himself, the greatest scientist that ever lived, said radiation was so small is it insignificant. Okay, so just remember that. So if you want to talk about science and the science of climate change, I say there's no such thing. It's the science of heat you need to focus on, and the science of heat is called thermodynamics. And those rules were first settled 200 years ago by guys like Robert Joule and William Thomson, who later on became Lord Kelvin, who was the first scientist to be made a Lord in the House of Lords 200 years ago. And Leo Carnot, a great Frenchman who actually worked on the second law of thermodynamics. Technically speaking, it was the first law of thermodynamics, because he got to that before Boyle and Joule. But anyway, I digress. But I want to touch on these laws of thermodynamics to actually prove that this whole concept of adding carbon dioxide to the atmosphere is somehow going to increase the heat. Because as anyone understands science knows, E equals mc squared. Energy comes from the combustion of energy in the sun. 600 billion tonnes of hydrogen are burned every second. That's converted into 596 billion tonnes of helium and 4 billion tonnes of energy. Now, radiation energy is carried by a boson known as a photon. Now, some of that photons come here to planet Earth, and it comes about in the form of about 8% infrared above the visible spectrum, about 42% visible spectrum and about 44% infrared energy. Now, carbon dioxide, ironically enough, only actually absorbs energy at certain frequencies. One of those frequencies happens to be 2.8 microns, which is incoming radiation. Okay? Another frequency it absorbs at is 14.8 microns, which just happens to be outgoing long-wave radiation. Now, here's the thing. If you actually apply Planck's law, E equals hv, that the energy consumed by carbon dioxide on the way in is actually 5 times stronger than the energy absorbed by carbon dioxide on the way out. Okay, because they never want to tell you that, right? What do you think actually slows down the adiabatic lapse rate? If it wasn't for the actual greenhouse gases, and we know this because the maximum temperature in Singapore is about 34 degrees, it's been actually proven that the H2O, water, vapour, actually cools. So if you go to places in outback Queensland or Australia, you'll get 50 degrees in the summer. In Singapore you won't get that because the humidity actually stops the radiation, incoming solar radiation, from getting too hot. It gets very muggy, but that's actually the water, not the radiation. So that's two laws. So we've basically broken so far E equals mc squared, special theory of relativity, 1905 by Einstein. He did 4 great papers that year. He didn't actually get a Nobel Prize for that. He got that for the photoelectric effect that he did later that year. and of course we've now broken also Planck's law. But then we go on to Wien's law. Now, Wien's law actually describes the temperature, actually calculates the temperature at which carbon dioxide will actually emit any energy it absorbs. Now, we know that that's basically, what's the word it's called? I did have to print this off, I can't remember this. It's called the constant of proportionality, and that's 2.2898 centimetres. And you actually put that over the wavelength that carbon dioxide absorbs, 14.8 microns, and that will give you 192 degrees in Kelvin. Now, 192 degrees in Kelvin, for those of you who don't know your Kelvin scale, is actually negative 80 degrees Celsius in real life. So, in other words, carbon dioxide actually only emits heat at negative 80 degrees. So if you want carbon dioxide to be so-called trapping heat, as you guys like to claim, you'll need to either go to the bottom of Antarctica or about 10 kilometres up in the actual troposphere to actually start getting carbon dioxide to actually emit heat. But here's the thing. You see, carbon dioxide is only ever going to emit what comes in via radiation in the first place via the photons, right? But the problem with that is and that's if you use the first law of thermodynamics, which we'll now go to, is that energy is neither created or destroyed. And this matters because of this rule. It means that carbon dioxide only absorbs energy on a logarithmic scale and not a linear scale. So first law of thermodynamics, if I'm a 1-tonne car and I'm travelling at 100 kilometres and I hit another stationary car at that weighs 1 tonne, the most that stationary car can move is 100 kilometres. It can't go at 110 kilometres, right? So likewise, with a photon that is absorbed by carbon dioxide, it only absorbs an existing photon. It doesn't actually increase the overall energy intake that's actually in the atmosphere, right? You cannot do that. But here's the thing, and I'll accept you, this little bit of the climate change theory is right. It will emit radiation in all directions, and some of that, albeit at negative 80 degrees, will radiate downwards. And that's where we use the second law of thermodynamics, which is that the entropy of a system will always increase. Now, if I have a glass of water here, half a glass of water here at 10 degrees, and half a glass of water here at 20 degrees, and I tip one into the other and assuming we trap the heat, we will actually end up measuring out 15 degrees of the water will end up at 15 degrees. Now, likewise, if we had a little bit of radiation come down, so let's just say the lower part of the atmosphere, or the one glass went to 9.9 degrees and the other one went to 20.1, and you still tip them into each other, the entropy will always increase. It's still going to level out at 15 degrees. So the point of the matter is that the very small amount of radiation emitted downwards, and it's next to nothing, as Einstein said, it's so small it drops out, it's going to be levelled out by the wind. And we know that, we all know that, because every day we see the wind constantly moving. That is the second law of thermodynamics in action. However, so I'm going to have to finish my speech here, sorry, but can I just say I will vote against this bill because it is junk science. It has been based on false lies for far too long, and I'll continue to fight this to the day I die.
Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak to the Climate Change Bill 2022, and I would like to associate myself with the fabulous comments that have already been made by my Greens colleagues. The Climate Change Bill, as first introduced by Labour, was a flimsy, purely symbolic bill designed to take an election promise and provide Labour with an opportunity for self-congratulations. The Greens have worked hard to improve it. We've ensured that the target can be ratcheted up over time. We've Dutton-proofed the bill with a genuine flaw, which means that targets cannot go backwards. And we've ensured that government agencies, such as Export Finance Australia, that in the past have funded coal and gas projects, will for the first time be forced to take climate targets into account when making decisions. But there is so much more to be done. The first and most obvious thing is that we have to stop making the problem worse while we're trying to solve it. Exacerbating a crisis that we are trying desperately to fix is a brazen act of self-sabotage. That's why it beggars belief that Labour have not ruled out backing new coal and gas projects. Right now, there are 114 of these in the pipeline, and this includes projects like the Pilliga Narrabri coal seam gas project in my home state of New South Wales, Woodside Scarborough gas field, and what will likely be the world's dirtiest gas project, Santos's Barossa in the Northern Territory, which will add billions of tons of carbon emissions over the coming decades. On top of that, the Albanese government is opening up nearly 47,000 square kilometres of ocean waters to oil and gas exploration. These will erase any climate gains made by the emissions reduction target many, many times over. In fact, Labour's target would be blown out by just one of these. As climate expert Ketan Joshi puts it, Labour is pouring a full tanker of petrol onto the fire while spraying it with a plastic water pistol at a distance. So weak targets like this one are really a bit of a fig leaf. The real fight, the fight the Greens are going to throw everything at, is to keep coal and gas in the ground. This includes introducing a climate trigger in environmental laws, a strong safeguard mechanism, and ending fossil fuel subsidies. We will push for massive investment in publicly owned renewable energy. The harsh reality is this. We are in a climate emergency. We are facing an existential crisis. The planet and people all over the world are suffering. As I speak, about 1/3 of my home country, Pakistan, is underwater because of monsoon rainfall estimated to have been 10 times more severe than usual. Melting glaciers are adding to these floods. 1/3 of Pakistan is an area roughly the size of the UK, from which 33 million people, more than the entire population of Australia, have been displaced. The UN Secretary-General, Antonio Guterres, described this. The Pakistani people are facing a monsoon on steroids, the relentless impact of epochal levels of rain and flooding, and then called on the world to stop sleepwalking towards the destruction of our planet by climate change. In this country, we are sleepwalking. This is the climate emergency Labour is making worse every time it approves a new coal or gas project. Meanwhile, China is coming out of the longest and hottest heat wave it has ever recorded. For more than 70 days straight this year, nearly 1 billion people suffered through a heat wave that saw sustained daily temperatures above 40 degrees. This is the climate emergency Labour is making worse every time it opens up a new coal and gas project. The Horn of Africa has seen the worst drought in 40 years, which has killed millions of livestock, destroyed crops, and forced 1.1 million people from their homes in search of food and water. 22 million people are at risk of starvation, according to the UN's World Food Programme. This is the climate emergency Labour is making worse every time it opens up a new coal and gas project. And of course, there are our neighbours, the Pacific Islands nations, for whom the climate emergency is a daily lived reality and has been for some years. Some, such as the low-lying atoll nations of Kiribati and the Marshall Islands, are only 6 feet above sea level. Water is literally lapping at their doorstep. Many of the Pacific Island nations, which are amongst the lowest emitters on the planet, face intense cyclones, changing rainfall patterns, coral bleaching, ocean acidification, and coastal inundation as a result of the climate crisis. This crisis is global, and the decisions that we make here have global consequences. Right-wing commentators love to claim that Australia's contribution to global climate change is small in the grand scheme of things. But we emit far more than our fair share and are one of the largest exporters of fossil fuels in the world. If we export our emissions overseas, that doesn't mean that they're not contributing to the climate crisis. We are also far more able than most countries to manage the costs of moving away from fossil fuels because of our wealth and bountiful access to sun, wind, and water. Rich countries of the global north, like Australia, bear the overwhelming responsibility for climate change. The climate crisis is essentially something rich countries are doing to poor countries. The Greens believe global justice must be at the forefront of tackling the climate crisis. Human rights need to be at the forefront of tackling the climate crisis. Decolonizing needs to be at the forefront of tackling the climate crisis. Indigenous sovereignty needs to be at the forefront of tackling the climate crisis. And that means listening to First Nations people who don't want the destruction of their land, their water, their air and their culture in Beetaloo, Scarborough, Pilliga, Narrabri, and anywhere for that matter. After a decade of climate stupor by the Liberal and National governments, this bill does represent some progress. It is a small step in the right direction. But after a decade of coalition ruin, Australia is in such a state of despair when it comes to climate that even the smallest step is quite notable. But it's not near enough the solution that we need. No government should be let off the hook on climate action. It's vital that the media, activists, NGOs, and the community at large not let the Labor government rest till we see real climate action. Without strong action, we are still hurtling towards climate disaster. Without urgent action, we are robbing the futures of young people all over the world. The planet is cooking, and it is cooking fast. That's what's happening. So this is an emergency. We need a response that matches the scale of this crisis. We need urgent action. We need decisive action. We need strong action. We need an end to all new coal and gas. We need to stop killing the planet and its people. We need climate justice, and we need it now.
Senator Bilyk.
Thank you very much. The Climate Change Bill and the Climate Change Consequential Amendment Bill were the first bills that the Albanese Labor government introduced into Parliament, and there's a reason for this. It helps us send a strong message that we acknowledge that climate change is a major threat and one that needs to be dealt with urgently. It's a threat to our prosperity, our safety, our national security and our way of life. The likelihood of it threatening the very survival of the human species is enough that we cannot afford to deny action. Even the climate change impacts we are seeing in Australia right now are disastrous enough to warrant urgent action. There's been a dramatic increase in extreme weather events such as heatwaves, floods and wildfires, with the consequent loss of property, livelihoods and even lives. To give you a picture of the impact of climate change on Australia so far, 9 out of 10 of the hottest days on record in Australia were experienced since 2005. During January and February 2009, a period which overlapped with the devastating Black Saturday bushfires, 374 excess deaths were recorded in Victoria due to heat-related illness. The 2018 fire season began in winter, while the 2019 bushfires created air pollution in areas such as New South Wales 11 times the hazardous level. The disastrous 2019-20 bushfire season caused around $80 billion of damage across Australia and burnt somewhere between 3 and 4% of our land mass. This year's floods in Queensland and New South Wales have led to almost $5 billion in damage and have killed 22 people. The world has warmed by 1.1 degrees since 1880, and as it continues to warm, we will see a loss of biodiversity and an increase in extreme weather events. Not only do these extremes threaten people's safety and property, but we're also likely to see the increased spread of infectious diseases as changes in climate force the migration of species to new areas. Climate change has also exacerbated the severity of drought, putting pressure on agricultural production. Australia has always been a vast, rugged country, subject to weather extremes, but what's been happening in the past 2 decades is something entirely different. This is not normal. Australians see these impacts and they suffer from them, which is why increasing numbers of Australians keep calling for real action on climate change. Sadly, the time spent in office by the previous government was a wasted opportunity for climate change action. Every year that went by was a year of delay, denial and inaction. Among the Liberals and Nationals, we heard a variety of views on climate change while they were in government. They could not move forward because they remain hopelessly divided on the issue. Among the ranks of the coalition were the outright deniers, ranging from those who refused to believe changes in climate were influenced by human activity, through to the even more bizarre view that the climate was not changing and government agencies were deliberately falsifying data. Those in the coalition who accepted the evidence that human activity is responsible for the extreme weather events we see offered an array of excuses for refusing to act. Some suggested that Australia should not be taking action to cut its emissions until other countries make stronger commitments, despite the fact that Australia has the highest emission in the world on a per capita basis. Others talked about the size of Australia's contribution to global emissions. But the question of Australia taking action is not just about our emissions. It's the example we set to the rest of the world, particularly the countries with the highest overall emissions. For years we've been seen as a pariah. We need to do our share of the heavy lifting if we're going to encourage others to do the same. Even when the previous government accepted that climate change was real, their actions failed to match their words. We saw policies advanced under the pretence of action. For example, the backbone of the Coalition's policy for many years was the Emissions Reductions Fund, which wasted hundreds of millions of dollars on projects that did not deliver real cuts to emissions. Another great example was the so-called Net Zero by 2050 blueprint, which relied on a series of costly, unproven and underdeveloped technologies to do the bulk of the heavy lifting. A policy that makes heavy cuts to Australians' emissions has to rely on the renewable energies that we know are cost-effective and work at scale, and they are wind and solar with backup battery storage. But those opposite have shown contempt for renewable energy. They tried to abolish the Clean Energy Finance Corporation under the guise of cutting red tape, even though the agency was making a profit. They also tried to abolish the Australian Renewable Energy Agency, and when they failed at that, they tried to get ARENA to invest in fossil fuel and carbon capture and storage projects. And they even proposed underwriting coal power generation to the tune of billions of dollars. It's incredible that the previous government had such a pathological hatred of renewable energy that they opposed it, even when it made fiscal and economic sense without reference to emissions. The legislation sets an interim target of a 43% cut in emissions by 2030. And we know we can achieve a 43% cut because it's the outcome predicted by the modelling of our climate change policies. Reaching this target will get Australia well on the way to our ultimate target, also enshrined in these bills, of net zero emission by 2050. The 43% target, mind you, is a floor, not a ceiling. We can be more ambitious if the circumstances call for it. In addition to these two emissions reductions targets, the bill now before the Senate will provide for an annual statement to Parliament from the Minister responsible for climate change. The statement will include an update on Australia's progress towards meeting our emissions targets. The bills will also restore the Climate Change Authority to provide independent expert advice to the Minister on the annual statement and to provide advice on any new or updated emission reduction targets to be communicated to the UN under the Paris Agreement. I was pleased to have the opportunity to participate in the Senate inquiry into these bills and to hear from representatives of business, academia, environmental organisations, unions, think tanks, welfare groups. The list goes on. Overwhelmingly, those who contributed to the inquiry via written submissions and addressing our public hearings were in favour of the objectives and provisions of the bill, with only a small minority opposed to them. These bills are just the foundation for our climate change action. We will get to work on our other plans, which include rewiring the nation, an enhanced safeguard mechanism and Australia's first ever electric vehicle strategy. Rewiring the nation will get us to 82% renewables by 2030 and will put downward pressure on power prices for Australian households. It's sad that, against the weight of public opinion, the opposition would oppose those bills. They remain stuck in the past on this issue, their heads firmly planted in the sand. After almost a decade of delay, denial and inaction, they have finally had an opportunity to end the climate wars for the good of all Australians, but they rejected it. Incredibly, they are even going against the wishes of the business community who they purport to represent. But we are not deterred. We know that the overwhelming majority of Australians want climate change action. We will legislate these targets and we will make a meaningful contribution to global action under the framework of the Paris Agreement, because Labor is getting on with the job.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. I rise to speak in relation to the two bills before the Senate this evening. In doing so, I might address a few preliminary comments, if I could. First, in reference to Senator Faruqi's speech, can I just, with indulgence, give my sympathies and thoughts to the Pakistan diaspora in Australia, who no doubt are suffering, seeing what is happening in Pakistan at the moment with respect to the devastating floods that are occurring in Pakistan, and my thoughts and prayers with you, as I'm sure the thoughts and prayers of everyone in this place is with them, and I do hope the Australian government can lift its game in terms of providing assistance to the people of Pakistan. I simply don't believe we've done enough in that regard. The second point I'd like to make in relation to the debate is just in relation to gas. And it is one of the touch points in this debate, and whilst the Greens and Labor will be both supporting the legislation, there is a material difference between their positions with respect to gas in particular and the approval of future gas projects. And I just wanted to put a number of observations on the record with respect to the importance of gas for the foreseeable future. I note this, that with respect to what is happening following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Germany at the moment is going as fast as it possibly can in terms of constructing LNG terminals to allow them to export additional LNG imports. They've just recently, a company called EnBW Energy, a major German power producer, has entered into a 20-year contract commencing in 2026. So this is 2026 to 2046 to purchase an immense amount of LNG from the United States. Second point I'd make with respect to the importance of gas, if one looks at a company like POSCO in South Korea and its recent investment in a great Queensland company called Senex, again you can see that our near neighbours in North Asia are absolutely focused on securing their LNG supplies and are investing in Australian companies in order to secure those supplies on a long-term basis. And I should say POSCO at the same time is investing an immense amount of money, capital, in relation to hydrogen. Third reflection in relation to gas, Japan is again looking at increasing its LNG imports and is also, I should note, reconsidering its position with respect to nuclear energy, given its energy constraints. So there you have a number of our major trading partners, all of whom recognise the issues relating to climate change, all of them recognising those issues, who are each and every one of them searching the world for LNG in order to assist them meet their energy requirements and deal with climate change issues. So that should be recognised and it should be put on the record. The Senate is a house of review, Mr Deputy President, and I know that you know that very well, and indeed you have experience in another place's upper house, which presumably has a similar perspective. And I think, can I commend everyone who participated in relation to the committee report that was prepared in relation to this legislation. I've read it very carefully, and there are 10 points I'd like to make in relation to the committee report in relation to these bills, which are considered by the coalition senators who served on that committee. The first is there was insufficient consultation with respect to this legislation. There was insufficient consultation. And in a situation where, by the government's own admission, this legislation is not necessary, it is absolutely gobsmacking that they haven't engaged in sufficient consultation with respect to this legislation. So, to give you a number of examples, the Australian Forest Products Association has raised concerns with respect to the legislation, with respect to the lack of consultation. The Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry was not consulted in relation to the legislation, which is just baffling. And in addition to that, if one looks at paragraph 1.13 of the dissenting report of the Coalition Senators, and I quote, "These concerns are bolstered by evidence from the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water and the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, admitting that they have done no modelling on the impacts of the Climate Change Bill 2022 and the Climate Change Consequential Amendments Bill 2022 on rural and regional Australia." I mean, that is just astounding that the relevant departments, including the Department of Climate Change, has done no modelling with respect to the impact of this legislation on rural and regional Australia. How can that be? How can that be? And in this place, I represent the great state of Queensland, as does my friend Senator James McGrath, who's in the chamber this evening, and we represent the people of rural and regional Queensland. We represent the people of rural and regional Queensland. We do so proudly. And to see a situation where this government is putting forward legislation where the Department of Climate Change hasn't done any modelling to consider the impact of this legislation on rural and regional Queensland is just unacceptable. It is unacceptable. Second point I'd like to make is that there has been no credible pathway thus far presented with respect to how the government is going to achieve its plan of firm, and I emphasise that point, firm 82% renewables by 2030. We simply don't have a credible plan with respect to how the government is going to achieve that goal. And I don't think it's too much to ask that, just as the previous government did prepare a credible plan with respect to the goal of net zero by 2050, for the government to provide a convincing plan with respect to achieving their nominated goal of 82% renewables by 2030. Thirdly, I should say, there's no assessment of the economic cost of higher power bills that will flow from this policy. Be honest with the Australian people. Be honest. Do the work. Tell us how much their electricity is going to cost. Do the work before you come to this place and introduce a bill such as this. The fourth point, lawfare, something we're very, very familiar with in the state of Queensland in relation to actions being taken by non-government organisations. The concern has been raised that there will be unintended consequences from this legislation in relation to NGOs, in particular environmentally focused NGOs, bringing legal action on the basis of this legislation to stop development on a piecemeal basis. And an example of that in the overseas context is the action that was taken by an organisation called Plan B against the expansion of Heathrow Airport. And that legal action went through a number of levels of the UK court system, and in fact they tried to refer the legal action to the European Court of Human Rights, I think it was, when they were unsuccessful before the United Kingdom Supreme Court. All of this causes cost, all of this causes delay, and it's done on a piecemeal basis, not on the basis of an overarching strategy and plan. And I refer those who are listening to this debate to paragraph 1.27 of the Coalition Senators' dissenting report, where they state, and I quote, "Environmental groups which provided evidence to the committee refused to rule out using this legislation to challenge agriculture, primary producing infrastructure, energy, resources or forestry projects." End quote. So the actual NGOs who would potentially use this legislation in order to engage in this lawfare, notwithstanding the fact that the government says nothing to see here, you don't have to worry about it, the actual NGOs, who are the ones that society should be concerned about in terms of undertaking this piecemeal lawfare activity, they're not ruling it out. They're not ruling it out.
In fact, when given the opportunity to rule it out, they specifically don't do so. They specifically don't do so. And when one of my colleagues raised that earlier this evening in the debate, a number of the Greens senators, I don't think the leader of the Greens was in the chamber at the time, actually applauded and clapped and said, no, fantastic, fantastic. So we're concerned about those unintended consequences and what it means to major infrastructure projects, major development projects which are needed by this country. The fifth point I'd like to raise is with respect to the change of the objectives and functions of a number of major Australian government agencies. And I'll give you the example of Infrastructure Australia. And again, I refer to paragraphs 1.43 and 1.44 of the Coalition Senators' dissenting reports. I quote, "Coalition Senators are also gravely concerned that Infrastructure Australia could not explain the consequences of the bills on their own decision-making." They couldn't explain how the bill would impact their own decision-making. I continue the quote. "The agency could not explain how they would weigh the emissions of applicant projects versus the job creation opportunities. When asked repeatedly how this legislation would alter Infrastructure Australia's decision-making, officials stated, quote, 'We're still determining that, and we are receiving advice on it at the moment.' End quote. Well, prior to this legislation coming to this place, perhaps that should have been determined. Perhaps we should have been in a position to understand in practice, moving away from the written word in the Act, but the practice of application. How is Infrastructure Australia going to practically implement the changes put forward in this legislation? We do not have the answer. We don't have the answer. The sixth point I'd like to raise in terms of— I've got 10, Senator Ayres. I've got 10. It's got to be an even number. The sixth point I raise is in relation to the possible impact on regional communities. Again, I quote from paragraph 1.52 of the Coalition Senators' dissenting report. "The Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water has admitted it has not undertaken any modelling on how these bills will impact regional and rural Australia." End quote. No modelling on the impact on rural and regional Australia. And I know my friend Senator Ayres comes from regional New South Wales. And they haven't actually, I don't need 4 minutes even, they haven't actually considered the impact on regional Australia in terms of their consideration of this legislation. The seventh point, we're concerned about the impact on the agricultural production of this country. Senator Faruqi rightly referred to the devastating famine that's occurring in the Horn of Africa at the moment, in Somalia. And again, I extend my consideration and concern to our great Somali diaspora in Queensland. They're going through a devastating famine, and again Australia should do all we can to help that region of Africa. I quote paragraph 1.56, "The committee heard testimony that farmers are already troubled by the land already locked up by governments." End quote. Are we going to see a situation where, in order to achieve net zero, that major industrial players more and more seize, purchase through the market our prime agricultural land, and our prime agricultural land gets locked up, and that has a negative impact in terms of food production? I don't know the answer to that. Point 8. The legislation removes the Productivity Commission's 5-year review into the socio-economic impacts of our nationally determined contribution and how it may potentially disproportionately affect rural and regional communities. Why would you possibly remove the Productivity Commission's obligation, its function, to actually review the impact, in particular the socio-economic impacts of this policy in practice? Why would you remove the Productivity Commission's purpose in that regard? I simply don't understand it. I don't understand it. Point 9. What will be the economic cost of higher power bills on Australians? What will be the impact of higher power bills on Australians? I quote paragraph 1.75 the dissenting report, "For Australians under constant cost of living pressures, any rise in power bills will have a detrimental impact on their lives." End quote. What is going to happen to power prices? Tell us. Tell us before you introduce this bill. Tell us what will happen to power prices. And my last point, point 10, Nuclear energy. We are seeing, as I mentioned earlier in the speech, that Japan is moving back towards reconsidering nuclear. If we're going to adopt this focus in relation to replacing our fossil fuels, we need to look at base power, stable energy production. We need to be considering nuclear, and it's irresponsible for us not to consider nuclear. And yet, again, this isn't dealt with in terms of this legislation. So on that basis, Madam Acting Deputy President, I will not be supporting these bills, and I do note in relation to this very important matter that there aren't many present in the chamber at this moment, and I do call your attention to the state of the chamber.
Quorum. A quorum is required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. My age. Mine. I overrule you. Oh. I think that's what he really said. 1, 2, 3. Quorum present. Very glamorous. Senator Fawcett, you have the call.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy President. I too rise to make some comments on the Climate Change Bill of 2022 and the consequential amendments. It's important to note up front, as some of my colleagues have, that the nationally determined contribution to the Paris has already been advised by the government to the Paris Agreement Secretariat on the 22nd of June this year, and that Labor, with the support of the Greens, will have the numbers to pass this legislation, so that itself is not in doubt. What I would like to do, though, is go to clause number 3, which is the objects of the bill, and the objects state that the bill is to add to an effective global response informed by science. Now, for those of you who've read my speech, and I trust that's all of you here, you'll know that I have tertiary qualifications in science, and that in my maiden speech I emphasised the fact that I'm a great believer in evidence-based policy that is effective in addressing the problem at hand and that does not have unintended consequences. Also, having worked for much of my career as an experimental test pilot in the technical world of aerospace, which is underpinned by systems engineering, I recognise the need to scrutinise the basis and the assumptions of the science that underpin a design, or in this case, legislation. So according to the explanatory memorandum, this bill and the consequential amendments are informed by the consultation which led to Labor's Powering Australia plan. Now, that consultation and the analysis of the plan's impact by the consulting firm Reputex has been informed in large part by studies such as the GenCost report, which have been produced by the CSIRO and AEMO, being the energy market operator. Now, reading GenCost in detail, I note that they appropriately refer to stakeholders who are responsible for global best practice regarding the science and economics of energy, in particular reports by the International Energy Agency, the IEA, and the Organisation for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD's Nuclear Energy Agency, the NEA. So, as an example as to why scrutiny is useful, I'm concerned that while GenCost report reflects the major themes reported by IEA and OECD, for example, such as the need to move beyond the simple metric of the levelised cost of electricity when comparing technology options, some references used in the GenCost report to underpin their cost assumptions are seriously outdated, as in we are talking back to the last century, when more recent information from these same independent expert bodies is available. I'm also concerned that some key observations of the GenCost report questioning the ability of wind and solar to get us to net zero are omitted in the ALP plan and subsequent analysis. So the question has to be, has the plan of the Albanese government been based on the most recent and complete science available? Will it be effective in achieving its stated aims? So what does the latest credible science say about the best way to provide abundantly and cheap electricity while reducing emissions? Well, in April this year, the OECD NEA, which is quoted by GenCost and recognised as a global expert, released their latest report on meeting climate change targets. It's an authoritative assessment of the key issues relating to energy policy and creating sustainable, low-carbon economies. Now, much of the OECD report covers familiar ground regarding their view as to why global action is required urgently. There are major elements of the report, however, that challenge the Australian government's stated approach to reducing emissions. And at the heart of these elements are three statements. And I quote first, decarbonising the electricity sector in a cost-effective manner while maintaining high levels of electricity security requires policymakers to recognise and equitably allocate systems costs to the required responsible technologies. Second, while all technologies impose some systems costs, variable, intermittent and uncertain sources of power generation impose far greater grid-level systems cost, which is why it is so important to take a systems-level perspective when comparing costs of variable renewables with nuclear, baseload hydro and fossil generation. And the third statement from the OECD report was that all low-carbon technologies, including nuclear energy, must be included in the relevant discussions about the energy transition in order to maintain the integrity and the evidence base of the policy dialogue." End quote. The report also considered the impact of emissions constraints for the different technologies. Now, the Albanese Powering Australia plan looks to achieve 82% market penetration of renewables by 2030. But Figure 20 in the OECD report shows the breakdown of systems costs as the share of variable renewables grows from 10 to 75% of the mix, and it includes profile costs, which are to compensate for variability and intermittency, connection, distribution and transmission costs, and balancing costs, which are to compensate for uncertainty, and it shows the effects on those total costs as carbon emissions are increasingly constrained. Now, if that sounds complex, that's because it is, and this is classic systems engineering. But to quote the OECD's comment at the end of this analysis, I quote, "The policy implications of these systems costs findings are significant. It may be possible to reduce emissions to meet 2030 targets by growing the share of variable renewables in the mix. However, the costs of reaching net zero with high shares of variable renewables are likely prohibitive." End quote. That recent statement by a stakeholder regarded by the CSIRO and AEMO to be a global expert on energy is very different to the predominant political narrative. This OECD report changes the debate because it shows that the most recent credible science demonstrate that the approach proposed in the Albanese plan will not be effective in achieving the stated aim of the policy. As well as the financial cost, the OECD report also considers other costs. First, they consider the environmental impacts of grid-scale generation options, and for wind and solar as primary sources, they include measures required for firming. The variation, for example, in the requirement for critical minerals is surprisingly large. There's a minimal impact in the order of nuclear power, with around 15 kilograms per megawatt hour, but that rises exponentially to 155 kilograms per megawatt hour for solar PV or 180 kilograms per megawatt hour for onshore wind. The report demonstrates that as the percentage of variable renewable generation and associated firming in a grid increases, the volume of mineral extraction and processing required becomes immense. And this takes on a new relevance when the IEA also report, and I quote, that looking further ahead in a scenario consistent with climate goals, expected supply from existing mines and projects under construction is estimated to meet only half of the projected lithium and cobalt requirements and 80% of copper needs by 2030. And it's not just a case of constraints in digging those critical minerals up. People often overlook the high energy demands that are required to actually produce the usable critical minerals. The OECD report also considers other costs, including land, environment and social impacts. And so, as an example, the Albanese plan requires spending $20 billion to upgrade the electricity grid to connect more renewables. The capital cost is one consideration, but take, for example, the 10,000 kilometres of new transmission lines as recommended in AEMO's 2022 Integrated Systems Plan. Using data from Infrastructure Australia, you can obtain figures on the steel and concrete necessary for high-voltage transmission lines. Even being conservative and using the midpoint figures, it shows that 46 tonnes of steel and 71 cubic metres of concrete are required for every kilometre of new transmission. And that means that 750,000 tonnes of iron ore have to be mined and then smelted, with all the associated energy and emissions. And to make that much concrete, 180,000 tonnes of cement is required. And bear in mind that a single tonne of cement requires around 4.7 million BTU of energy, which is equivalent to about 180 kilograms of coal, and generates nearly a tonne of CO2. So just meeting AEMO's 2022 plan will result in an additional 180,000 tonnes of emissions. The OECD report highlights that for all these reasons, despite the rhetoric, renewable energy is not free, nor is it even the cheapest option available, nor is it effective in achieving net zero. The OECD report details that there is an affordable, safe technology to complement renewable power and which acts as an essential element to constraining emissions while retaining reliable, affordable power. The best science that's currently available, which is contained in the OECD NEA report, shows that despite ideological positions to the contrary, one, all credible models, e.g. the 90 IPCC pathways to limit warming to 1.5 degrees, demonstrate that nuclear energy is required to effect climate change mitigation by 2050. Two, that the levelised cost per megawatt hour of electricity from long-term operation of nuclear generators is actually lower than fossil fuels, hydro, wind and solar, and that new-build nuclear is competitive with wind and solar now, and it will be cheaper when systems costs are attributed as emissions constraints are imposed. And three, that recent developments prove that nuclear energy can be a low-carbon technology with rapid delivery times. Evidence to the 2019 inquiry by the House Committee on Environment and Energy showed that the integrity and evidence base of the policy dialogue in Australia has not been maintained, with AEMO and CSIRO detailing the impact of the legislative prohibition on even considering nuclear power. Now, that prohibition is not related to science or safety or cost or efficacy. The prohibition resulted from trade-offs with minor parties in the Senate over 20 years ago and is predominantly given effect through Section 10 of the Radiation Protection and Nuclear Safety Act of '98 and Section 140A(1)(b) of the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Act. Now, energy emissions policy has a significant effect on Australia's economic and national security, job security and quality of life, and the consequences of getting it wrong can almost be existential, as we see currently in Europe, which is suffering geostrategic paralysis and crippling growth in power costs because of poor energy policy. The prohibition in the EPBC Act must be repealed to allow Australia to engage on the International Atomic Energy Agency milestone process to have an evidence-based consideration as to whether the nuclear option is indeed the most reasonable path for Australia to pursue in combination with wind and solar and hydrogen and other partial solutions to Australia's energy mix. It's important to recognise that nuclear is not a standalone solution, and in Europe it's currently working with solar and wind to load follow and to provide firming for when renewables are not able to produce power. Any consideration of value must also recognise the other industrial uses for nuclear energy, such as the production of green hydrogen for desalination and for energy-intensive products such as fertiliser and cement. In summary, the most recent science from recognised global experts refutes the assumptions underpinning the Albanese government's plan that increased investment in variable renewables will deliver abundant cheap power while reducing emissions to net zero. The science highlights that there is a solution, but the point is we will never know what is possible and effective for Australia unless the prohibition on nuclear power generation is lifted. Australians should demand effective policy that is transparently based on all available evidence, and this will only be possible if the government acts to repeal the outdated, ideologically driven barriers to evaluating the option of nuclear power generation. If Australia is serious about achieving net zero while still having affordable, reliable power with minimal impact on our people and our land, our focus should be more on targeting legislation than legislating targets.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Shoebridge, you have the call.
Yes. So we finally get a climate change bill into this parliament, and there's only one reason why. At the last election, the mood for change, for climate action and integrity was electric. And I stand here today as part of a proud 16-strong Green team delivered as part of that movement for change at the last election. And in just the last 2 years, people have lived through the Black Summer bushfires. They've lived through repeated catastrophic floods. And they're seeing the world suffering through the real impacts of the climate catastrophe in real time, and all while we're only at 1.2 degrees or less of warming. And now they are demanding action. We have for too long had governments who let corporations dictate the speed of climate action, and we've lost decades with policy drift and fossil fuel greed, failing to take the opportunities of innovation and forward-thinking and invest in that safe and livable future. But unfortunately, in an economic system, an economic and political system based on endless growth and the myth of limitless extraction and consumption, this will not happen without far greater leadership than this bill shows. And instead of leadership, instead of the action needed to map out that safe future, we get this bill, Labor's compromise bill, which if you had to give a mark out of 100, you'd give 43%. A bill that is striking for failing to deliver on even Labor's 45% target that it took to the election in 2019, let alone the 75% reduction by 2030 that all the science is telling us. And this is a part of compromise that we've seen from Labor, trying to have it both ways, to be making sounds and noise on climate, but while really delivering for the fossil fuel donors and the corporate interests that ruled this place in the last parliament. The problem is you can't compromise on climate. You can't compromise on physics or cut a political deal with a law of nature. A bill that seeks to compromise on climate can't be anything but a very, very modest starting point. The very first slow step on a much longer path that we need to be running down. And on that path must be the refusal of the 114 new coal and gas proposals currently in the pipeline, and a commitment, rock solid and in law, that we will keep all coal and gas in the ground. Because without decisive action on that, this bill will utterly fail to deliver even its very, very modest goals. You can't put out the fire when you're pouring petrol on it. And while we're debating this bill, as we've been watching this bill grind its way through Parliament, in my home state of New South Wales, the Independent Planning Commission has just approved an extension to the Mount Pleasant coal mine to extend its operations up until 2048, with a likely impact of something in the order of 1 billion tonnes of CO2. That'll be pumping out coal and greenhouse gases for 18 years after this bill's 2030 target. And you don't need to be a mathematician to recognise that pretending to take climate action by 2030 with this bill and simultaneously allowing the approval of a mega mine to operate until 2048 are grossly inconsistent. When the environment is being destroyed like this, the messages you hear come from activists, come from students, come from people who care about their future, their kids' future, their grandkids' future, but they also come powerfully from First Nations communities. And I'd like to read on the following words from a man I've worked with for many years, Scott Franks of the Plain Clans of the Wanneroo people. And he sent this message this week about this appalling coal mine approval, just the one of so many, on Wanneroo lands, his family's lands, his lands that he has been trying to protect. And he said this mine has one of the largest concentrations of Aboriginal recorded sites on it in the Hunter Valley, including a recorded mythological site. The concentration of sites has not happened by chance, but it's the result of over 30 operational open-cut coal mines in the Hunter Valley. Currently, the coal mining operations in the Hunter Valley have had a significant impact on Wanneroo heritage, and as Wanneroo people have only 3% of our country left intact. And as Scott has told me on so many occasions about this mine and about other mines, the idea that the conditions we see in this week's IPC, Independent Planning Commission approval, talking about monitoring and mitigating the impacts on Aboriginal lands and monitoring greenhouse emissions, they're all gumph. They're all gumph. That the idea that any of that is a safeguard for land or water or culture or climate is plain preposterous. It's a joke, and we're calling it out for what it is. So yes, let's pass this bill with the improvements that have been negotiated through the hard work of climate activists, and I particularly pay tribute to our colleague Adam Bandt, our Greens leader, for the hard work he and his team did in negotiating improvements, putting in a genuine flaw, putting in greater transparency, making the bill better. But we acknowledge that this is nowhere near where this parliament needs to be on climate. So let's do it, because it shows we can at least take one step away from the climate vandalism of the former coalition government, and let's take some strength from that. But then let's get on with the real work needed, and that's the work to permanently keep coal and gas in the ground. And, Acting Deputy President, I move the amendment on sheet 1615, circulated by, and I do it on behalf of, Senator Whish-Wilson.
Senator McKim.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, this is a mediocre piece of legislation. It's one that doesn't come close to reflecting what climate science is telling us, and it falls even further short of reflecting reality. And it's the reality, it's the truth of what is happening on our planet that I want to talk about tonight. And here is the reality. Here is the truth. The planet's capacity to sustain human life is crumbling away. The ecosystem, that beautiful, complex web of life that sustains everything about this planet and makes our planet so much more than just a ball of rock orbiting a star, is crumbling away. We are losing the very essence of this planet, and it is happening because of what one species, human beings, have done and are doing. And it's this collapse, this crumble of our ecosystems and the planet's capacity to sustain life is being caused by a relatively small group of people. They are genuine psychopaths, the people that are doing this. They are relentlessly pursuing profit at the expense of the very lives of billions of people, let alone all of the other species who are suffering and in so many cases are facing extinction. And those psychopaths are the people running the big polluting corporations, the fossil fuel corporations, the logging and land clearing corporations, those big emitting polluters who've got their blinkers on and are lining their filthy pockets with these rivers of gold at the expense of the very lives of some of the poorest, most vulnerable people on the planet. And it's those people, the poor and the vulnerable, almost overwhelmingly the brown-skinned and black-skinned people on this planet who are going to pay the price for the things that the overwhelmingly white male psychopaths have done and are doing. So that's the truth. That's the context in which we debate this bill today. And I want to make the point that this bill obviously, self-evidently, has not yet passed the parliament, and Labor has already started undermining it. I mean, just this week we had the Prime Minister get up at a dinner hosted by the Mineral Council of Australia, the peak body of the big psychopathic emitters in this country, and assure them that they could basically keep on exporting fossil fuels indefinitely. I bet he got a good round of applause from the merchants of death in the Minerals Council. I bet he did. And you know why they'd be so happy? Because their ROI, their return on investment for their political donations, that is the best investment they ever made. Because it's not just the CEOs of the big emitters who are psychopathic. There are psychopaths in this place. And I use that term advisedly, and they are the shills in this place, those who shill for the big corporate emitters. You know who you are psychopaths, because you are putting your own political well-being, or at least what you perceive it to be in the short term, ahead of the very lives, potentially, of billions of people this century who are facing death, who are facing starvation, who are facing dying of thirst, who are facing dislocation as a result of your greed and your self-interest. That is what is happening as we debate this bill. So, these big emitters, time and time again, they make it clear that they want to continue opening new coal, new gas, new oil. They want to continue clear-felling our precious, beautiful, carbon-rich native forests, despite those actions being contrary to every single piece of legitimate climate science that we know as humans. And what we get from a lot of the media in this place, when they report on Labor's climate position, is actually a projection of what they wish the Labor Party was, rather than an accurate reflection of what the Labor Party actually is. And that is a massive problem in our public conversation in this country that so much of what happens is filtered through centrists and incrementalists in our press gallery. And why is that the case? Because far too many journalists are more interested in maintaining access to power than they are in reporting the truth. And they'll continue to peddle the lie that close enough is good enough when it comes to our climate, because if they call the Labor Party out for what this bill represents, mediocrity at best, they'll get a few less contexts, they'll get a few less invitations, a few less texts out of the cabinet meetings or out of the Labor Party caucus, a few less drops from Labor ministers. And I want to be really clear about one thing about this bill and this debate. Contrary to what the Prime Minister would have us believe, this is by no means the end of the climate wars. This is by no means the end of the climate wars, because the climate war is not some cosy little dinner club conversation. The climate war is not some little political tiz in this place. The climate wars, and they will escalate into the future, mark my words, the climate wars are being fought in our communities. They're being fought on the fossil fuel infrastructure. They are being fought in our native forests. They are being fought by people who are standing up and strength to their collective arms, I say, standing up for our future and for the future of our children, and to give our children and our grandchildren the chance at the kind of opportunities in life that so many of us had and so many people in this place take for granted. The climate war is not some little chat between the backroom operators of the Labor Party and a handful of press gallery minions. It is actually and literally a fight for the future of humanity and for this planet's capacity to sustain life. That is what the climate war is about, and that is why it will continue to get more and more serious as time goes by, and that is why I will be fighting it until the day I draw my last breath on this planet. And you know what? They can put me on the compost heap when I'm finished. I'll keep on fighting it. And thank you, Senator Shoebridge, indeed. And I do want to credit one of my actual heroes in life for first using that phrase. There was Peter Cundall, one of the greatest leftists this country has ever seen. Peter Cundall of Gardening Australia fame, and he would be, Valet Peter, he would be so proud to be described in this place as one of the greatest leftists this country has ever seen, and I'm absolutely certain in saying that. So I'm going to pinch my nose and vote for this bill, but mark my words, the Greens are not going to settle for something that's simply better than nothing. We won't be settling for this. We will push Labor all the way, and we will push them in relation to their blind addiction to fossil fuels. We will push them in relation to their blind addiction to logging native forests in this country. And we'll do that because we are going to stand on the side of humanity, we're going to stand on the side of nature, we're going to stand on the side of environment, and we're going to stand against those psychopaths and the big corporations who profit from destruction, and we will stand against the political parties they have in their collective pockets. So to the centrists and the incrementalists, who are not just in the press gallery but unfortunately exist in some environment and climate groups in this country as well, I say this. Imagine if over the last few years you'd spent as much time cheering on the Greens as you did cheering on the Labor Party. Imagine over the last few years if you had spent as much time urging the Labor Party to increase its climate ambition as you spent urging the Greens to decrease our climate ambition. Just imagine how much better this legislation would be if you had taken those actions over the last few years instead of crab-walking into the centre and urging incrementalism on the body politic in this country. Just imagine the kind of future you could have actually worked to achieve for your children and your grandchildren, and imagine the better life, the better world you could have helped build, and imagine the better legislation you could have helped craft if you'd taken those actions. But instead, you let mediocrity be the enemy of the good. I say to you all, do better next time.
Right, Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. So it has come to this. The globalist 50-year long march through the institutions has come to this. 50 years of bribery, coercion and censorship of the few remaining honest scientists has come to this. And 50 years of inciting hatred and violence against anyone who opposes the climate change agenda, of fear-based control, has come to this. Our scientists, crony corporations, political parties and mouthpiece media have failed Australia. As a servant to the people of Queensland and Australia, I always speak up for what is right, and again today I will speak up for what is right. The Climate Change Bill 2022 seeks to exploit fear based on fraudulent science to enshrine in legislation the subjugation of everyday Australians. On many occasions now I have sought to alert Australians to the nightmare our lives will become under net zero. Those many speeches, motions and bills have made little headway in mainstream media, where dodgy journalists protect the interests of their advertisers and billionaire owners and ignore the truth. The public have been deceived into thinking that human activity is what is causing natural events, and that this bill is necessary to save Australia. Instead, the truth is Australia will need to be saved from this bill. This is not conjecture. There's ample evidence to support this position from overseas experience of the nightmare that results from acting on fake science and feelings instead of hard, costed data. Here's a quick summary. Firstly, greening the world and growing food. According to the NASA's Goddard Institute for Space Studies, 1/4 of the increase in carbon dioxide in the last 30 years has been absorbed into plant life, leading to an increase in forest cover. This demonstrates the fertiliser effect of carbon dioxide, or as it's known, CO2. Although climate catastrophists think we can control the level of carbon dioxide in Earth's atmosphere, Henry's law of chemistry, nature and empirical scientific evidence show we cannot and we do not. Let's assume, though, contrary to the science and nature, that we can. If it was possible for humans to remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, it will reduce the health of native forests and vegetation. Reducing CO2 will reduce crop yields, remove food from the tables of the world's hungry, and require the increased use of chemical fertilisers that are made from natural gas. An irony lost on this bill's proponents. The world is finding out, as Sri Lanka has found, the trade-off here is between plant food and starvation. It's that simple. Forestation levels around the world have been rising since the 1980s because of the increase in CO2. Australia is currently gaining forests. Let me be clear for the disinformation media. Our continent is gaining trees, meaning the density of vegetation is improving thanks to carbon dioxide. We're losing extent, though, much of it chopped down as part of so-called green energy construction, building wind turbines, solar plants, access roads and transmission easements to take unreliable energy from where these things are built to where the power is needed. 13,000 hectares of native vegetation is planned for destruction in North Queensland alone. I remember when greenies hugged trees, not chopped them down. Forests are being chopped down for biomass. Wood chips, can you believe it? Apparently wood chips are now renewable energy. Oh really? Spruiked on the BBC back in 2018 when the Drax coal plant was converted to burn trees imported from America in the name of reducing carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Burning trees produces more carbon dioxide than coal, yet warmers never let the facts get in the way of their feelings. One Nation has always supported preserving our old-growth forests because One Nation supports real environmentalism. Let's look at ocean health. According to NASA, 1/2 of the increase in carbon dioxide over the last 30 years has been absorbed in the ocean carbon dioxide cycle. CO2 is sequestered in silt and in biological sinks. Seagrass, mangroves, tidal swamps and wetlands all sequester carbon dioxide and grow, improving habitat for fish breeding. CO2 is a vital ingredient in phytoplankton, the start of the marine food chain, and we're at the top of that chain. The more carbon dioxide produced from all sources and then absorbed in the ocean carbon dioxide cycle, the more phytoplankton, leading to an increase in marine life. Healthier seafood density supports the continued harvesting of seafood as an affordable source of protein for people. The marine carbon dioxide cycle absorbs nitrogen and phosphates coming from natural and from man-made sources. Phytoplankton absorb these elements as part of their growth cycle, producing oxygen in the process. The less carbon dioxide available to be absorbed, the less oxygenation and the less healthy our oceans become. These are simple facts. If you understand nature and conservation, you'll understand this. Coral is calcium carbonate, CaCO3. Some of the CO2 sequestered in oceans has helped coral growth, most likely contributing to the record coral cover across the Great Barrier Reef announced just a few weeks ago. Another inconvenient truth. Let's look at the third point. Greening the Earth mitigates temperatures. A new study reported on NASA's website shows increased vegetation during the current greening Earth period, as NASA calls it, and that has a strong cooling effect on the land due to increased efficiency of water vapour transfer to the atmosphere. Without this, the world would be hotter. Instead, it is slightly cooler. Increasing carbon dioxide, plant food, fertilises our forests, increasing transpiration, leading to more water vapour transfer, which in turn cools the Earth. Earth's history shows periods of increased temperature cause increased evaporation from oceans, and that water vapour transfer further cools the Earth. We have a beautiful, self-correcting ecosystem that's maintained the Earth in a livable temperature range for millennia. Fact. This climate change bill is based on self-interest, arrogance and hubris and deceit, risking a natural ecosystem that will protect us from any variability in atmospheric gases, and always has protected us. Next, renewable power is a fairy tale. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we could get all our energy from the sun and wind for free? Oh yes. That is the extent, though, of the thought process in many Greens and Teal voters. Missing the obvious problem. Solar panels, wind turbines, transmission lines through the middle of nowhere, battery backups and access roads are not free. The direct loss of natural habitat from wind and solar is significantly greater than from any other form of power. Any other form of power. 4 megawatts of wind or solar generation is needed to replace each 1 megawatt of coal, hydro and nuclear. To explain that with an example, the New South Wales government's own website on wind power mentions their 850 megawatts of wind turbine capacity generate just, wait for it, 1,941 gigawatt-hours of power annually. 850 megawatts running 24/7, as with a coal or nuclear plant of that size, will generate 7,440 gigawatt-hours per year. The actual wind turbine output of 1941 gigawatt-hours represents just 26% of rated capacity for the wind turbines. What a joke these things are. And solar, far worse. So let's look at battery backup. The Australian Energy Market Operator, AEMO, recently assessed the battery requirement for a net zero grid stability at 60 gigawatt-hours. Power going into a battery loses 20% in resistance, meaning 72 gigawatt-hours of generation will be needed to produce just 60 gigawatt-hours of output. Now, batteries cost $1.5 million per megawatt-hour, meaning batteries for short-term grid stability will require an investment in excess of $100 billion every 10 years, which is as long as these bloody things last. This is just the start. Germany experienced an 8% reduction in output from wind and solar in the first half of 2021 owing to poor weather. No battery can keep the lights on during a sustained period of wet weather such as Australia has had these last 2 years. Blackouts will be normal. For those who want 2050 net zero, nuclear is the only way to do net zero. Other countries who descended into renewable hell ahead of us are being forced to rethink to save their economies. South Korea has given up and announced a move away from wind and solar to nuclear. Germany will extend their last 3 nuclear power plants until baseload power can be restored from gas. That produces carbon dioxide. Last week, the UK government announced a huge new 3,200 megawatt nuclear plant. Nuclear plants across the world will grow 26% through to 2050. Australia can supply the world with reliable, safe coal for many lifetimes. Instead, the world is going nuclear simply because wind and solar cannot supply reliable baseload power and coal has been demonised. If this climate change bill passes, Australia will be forced to make this decision for nuclear power. Those who vote for this climate change bill, you are voting for nuclear power. Let's look at the insane power bills that will destroy the Australia we know. Last week in Britain, the household energy cap increased from $21.60 to $60.20, tripled in just 1 year, and you're doing this. How can people afford that? We cannot. Commercial power has risen 600% in 1 year. 600%. Widespread business closures are now likely. A glance at the graph of UK GDP shows that UK citizens are less wealthy now than back in 2007. The correlation of GDP stagnation with the retirement of affordable baseload power and the switch to wind and solar is undeniable. German households are so desperate for heating, firewood is now being hoarded and wood chips are back in commercial use. Seriously, what's next? Is whale oil going to make a comeback? Despite $250 billion spent on solar and wind so far, and $250 billion still to come, Germany is planning for blackouts next winter. 10% of German industry is threatened with closure and 40% is under financial pressure. No wonder Prime Minister Anthony Albanese is holding a job summit concurrent with the climate change bill. Here's one nation's submission to the job summit. Stop destroying affordable, reliable coal power. The mouthpiece media are blaming the war in Ukraine for the gas shortage in Europe, deliberately avoiding the real question. How did energy-independent nations lose their energy independence and become reliant on Russian gas? Wind and solar did that. Is this empirical proof wind and solar are unable to sustain baseload power, or is it just stupidity in shutting down baseload power before replacements were built? The answer is both. With unrealistic and unnecessary timelines now embedded in the climate change bill, Australia is about to walk the same path that's brought the rest of the world, especially the UK and Germany and Texas, only misery. So let's look at cost. Wind and solar is only cost-effective to build and operate if the cost is offset with taxpayer subsidies. Australian subsidies for wind and solar currently total $13 billion every year. Reuters reported last week Australia will need about 40 times the total generation capacity of today's national electricity market to achieve net zero. 40 times. This includes 1,900 gigawatts of solar, 174 gigawatts of wind. Not megawatts, gigawatts. How is that even possible? It's not. As a comparison, Liddell coal plant is 2 gigawatts and at full capacity can supply 5% of our current energy needs. Charging electric vehicles is a large part of this huge increase in power generation needed to reach net zero. The $20 billion cost of rewiring, upgrading the national energy grid to allow for the charging of electric cars dwarfs the total value of the national electricity market, which is only $11 billion in sales. What will that do to power prices? There is no costing in the climate change bill because the costings are coming out at insane amounts of money. So I have a second reading amendment to this bill to introduce a cost-benefit analysis for every government decision. Surely that is just prudent economic management. So blackouts. Last week AEMO announced its latest 10-year outlook for the national electricity market, which warned of reliability gaps affecting New South Wales from 2025 and affecting Victoria, Queensland and South Australia from 2030. 2030. Gaps in this context mean structural blackouts, not enough generation to meet demand. Today, we know there will be blackouts in 2025 and even worse blackouts in 2030. What is the government's plan to stop the blackouts we know are coming due to coal plant closures? There's no plan because the climate change bill is not about increasing energy output. Its aim is forcing a reduction in energy consumption. They want us to use less energy. The climate change bill is about control. The only way to achieve any partial long-term stability under net zero is to use smart meters to restrict energy use. Germany and America have already started that rollout. The South Australian government has announced the rollout of smart meters. Smart meters allow the energy operator or government to go in and turn off any appliance in your home that's connected to the fuse box. Air conditioners, the hot water service, light and power circuits can be switched off remotely. This is not intended as an emergency measure. It will be normal under net zero. Big Brother will reach into your home and decide for you what appliances you can use and when. In what used to be a free country, this is terrifying. To the Greens and Teal supporters who voted on the basis of feelings, not facts, I say, You have been deceived. The experience from countries ahead of us on the net zero slippery slope has seen the destruction of small and medium business, the decimation of the middle class and intrusive government control. You will have less and elite billionaires will have more. We are paying for our own enslavement. It's time to vote against creating a world where native vegetation, crop yields, the marine environment, the entire biosphere, the beautiful biosphere, is being damaged through an absurd attempt to reduce carbon dioxide, nature's essential trace gas essential for all life on this planet. It's time to vote against a world where hunger and poverty will increase by design as a means of control. Have some decency. Vote against the Climate Change Bill 2022. Take a stand. We have one flag, we are one community, we are one nation, we are proud and grateful carbon-based life forms. We are proud and grateful carbon-based life forms.
Senator Roberts, you can foreshadow your second reading amendments. That's fine. Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you very much, Mr Acting Deputy President. And tonight I rise to contribute to the debate on the Climate Change Bill, a bill which legislates the Albanese Labor government's nationally determined contribution change under the Paris Agreement of 43% emission reductions by 2030. So, in their words, and listening to the debate today, this bill is neither necessary, if you listen to some, or, as the Greens say, it's largely symbolic. So, just to be clear, this isn't a debate today in this chamber about the science of climate change. It's actually a debate about the bill before us, which is to indeed legislate that target. The Albanese government won the last election and have already changed our nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement, as they're able to do as the government of the day. They've made some changes to that document that we took to Glasgow last year, which I also am foreshadowing amendments that to actually insert back in some of the mechanisms that we as a coalition government put in. But it is actually around the concern that legislating the target will bring. And I guess from my perspective as a proud National Party senator and a regional Australian, this bill fails to take into account the impact that legislating the target will have on regional Australia. It fails to appreciate that there are some Australians, some industries, which will more disproportionately be impacted by this than others. And that has been one of the great myths and, I believe, one of the great follies of the public debate over recent years, is that somehow a move towards net zero by 2050 will somehow be painless, will be sweetness and light. No one will have a change to their job, no one will have an impact on their earnings, and that there will be no negative impacts. In the words of Helen Haines, there's only going to be upsides, it's only going to be benefits for rural and regional Australia. Well, the fact is, when we held the committee inquiry into this bill, fast and furious as it wasn't just the National Party saying that rural and regional communities and industries were going to be disproportionately negatively impacted by this. It was the unions, it was the trade unions, one after another, acknowledging that workers in traditional industries like mining, like agriculture, like manufacturing, would be significantly impacted. We also heard issues that increased lawfare by vexatious green activists was going to, as we've seen overseas when they've legislated targets, was going to occur. Similarly, in the UK, when the Friends of the Earth actually took action against the Secretary of State for Transport over the Heathrow Airport runway, third runway, holding up that project for an incredibly long time. In Germany, we've seen this level of lawfare because they've legislated. A whole raft of countries, which is actually outlined in the Coalition's dissenting report. And that is concerning, particularly as this sort of level of public infrastructure is so essential for us to increase productivity and prosperity and security and safety for our citizens and our nations going forward. And again, concerningly, during the Senate inquiry when we asked environmental activist group after environmental activist group after environmental activist group, legislating this target, putting it into law. You're all in favour. You want greater action on climate change. You're signing up. Does that mean then you will refuse to take this, the Albanese federal government, or any future federal government of Australia to court by using this legislated target? And one after another, they all refuse to guarantee that they would not weaponise what we're doing here tonight, legislating a target that's already in something we've agreed to as a country. It's already in our nationally determined contributions. Well, I assume the government's got a plan for us to get there. I haven't seen that yet. But they both have said is neither necessary nor symbolic, and is symbolic, that we're actually opening up that sovereign risk for their own government and future governments, thanks to Green activists. We also heard about the significant impact on regional jobs and industries. Unions, industries, researchers didn't take a backward step when asked the question. Absolutely it's going to be rural and regional communities. Absolutely it's going to be agriculture, mining and manufacturing as in areas of our economy that are going to be impacted. And there was a variety of ways that these different stakeholders sought to address that impact, and I'll leave that for another day. And the third issue that was raised was a lack of transparency and accountability and measurement of what that impact would be. Lack of a roadmap underpinning the target, and to actually understand who was going to be negatively impacted. As the Shadow Minister for Infrastructure, Transport and Regional Development, what I was incredibly concerned about was that the bill puts this overlay on 14 federal government agencies to assess any given project on a methodology yet to be made public or understood. And when we questioned these agencies, they had no idea how they were going to do this and what impact it would have. And so that raises justifiable questions. Are public transport projects in major capital cities going to be prioritised over dams in central Queensland, prioritised for federal public funding over roads like the Outback Way or the Inland Rail? Probably, but they couldn't tell me. So one of the things this chamber is supposed to do is actually hold government and executive to account, and you can't do that if they don't know what they're doing. And it was very clear, all those agencies, from the North Australia Authority, Infrastructure Australia and others, that the methodology hadn't been determined and they couldn't answer basic questions about how legislating this target and making their assessment decisions subject to it were going to impact the decision and who in this country, which communities were going to benefit from federal government decisions into the future. When it comes to regional jobs, throughout this debate, industry bodies like the Business Council of Australia said, we're going to get 195,000 new economy jobs to 2070. Other research providers like the IPA say 653,600 jobs are at risk in the regions. That's actually a negative shortfall of over 458,000 jobs. I want to see net zero impact on regional jobs, and I want that guaranteed. One mechanism to future-proof regional jobs in a future Paris pledge was to insert caveats to protect the regions, to make it transparent what the impact of these pathways to net zero were on particular people, particular industries and particular places. And that's why when our government updated the nationally determined contribution last year in Glasgow, we inserted the need for an independent socio-economic impact assessment for rural and regional Australia, something the Albanese government removed when they took power. They upped their target and took out the caveats of protection. They took out the caveats of accountability for future pathways to net zero. They took away the transparency that would ensure future governments took heed not only of the benefits that will supposedly come with this trajectory, but also, to quote the Mining Council mayors, the disbenefits. These mayors were very, very concerned that MPs were only talking about the benefits, and indeed amendments moved in the other place only sought to assess and measure the benefits that this trajectory would bring for rural and regional Australia. Let's be honest about this. You can't just say we accept the science of climate change and then not accept the reality that some people are going to be more impacted than others. And they haven't been consulted, these mining mayors. The Labor Party has not gone to these Labor towns and actually had the conversation with them around the impact of legislating this target. Only the National Party has entered the debate on carbon emissions concerned not with the electoral impact, but with the actual impact. One benefit of belonging to a century-old party is that we've been around long enough to understand the impacts of the decisions of previous generations in this place. We've seen it. And the brutal truth is that net zero path by 2050 will have losers and winners, and it's why we were able to secure, as a first tranche of investment for our communities on that path last year, in excess of $20 billion of additional new funding into rural and regional economies to build that critical nation-building, future-focused infrastructure, to diversify cities like Gladstone, places like the Hunter, on this pathway. And we inserted that caveat around assessing the impact, the benefits and the disbenefits for future governments to build on that $20 billion over the next 15 years. Because if you look at Europe, where everybody likes to take their lead on action on climate change from, they have significantly inputted into their regional communities hundreds of billions of euros over this time to help those communities take advantage of the opportunities, but also to overcome many of the challenges that are coming with this pathway. But we hear precious little debate about the impact of this legislation on actual people. There's a lot of self-congratulatory speeches and there's a lot of barely a reference to the realities that world carbon emissions will continue to grow even as we do the right thing in this country and continue on a downward trajectory with our emissions profile. So, as I foreshadowed, we will be moving an amendment to the bill to establish a 5-yearly assessment of socio-economic impact by the Productivity Commission. That evidence is to be tabled in Parliament every 5 years prior to future governments resetting that nationally determined contribution target so that they can do it with eyes wide open of who's paying the price. And if you want to know why this is important, just check out Europe. It's led the way on global efforts to decarbonise its economy. Its member countries have also been confronted with and subsequently been forced to deal with unexpected, unforeseen geopolitical, economic and indeed climate realities that have resulted in member countries pausing their ambitions for the benefit of their citizens. Individual EU member countries have recognised that protecting their own citizens must come first to ensure adequate supply of the basics, heating, and reliable and affordable baseload power to sustain their national industries. And others, through the course of this debate, have highlighted what European countries, everyone from the UK to Germany, are doing in the face of unforeseen circumstances, and we must be prepared to do the same. We cannot be naive to the fact that we live where we live and some of those particularly geostrategic considerations that may be coming our way into the future. Our priorities have to include protecting our natural environment, but also ensuring that regional jobs, regional communities and industries benefit from everything a government does. We heard evidence in the inquiry that the legislation will have significant economic and social consequences. including all 89 coal, gas and oil projects currently in the construction pipeline, must be cancelled. This is a direct quote from a submission. This will come at a cost of at least $274 billion across Australia, equivalent to 14% of our annual GDP, 480,000 jobs. It's not ideology, it's not emotion. They're just the facts that we're all going to have to deal with. I'll let others talk about the benefits of nuclear. And it was great to see the AWU out in force supporting zero emissions baseload fuel source to keep their workers in high-paid manufacturing jobs into the future and ensure we can also do our bit to take down global emissions. I didn't enter politics to help rich people get richer. I actually came into politics to help the marginalised, the vulnerable and the voiceless. And a lot of them are out where I live in rural and regional Australia. They are the people who provide the Commonwealth that we too often take for granted in this place, the truck drivers, the miners, the foresters, the farmers. And as a proud National, we'll continue to stand by them, we'll continue to stand up for them and continue to hold this government to account on their behalf.
Senator Cadell.
Mr Deputy President, as the Minister responsible for this has admitted, these bills are not required. Even today, the Greens have conceded that these bills are largely symbolic. So let's not gild the lily. This bill does nothing to fix the climate emergency. Let's not have a lend of ourselves. This bill does not lower 1 milligram of emissions. Let's not paint stripes on a horse and tell me it's a zebra. This bill does not save the planet. One thing this bill is not is a plan. But this form of symbolism has consequences, and the burden of these consequences will be borne by regional Australia. I'll sideline a little bit. I was hurt by the words that if you oppose this bill, you are some sort of psychopath or a shill for the mining industry. I think we're better than that. I think that lowers the tone of people's experiences in life, and I don't think it ends in a solution that we want to do in this party. Unlike most members opposite, I have lived with coal for most of my life. Growing up, I could see the drag lines from my parents' kitchen window every morning. My community in the Hunter, which Labor Party claims to represent, runs on coal. From the mine to the mechanic to the general store. Without support, as we have seen in Europe, it is these communities that will lose their jobs, lose security and ultimately lose hope. How do I face people I went to school with who work in the industry and tell them I didn't do enough to protect their job, their home and their family? None of them want to hurt the planet. They don't want to jump in the Ranger and go off to work with dreams of melting glaciers. They just want to put a meal on the table and a roof over their head. How do I tell Scott that if he manages to get a job paying $70,000 less, I didn't stand up for him? We must not fall into the same trap as Europe. We must learn from their mistakes of the past, and we must ensure that we support those who will be impacted the hardest. The Nationals believe in practical action to address the impacts of climate change and a no person and no place left behind approach to the transition. It appears that all parties of government believe we need to reach net zero, and I think we do believe it can be achieved, but also believe targets based solely on ideology without any real plan will not achieve a fair outcome for communities. I'm one of the few in this place that went to COP last year. I toured regions in the north of England and parts of Scotland that have been crippled by a sudden and severe reduction and elimination of mining, steel and manufacturing. The advice most common when I was asking the question of a way to look for transition was, we can show you how not to do it. The Nationals believe that if we to decarbonise the economy, it has to be fair and just. I sat on the inquiry for this bill. I also listened to the evidence presented to us of the intended and unintended consequences that these bills will yield. The committee was presented with evidence that a typical worker in a regional Australia is over 3 times more likely to have their jobs put at risk by the policy of net zero emissions by 2050 than a typical worker in the inner city. This is because workers in regional areas are far more likely to work in industries such as coal mining, heavy industry and agriculture. We received submissions, as my leader before me said, that showed that to achieve the government's target, all 89 coal, gas and oil projects in the construction pipeline must be cancelled. This will come at the cost of approximately 480,000 jobs, which would have otherwise been created. The UN has stated a global transition towards a low-carbon and sustainable economy has both positive and negative impacts on employment. Policymakers must smooth the edges of this transformation by developing just transition policies for affected workers and their communities. In 2021, the European Union announced the European Green Deal, with more than €500 billion package, providing tangible investments to deliver sustainable social outcomes as member states transition through their economies. Neither these bills or the government to date have acknowledged the same principles outlined by the EU or the UN. The committee was not furnished with any evidence, either by submission or testimony, that the government has any intention of a similar package being developed or being considered. Just like the science, where those opposite quote the infallibility of the IEA when they say that wind will grow 25% higher on average over the next 5 years, and 24% for solar, but they can't accept the same body and the same science saying without an important contribution from nuclear power, the global energy transition will be that much harder. Those opposite also want all the corporate climate change strategies of Europe, but want to supply none of the safety measures for regional communities that were put in place. Regional Australia, under the Greens' Labor policy, is to get all of the pain and none of the gain. The Australian government cannot guarantee, through faith alone, that the promise of carbon-neutral jobs from new industries, energy projects and technology will be in the same communities as those predicted job losses. The Nationals consider that legislating a 43% reduction in CO2 emissions by 2030 without a complementary package of financial support for affected communities and carbon-intensive industries, particularly in rural and regional Australia, presents a clear and present danger to the welfare of our communities. The Nationals believe a guaranteed investment package based on the United Nations principles, develop leveraging opportunities generated from the global focus on technological advancements to decarbonise economies is required. If managed properly and administered sensibly, such investments have the potential to grow the Australian economy and create new work opportunities in the regions, whilst transitioning those impacted workforces and local economies. The Nationals believe there is widespread community and industry support to establish regional transition authority, or several, to address specific regional communities and outcomes. We need to get the boots on the ground. The inquiry heard it has specific support from the likes of the Business Council of Australia, the Grattan Institute and the Blueprint Institute to do this. Over the last 2 decades, we have been told we must listen to experts in transitions to net zero. Listening to the experts over the 2 days of hearings, we heard, and I quote, "To achieve net zero transition, we are going to need to build a lot of big things and many distributed small things around the country, major new mines for lithium, for rare earths and for a range of other inputs," by Mr Tennant-Reed. Can we afford to delay the mining approvals for these things if we are to transition, but no plan is in place? Again, I quote, "By 2030 globally, we need to increase lithium production fourfold, double rare earth element output and deliver a 67% increase in nickel and produce 32% more copper." That was from Ms Constable. Our new net zero economy relies upon increased rooftop, farm solar projects and electric vehicles. All of these elements require rare earth minerals sooner rather than later. However, the problem is, and I quote again, "In terms of what is being suggested, we will need more copper investment to occur, more nickel and cobalt to occur, and that is not happening. I don't think we're on the right trajectory with things like copper. We're just not exploring enough and not finding enough of the new mines of the future," said Mr Zavatiero. If we aren't doing enough to build the things to get there, we are in trouble. Without these resources, building the connectivity required for 82% target of renewables under Labor is not going to happen. So, if we are to transition to net zero, we need to increase mining of rare minerals. This will also assist in growing our economy and offsetting potential job losses. Where is the plan for this? Where is the support for this? There is none. So tomorrow morning, this bill will proceed. A goal without a plan, giving the regions fear but not hope. We will be told we have to honour the percentage of science that affirms the views of those opposite, whilst ignoring the science that they don't agree with. And essentially, that is what this bill is. What I stated at the beginning, from the mouths of some opposite, a bill that is largely symbolic, or as the minister responsible said, a bill that is not required. Why are we doing this?
Minister, please sum up the debate.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. My apologies, President. The passage of this bill would be a landmark day for climate action in Australia. And the government is proud of this legislation. It's a demonstration of our commitment to ambitious action on climate change, to transparency and to accountability on this defining issue of our time. We are entering a new phase. We move on from discussing whether we will join the global transition and instead discuss how. And we are working with workers, businesses, farmers and climate advocates. We can and we must take strong climate action and start taking the real and necessary steps to creating a low-carbon future. And that is what this bill does. These bills provide the clearest signal this parliament can provide that Australia is serious about climate action, serious about building a net zero economy and serious about capturing the jobs, the investment and the other benefits that a net zero economy will bring. These bills demonstrate that we are serious when we say that we care about future generations and the effects of climate change on the world that they will inherit. The Climate Change Bill legislates Australia's emission reductions targets to be achieved by 2030 and by 2050. It makes clear that these targets are a floor, not a ceiling on our ambition. The bill enhances accountability and transparency through an annual statement to Parliament reporting on Australia's progress towards the targets, informed by independent expert advice from the Climate Change Authority. It provides for independent advice from the authority on future targets. The consequential amendments embed consideration of the targets into the objects and functions of a range of Commonwealth entities and schemes, focusing effort and ensuring that they are all pulling in the same direction. These bills have been developed and added to following collaborative, good faith discussions with other members of Parliament. In July, the government invited the Australian Parliament to end the climate wars that have stymied and delayed action for so many years, and many across the Parliament accepted that invitation. The government consulted with interested members of Parliament in good faith. We have agreed to reasonable amendments that strengthen the bills, are consistent with the government's election mandate and will facilitate the passage of these important reforms. The government thanks those members and senators for their engagement. The government also thanks the Senate Environment and Communications Legislation Committee for its comprehensive report on the bills. Naturally, we agree with the committee's recommendation that the Climate Change Bill and the Consequential Amendments Bill be passed. The committee also recommended that after the bills are passed, the government undertake further consultation on possible legislative amendments and policy responses, including reviewing the use of native forest wood waste for renewable energy and the transition arrangements for Australian workers affected by decarbonisation. On Tuesday, Minister Bowen announced the government will release a consultation paper on the native forest wood waste issue, inviting stakeholder views on the changes recommended by Senator Pocock and the Greens Party. The concerns raised relate to a decision by the Abbott government in 2015 to put native forest wood waste back into the scheme. The government will consider next steps in light of the results of that consultation and look to make any necessary changes to the regulations by the end of the year. We understand that the issues raised relates to eligibility under the renewable energy target. It is not a reflection on the government's general support for sustainable native forest industries and the workers that depend on those industries. Minister Bowen had previously committed to exploring further amendments to primary and subordinate legislation to embed the targets and the Paris Agreement into a wider set of relevant legislation and schemes. We will undertake that review and consult with stakeholders, implement further actions and report back to Parliament in the second annual statement. We will welcome suggestions for further amendments. Looking beyond the bills to the broader implications of the net zero transition for Australian workers, I note that the Greens in their dissenting report recommended that a statutory authority be established. Climate action brings enormous job opportunities, but it also brings challenges. At last week's Jobs and Skills Summit, the government committed to a coordinated approach with industry, unions, local governments and communities to assist affected workers and regional communities prosper in a clean energy future. We will continue to work with states, territories, unions, industries and communities to deliver a framework for net zero economic development in our regions, including through the National Energy Transformation Partnership agreed by Energy Ministers last month. As the Prime Minister has said on numerous occasions, this is a government that will make sure that no one is held back and no one is left behind. And that includes the workers who build, maintain and operate our energy system and who are so crucial for its transformation. Decarbonisation of the global energy system and the broader economy presents immense opportunities for Australia's regions and reduces the serious threats to rural and regional areas that arise from unchecked climate change. This government is committed to harnessing these opportunities and to a brighter, more hopeful and more prosperous future. The Greens also recommended in their dissenting report that a climate trigger should be placed on all projects in development so that the Environment Minister can assess projects against the government's emissions targets. The government will formally respond to the Samuel review of the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act to help strengthen Australia's environmental protection law. The government has committed to introduce legislation in 2023 following extensive consultation and consideration and consultation. We are currently consulting on changes to the safeguard mechanism to cover existing and new facilities with over 100,000 tonnes of direct emissions. I also thank Senator Andrew Bragg for his engagement with the Senate inquiry into the bills. I'm pleased to say that the government agrees with him that the market should be supported to invest in low and zero emissions energy and the transmission infrastructure required to decarbonise. Our Powering Australia and Rewiring the Nation policies are providing that support. We note Senator Bragg's recommendation that the Australian government should support the supply of gas as a transition fuel. We understand gas is not a low-emissions fuel, but it does play an important part in helping power communities by firming peaking electricity and as a feedstock and source of heat for industry. We also concur with Senator Bragg's view that Australia should be a first mover in legislating an emissions disclosure regime. We are committed to ensuring large businesses, including financial institutions, provide Australians and investors with greater transparency and accountability when it comes to climate-related plans, risks and opportunities. The Treasurer is leading work to introduce a standardised, internationally aligned reporting requirement to ensure that climate-related disclosures are usable, credible and comparable, which will be informed by substantial consultation. The government does not, however, agree with Senator Bragg's recommendation to lift the nuclear energy prohibition. This is a distraction from the need to implement cuts to pollution now to meet our targets and to put downward pressure on power bills through the deployment of renewable energy. I thank Senator David Pocock for his contribution to the Senate committee inquiry and his genuine engagement with the government to discuss the bills. As a result of those discussions, the government will be agreeing to a number of amendments relating to the transparency and content of the annual statement to Parliament and the Climate Change Authority's advice. The government does not accept the other recommendations in the report. I note that some opposition senators have raised concerns about this bill enabling climate litigation. The legislation does not change the statutory decision-making for other legislative schemes such as the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act. The idea that it gives rise to new causes of action or litigation against resources projects is just another excuse. As BP submitted to the Senate inquiry, Our hope is that by legislating the target and providing a transparent and accountable framework for its delivery, the legislation might even reduce the uncertainty that can sometimes be a driver for litigation. Santos, when questioned on the risk of litigation, said no. The Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water's submissions stated this: the bills do not create new legal risks for the Commonwealth. They explained that the bills are different from the UK bills, so the same risks do not apply. This is typical of the objections so frequently raised by the opposition. They are so often prosecuting concerns that seem to be shared by them alone and are out of step with agricultural leaders, with business leaders, with not-for-profit organisations and indeed with common sense. And the truth is that those opposite have been too busy arguing with themselves to do anything over the past decade. They squabbled their way through 22 energy policies and in their last year of government oversaw one of the biggest spikes in emissions in 15 years. Our government is acting to end the years of delay, dysfunction, denial and denigration. These bills will lay the foundation of the biggest economic transformation in our lifetime. This is our duty to our children, our grandchildren and to future Australians. This is necessary to safeguard Australia's environment, our community and our economy. And this is necessary to unlock the innovation and investment that we need to drive jobs and growth in the industries that will underpin our prosperity in the decades to come.
I intend to put the question. I put the question that the bill now be read a second time. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. I think the ayes have it. Is there a division required? A division will take place pursuant to order tomorrow. Pursuant to order, the Senate now stands adjourned and we will gather again tomorrow at 0930 hours.